Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. The night was thick with warmth, the air humming with the quiet song of summer. A gentle breeze carried the scent of jasmine through the open balcony doors, the curtains swaying like ghostly fingertips. She stood there, bathed in silver moonlight, her silk robe slipping just enough to tease the curve of her shoulder. The city below twinkled like 1,000 tiny secrets, but in this moment, the world felt small, just her, the night, and the slow thrum of anticipation. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, steady, deliberate. She didn't turn immediately, savoring the way her skin prickled under his gaze. A warm hand slid over her hip, fingers grazing the fabric of her robe. Couldn't sleep. His voice was low, deep, edged with something unreadable. She exhaled a slow, knowing sigh. Maybe I was waiting for you. His lips brushed her ear, his breath warm against her skin. Then I won't keep you waiting any longer. He turned her gently, his eyes locking onto hers, dark, unreadable, but full of promise. The city lights flickered behind him, but all she could see was the way he looked at her, as if she were the only thing that existed. Her pulse quickened as his fingers traced the delicate strap of her robe, toying with it, testing the tension. The night stretched ahead of them, endless, full of possibilities. And she was more than ready. The air between them crackled with heat, thick with the unspoken. His fingertips lingered on the silk strap of her robe, tracing slow, deliberate circles against her skin. She felt every touch like a whisper, a promise, a question waiting to be answered. She didn't move, not yet. Instead, she let the tension build, let him feel the weight of her gaze, the soft rise and fall of her breath. Outside, the city hummed, oblivious to the slow unraveling happening within these four walls. He tilted her chin up, his thumb brushing over her lower lip. You like teasing me, don't you? His voice was rougher now, edged with something deeper. She smirked, leaning into his touch. Only because I know you love it. His response was wordless, just a slow, deliberate slide of his hand down her arm, igniting goosebumps in its wake. Her robe loosened further, the silk whispering against her skin as it slipped from one shoulder, exposing more of her to the cool night air. She shivered, not from the cold, but from the way his gaze darkened, heavy with intent. He stepped closer, his body a heat she could already feel pressing into hers. Their lips hovered inches apart, the space between them electric. She could taste the moment before it happened, could feel the slow surrender winding through her like a tide pulling her under. Then, finally, he closed the distance. The first brush of his lips was soft, almost hesitant, as if savoring the anticipation. But the second was deeper, needier, a claiming that sent a rush of warmth through her veins. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as their bodies melded together, fitting perfectly in the hush of the moonlit room. And just like that, she was lost in him. He whirled outside, faded into nothing, no city lights, no ticking clock, no restless thoughts. Just him. Just her. Just the warmth between them, growing, deepening, unraveling them both in ways words never could. His hands traced slow, lazy patterns over her skin, learning, memorizing. The silk of her robe slipped further, pooling at her elbows, forgotten. She shivered under his touch, but there was no hesitation, only the sweet surrender of the moment stretching between them. He pulled her closer, his lips trailing a path down her jaw, lingering at the hollow of her throat where her pulse fluttered like a secret only he was meant to uncover. She tilted her head back, offering more, sighing at the way he took his time, savoring her, as if they had all the time in the world. You're intoxicating, he murmured against her skin, his voice rough with restraint. She smiled, her fingers slipping beneath his shirt, feeling the heat of him, the tension coiled in his muscles. Then have another taste. A low growl rumbled in his chest before his lips met hers again, deeper this time, more urgent. The teasing was over. This was hunger, desire, a silent promise unfolding with every brush of their bodies. The night stretched long and slow, wrapped in the warmth of whispered names, tangled limbs, and the kind of touch that lingers long after it's over. And as she lay beside him, breathless, skin still humming, she knew. Tonight was only the beginning. Next story. I noticed it while I was heading back to the house after taking out the trash. The sun was setting, painting the sky in soft, orange and pink hues, but my attention was drawn to the fence. At the side of the yard, something small fluttered in the evening breeze, catching the last light of the day. I walked closer, my curiosity piqued, and saw that it was a piece of fabric. It was snagged on the sharp edge of the fence, caught as if someone had brushed against it in a hurry. The fabric looked out of place. It was dark, almost black, but with a strange sheen under the dim light. It didn't belong to anything in my yard, and I couldn't think of a reason why it would be there. I pulled it off the edge carefully, feeling the material between my fingers. It was smooth but thick, the kind of fabric you'd expect to see on an expensive jacket or coat. It certainly didn't match anything I owned. I turned it over in my hands, trying to make sense of it. The edges were frayed, as if it had been ripped from something. It felt odd to me. I hadn't seen anyone near my yard, and no one had any reason to be on my property. The fence bordered a narrow alley that was rarely used. Most of the time it was just me, the occasional stray cat, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I looked around, scanning the alley in the area beyond it, but there was no one in sight. The stillness was unsettling. Even the usual sounds of the evening, distant voices, a barking dog or the hum of passing cars, seemed absent. I folded the piece of fabric and slipped it into my pocket, deciding to think about it. Later that night, as I sat in the living room, I kept turning the incident over. In my mind, the fabric felt significant in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't just the material itself, but the circumstances of finding it. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, close to my yard, close enough to snag their clothing on my fence. The idea made my skin crawl. I took the fabric out of my pocket and placed it on the coffee table, staring at it as if it might offer some kind of explanation. It didn't. I thought about calling someone to share what had happened, but it seemed silly. Who would I call, and what would I even say that I found a piece of fabric and was now convinced something strange was going on? It sounded ridiculous. Before going to bed, I decided to check the yard again. Just to ease my mind, I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside the cold night air, brushing against my face. The yard looked normal, quiet and undisturbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the fence where I had found the fabric earlier. There was nothing there now, no sign that anyone had been nearby. I walked along the fence, shining the light across the edges in the ground beneath it, looking for anything unusual. That's when I saw it. Just beyond the fence, in the alley, there was something faintly visible in the beam of light, a set of footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. I hadn't stepped into the alley that day. The prints were large, uneven, as if someone had been running or stumbling. A chill ran through me as I stared at the footprints. They led away from the fence, disappearing further down the alley into the darkness. Whoever it was, they hadn't stuck around for long. I followed the trail for a few steps, my flashlight barely illuminating the faint impressions, but after a short distance they vanished completely, as if the person had simply disappeared into thin air. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. My instincts told me to go back inside to lock the doors and pretend this hadn't happened. But curiosity gwed at me, who had been here and why. I couldn't imagine anyone having no reason to be near my yard, especially at that hour. The rest of the night was restless. Every sound seemed to amplify: the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the faint rustle of wind outside. I kept checking the windows, half expecting to see someone standing in the yard, but it remained empty. The piece of fabric sat on the coffee table, a silent reminder of the strange events that had unfolded. The following morning I decided to take a closer look at the fabric. In the daylight I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. There was a faint pattern on it, barely visible, like a small emblem or logo. It was worn and hard to make out, but it looked like a symbol of some kind. I couldn't identify it, but it gave me an uneasy feeling, as though it belonged to someone who didn't want to be found. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I found a piece of fabric and some footprints. It wasn't exactly a crime. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The alley felt different now, like it held a secret I wasn't meant to uncover. Over the next few days I kept an eye on the yard in the alley, but nothing else happened. The fabric stayed on my coffee table, a constant reminder of the incident. I found myself avoiding the alley, choosing different routes when I walked to the store or took out the trash. Eventually the tension began to fade and life returned to normal, but every now and then I'd catch myself glancing at the fence, half expecting to see another sign that someone had been there. The fabric remained a mystery, one that I never solved. It was a small, strange moment in an otherwise ordinary life, but it left a mark on me, a reminder that even the most mundane places can hold secrets. We may never fully understand story 2. The sound of laughter drifted through the still air, light and carefree, but as I scanned the park I couldn't see anyone. It was unsettling. The playground sat empty, its swings swaying faintly in the breeze, and the slide glistened under the pale light of the setting sun. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the wind, perhaps still the sound lingered. Tugging at my curiosity and filling the quiet park with an odd sense of unease, I walked a little farther, the gravel crunching softly beneath my feet. The laughter came again clearer, this time echoing from somewhere ahead. It sounded close, almost too close. I stopped glancing around, expecting to see a child dart out from behind the trees or one of the benches. Nothing moved. The park remained empty, eerily so I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, though I tried to dismiss it. The laughter grew louder, bouncing off the trees and looping around the empty park. It was cheerful, yet it carried an edge of something unnatural. My gaze fell on the swings again now, swaying now or noticeably. Even though the wind had stopped, I hesitated before walking closer. My eyes fixed on the empty seats. As I neared, the laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a suffocating silence that pressed against my ears. I stood there for a moment trying to shake the uneasiness creeping into my chest. The park had always been a familiar place, one I had visited countless times. Yet now it felt foreign. Its quiet too deep, its shadows too long. The laughter had vanished as if it had never existed, but the tension in the air told me otherwise. Something was here. I just couldn't see it. I decided to leave. Brushing off the strange experience is nothing more than my imagination. As I turned to walk away, the sound returned, this time coming from behind me. I froze my heart, skipping a beat. Slowly I turned, expecting to see someone there, but the park was just as empty as before. The laughter continued playful and mocking, and it felt like it was circling me now. I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Hello, is someone there?" My words seemed to dissolve into the air, swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. No response came, only the rustling of leaves in the distance. My unease grew and I could feel my pulse quickening. I knew it would be smarter to leave to go home and forget about this, but something kept me rooted in place. Compelled by a strange mixture of fear and curiosity, I walked toward the sound, my steps tentative, each one feeling heavier than the last. The laughter seemed to retreat, always staying just out of reach. It led me toward the wooded area at the edge of the park, where the trees grew dense and the light barely seeped through. The closer I got, the more my instinct screamed at me to turn around. Yet I couldn't stop myself. The trees loomed above me, their branches twisted like skeletal fingers. The laughter grew faint, almost a whisper. Now, as if it was luring me deeper into the woods, I paused, glancing over my shoulder to make sure I wasn't being followed. The park behind me looked unnaturally far away, as if I had walked miles instead of mere steps. My breath came in shallow gasps as I debated whether to keep going. Then, just as abruptly as it had started, the laughter stopped again. The silence was even more suffocating. Now the woods. Unnervingly still, I strained my ears, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. The air felt thick, heavy, with a presence I couldn't see. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my feet remained planted. Suddenly, I heard the faint crunch of leaves behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. The woods stretched out in every direction, dark and endless. I took a step back, my hands trembling. Another sound came, this time to my left, a soft giggle, faint but distinct. It sent a chill down my spine. I called out again, my voice shaking. "Who's there?" My words were met with silence, save for the faint rustling of leaves. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Now, as if countless eyes were trained on me from the shadows, I took another step back, my instincts finally overriding my curiosity. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A small figure stood in the distance, partially obscured by the trees. It was too far to make out any details, but it looked like a child, motionless and staring. My heart pounded as I blinked, unsure if my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, the figure was gone. The laughter erupted once more, this time louder and closer than ever. It was no longer playful. It was distorted, unnatural and filled with an edge of malice. I broke into a run heading back toward the open park. My legs felt like they were moving through water, each step heavier than the last. The laughter followed me, echoing in my ears and growing louder with every passing second. When I finally reached the edge of the woods, I glanced back, expecting to see something chasing me. But the trees were empty, their shadows stretching endlessly into the darkness. The laughter had stopped, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. I stumbled out of the woods, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. The park was just as empty as when I had arrived, the swings still swaying gently in the breeze. I didn't stop to look back again. I made my way home, my steps quick and unsteady. Even as I reached the safety of my front door, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me lingering just out of sight. That night, as I lay in bed, the sound of laughter echoed in my mind, haunting and relentless. It followed me into my dreams, twisting into something far more sinister. I knew I would never look at the park the same way again. Story 3. The first time it happened I thought nothing of it. I had closed my closet door, as I always did before going to bed, only to wake up a few hours later and find it wide open. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the moonlight streaming in through the window, and the sight of the open door made me feel uneasy. I told myself it was just the latch's small fault. Easily explained. I got up, pushed the door shut and went back to sleep. But it happened again the following night. This time I watched it. I had just closed the door, making sure it was latched securely before lying down. Not even 10 minutes later I heard the soft creak of wood, followed by the faint sound of the door swinging open. My heart raced as I turned to look, only to see the closet door jar once more. I sat up in bed, staring at the dark gap. The closet itself was nothing remarkable, just a small cramped space filled with clothes and boxes. But in that moment it felt like the opening was too dark, too deep, as if it led somewhere far beyond its simple confines. I got up hesitating for a moment and then pushed the door closed again harder. This time the next morning, I inspected the latch. I thought maybe had come loose or was misaligned, but everything looked fine. I even tested it a few times, pulling the door gently to see if it would swing open. It stayed closed just as it should. I told myself it was my imagination or a draft from somewhere in the house, though I knew I never left the windows open that night. I made a point to close it, firmly, pressing against it until I heard the satisfying click of the latch. Then I stood there for a moment, staring at the door, almost daring it to move. It remained shut. Feeling a bit foolish, I turned off the light and got into bed, but as soon as I closed my eyes I heard it. The creak of the door opening was unmistakable. A slow, deliberate sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My eyes shot open and there it was open again, as though it had never been closed. This time I felt a coldness in the air, a subtle but undeniable chill that made my breath catch. I stayed in bed watching the darkness beyond the door, feeling like something was staring back at me. I wanted to get up to close it, but my legs felt heavy, my body frozen in place. Minutes passed, maybe hours, and I eventually drifted off, though my sleep was restless and full of strange, fragmented dreams. Over the next few nights the pattern continued. No matter how securely I shut the door, it always opened again, swinging outward as if pulled by some invisible force. I tried everything, wedging a chair against it, stacking boxes in front of it, even tying the door knob to a nearby hook with a piece of string, but nothing worked. The door always opened. One night, out of sheer frustration, I decided to leave it could open. I thought maybe if I stopped trying to close it, whatever was causing it to open would stop. I left the light on in the closet, hoping it would make me feel less uneasy. But the open door only made things worse. As I lay in bed, I found myself staring at the closet, unable to look away. The light inside flickered occasionally as though the bulb was struggling to stay on. Shadows shifted and danced across the walls, though there was nothing in the room that could have cast them. I felt a deep, unshakable sense of unease, as though I was being watched. Then came the noises, faint. At first, a soft rustling like fabric being moved or a box being shifted. I told myself it was just the sound of the house settling, but deep down I knew better. The sounds grew louder, more distinct, until it was unmistakable. Something was moving inside the closet. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was open wide now, and the light inside flickered more violently, casting erratic shadows across the room. I tried to convince myself to get up to check inside, but I was paralyzed by fear. Whatever was in there, I did not want to see it. Suddenly the light in the closet went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. My breath caught and I could hear the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. I reached for the lamp on my nightstand, fumbling to turn it on. When the light flooded the room, the closet door was still open, but nothing seemed out of place. For a moment I thought it was over, but then I noticed something I had not seen before on the inside of the door. Scratched into the wood were faint markings. They were crude, even lines that formed strange, nonsensical symbols. My stomach turned as I realized they had not been there before. I could not take it anymore. I grabbed some tape from the kitchen drawer and taped the door shut, layer upon layer, until I was sure it would not budge. Then I pushed a dresser in front of it for good measure. Exhausted and shaken, I finally went to bed, hoping that would be the end of it that night. For the first time in weeks, the door stayed closed. I woke up the next morning feeling more rested than I had in days, but as I stepped out of bed I froze. The dresser had been moved just slightly, but enough to notice. The tape on the door was still there, but it was loose, peeling at the edges as if someone or something had tried to open it. I decided I could not live like this anymore. I cleared out the closet, throwing everything into boxes and moving them to another room. Once it was empty, I locked the door and nailed it shut. I told myself it was just an old house, that the door was faulty, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But even now I cannot shake the feeling that I am not alone. Every night I find myself glancing toward the closet, half expecting to see the door open again. Sometimes when the house is quiet, I hear faint creaks and whispers like something is still there waiting, and though the door remains shut, I know it is not over. It is never truly over. Story 4R. When I opened the door that morning, I immediately noticed a pair of binoculars sitting neatly on the porch right next to the welcome mat. The sight of them caught me off guard, as I hadn't ordered anything or expected a package. They looked old but well cared for, with a leather strap neatly coiled on top. There was no note, no box, and no sign of who might have left them. My first instinct was to glance around the street, but everything seemed quiet and normal. I bent down to pick them up, turning them over in my hands. They were surprisingly heavy, the kind of weight that had suggested they had been made decades ago. The lenses were spotless, as though someone had just cleaned them. I couldn't help but feel unsettled. Why would someone leave binoculars on my porch? Was it a gift, a mistake, or something more deliberate? I stepped back into the house, locking the door behind me. As I carried them inside, I set the binoculars on a kitchen counter, staring at them as I made my morning coffee. The house was silent, save for the bubbling of the coffee maker, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the binoculars were out of place. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a neighbor had dropped them off thinking they belonged to me, but I didn't own anything like this, and I doubted anyone in the neighborhood would leave something so personal without an explanation. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a closer look. I held them up to my eyes and peered through the lenses. The view was sharp, clearer than I had expected for something that seemed so old. I scanned the living room, noting the details of the furniture and even the faint dust motes floating in the sunlight. But then, as I adjusted the focus, I noticed something strange. There was a faint inscription etched along the metal rim of the binoculars. I squinted to make out the words, tracing them with my finger. "See what is unseen." The phrase sent a chill through me. It felt ominous, almost like a warning. I set the binoculars down again, suddenly uneasy. Whoever had left them had done so for a reason, but I couldn't begin to guess what that reason might be. The inscription played on my mind as I finished my coffee, trying to decide what to do next. The day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't stop thinking about the binoculars. I left them on the counter, unsure whether to keep them or throw them away. That evening, as the sun set and the shadows grew long, I felt a strange pull toward them. I picked them up again, this time carrying them to the front window. I peered through the lenses, adjusting the focus to look down the street. Everything seemed normal. At first, cars parked in driveways, porch lights flickering on and the occasional passerby. But then, as I swept my gaze across the street, I noticed something unusual. A figure stood at the edge of the park, barely visible in the growing darkness. They weren't moving, just standing there, staring in my direction. My chest tightened as I adjusted the focus, trying to make out their features. The binoculars sharpened the image, but the person's face was obscured by the shadow of a hood. I lowered the binoculars, my hands trembling slightly. When I looked again with my own eyes, the figure was gone. I stepped back from the window, my heart racing. I couldn't explain what I had just seen. Was someone watching me, and, if so, why? I considered calling the police but hesitated. What would I even tell them that someone left binoculars on my porch? And I thought I saw a figure in the park. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept the binoculars on the nightstand as though having them closed might offer some sort of protection. Every sound in the house seemed amplified, every creak of the floorboards and rustle of the wind outside making me jump. Around midnight I finally drifted off, but my dreams were restless and filled with images of the figure in the park. The next morning, I resolved to forget about the binoculars. I placed them in a drawer out of sight and tried to go about my day, but the unease lingered a constant weight in the back of my mind. That evening, as I sat on the couch trying to distract myself with a book, I heard a faint tapping sound. It was coming from the front porch. My stomach dropped as I stood up, heart pounding. I approached the door, slowly peeking through the peephole. There was nothing there, no one but the tap, and continued rhythmic and deliberate. I unlocked the door and opened it cautiously, only to find a folded piece of paper resting on the welcome. My hand shook as I picked it up and unfolded it. The note was brief, written in the same neat handwriting as the inscription on the binoculars. It read, "Look closer." I stepped back inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. My breathing was uneven as I stared at the note, the words repeating in my mind. I didn't want to pick up the binoculars again, but I felt like I didn't have a choice. Whoever had left them wanted me to see something, and ignoring it seemed impossible. Now I retrieved binoculars from the drawer and returned to the front window. The street was quiet, bathed in the pale glow of street lights. I raised the binoculars to my eyes, scanning the park again. At first I saw nothing unusual, but then, as I adjusted the focus, my breath caught. The figure was back, standing in the same spot as before. This time they raised a hand as if waving at me. I lowered the binoculars, panic surging through me. I couldn't see them without the binoculars, as if they only existed. Through the lenses, my mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Were the binoculars showing me something that wasn't really there, or was? Was it something I wasn't supposed to see? I backed away from the window, my heart pounding. The rest of the night passed in a blur of anxiety and confusion. I couldn't bring myself to use the binoculars again, but I also couldn't get rid of them. It felt like they held some sort of power over me, a connection to something I didn't understand. By morning, I had made up my mind to leave them on the porch, hoping that whoever had left them might take them back. When I opened the door, I froze. The binoculars were already gone, as though someone had taken them in the night. In their place was another note, this one reading, "You saw what you needed to do, not look again." Relief and fear washed over me simultaneously. I didn't understand what had happened and I wasn't sure I ever would, but I knew one thing for certain. I was done with those binoculars, whatever they had shown me, whatever their purpose had been. It was over now and I hoped it would stay that way. Story 5. It was late in the evening when I finally returned home, feeling the familiar weight of my keys in my pocket. As I approached the front door, The soft glow of the porch light illuminated the entryway and everything seemed as it should be. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my keying, but as I held it in my hand, I noticed something odd. The keys were scratched, fresh gouges marring their surface. They hadn't looked like this before. My chest tightened as I inspected them closely, the deep marks running along the metal in a way that suggested force, as if someone had tried to use them. I looked around my eyes, scanning the quiet street and the darkened windows of neighboring houses. Everything seemed still, but the scratches told me otherwise. Someone had handled my keys. The thought sent a wave of unease through me. I tried to convince myself that it might have been from normal wear and tear, but the scratches were too deliberate, too rough. It was clear that they had been tampered with, but by who and why? With a sense of hesitation, I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The lock gave way easily, the door creaking open, as it always did. I stepped inside immediately, locking the door behind me. My house was dark and quiet, just as I had left it that morning. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I dropped my keys onto the kitchen counter, the sound of metal hitting the surface seeming louder than usual. My thoughts raced as I considered what could have happened. I moved from room to room, checking every door and window. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the back door secured, and there were no signs of forced entry. But the scratches on the keys told a different story, one I couldn't ignore. I thought back to earlier in the day, trying to recall if I had left my keys anywhere vulnerable. They had been in my pocket the whole time. As far as I remembered, the idea that someone had access to them made my skin crawl. I returned to the kitchen and stared at the keys on the counter, their scratched surfaces gleaming faintly under the overhead light. My imagination began to run wild, conjuring scenarios of someone attempting to make a copy or force them into a lock they didn't belong to. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I thought about the possibility of someone being that close to my personal belongings. The sense of violation was overwhelming. Trying to calm myself, I reminded myself that no one had gotten into the house. The doors and windows were secure and nothing was missing. Yet the scratches were undeniable proof that something had happened. I grabbed my phone and considered calling someone, but I hesitated. What would I even say? There was no actual evidence of a break-in, just a feeling in some scratched keys. It didn't seem like enough to warrant alarm, but it was enough to make me feel on edge. That night I found it hard to sleep. Every little noise outside my window seemed louder, every creak in the house more pronounced. I kept thinking about the scratches, running my finger over them in my mind, replaying the moment I saw them. I left my bedroom light on, something I hadn't done since I was a child. The house felt different now, less like a place of safety and more like a place under watch. The next morning, I examined the keys again in the daylight. The scratches were deep, jagged and fresh, as if they had been made with a tool. I decided to take a closer look at the locks on my doors, starting with the front. As I inspected the lock, I noticed faint marks around the keyhole, barely visible unless you were looking for them. It was another unsettling detail. Another confirms that someone had tampered with it. I checked the back door as well and found the same thing, subtle scratches near the lock as if someone had tried and failed to break in. My stomach churned as I realized this wasn't just about the keys. Whoever had done this had been trying to get into my house. The thought made my home feel foreign, unsafe. I spent the day replacing the locks, ensuring that no one could use a copy of the key if that was what they had been trying to make. But even after the locks were changed, the unease didn't go away. That night, as I sat in my living room, I heard a faint sound outside. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but enough to make me freeze. I turned off the television and sat in silence, straining to hear it again. There was something moving near the front of the house. My heart raced as I crept toward the window. Careful not to make a sound, I peeked through the blinds and saw a shadow moving near my porch. It was quick, darting out of sight. Before I could make out any details, I stayed frozen for a moment, trying to process what I had just seen. Someone was out there. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my voice trembling. As I explained the situation, the operator assured me that officers would be dispatched, but the minutes felt like hours. As I waited, by the time the police arrived, the shadow was gone. They searched the area but found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing to suggest someone had been there. I felt a mix of frustration and relief as they left, their presence both reassuring and unsettling. I was glad they had come, that the lack of evidence made me feel like I was losing my mind. The days that followed were tense. I installed cameras around the house and kept my lights on. At night I even started carrying my keys in a small pouch, hoping to protect them from further tampering, but the feeling of being watched never fully went away. Every time I stepped outside, I felt as if someone was observing me, waiting for the right moment to act. Eventually, the cameras did capture something. Late one night I reviewed the footage and saw a figure approach the front door. They were wearing a hood, their face obscured, and they lingered there for a moment before disappearing into the shadows. It was enough to confirm my fears, but not enough to identify them. I showed the footage to the police, who promised to patrol the area more frequently, but it didn't bring the peace of mind I had hoped for. In time the incident stopped, the cameras never caught anything else, and the uneasy feeling began to fade. But I never left my keys unattended again, and I never stopped locking every door and window before bed. The scratches on the keys served as a reminder, a warning that even the smallest details can hold the weight of something much larger. I still don't know who was behind it or what their intentions were, but I know one thing for certain: I will never take my safety for granted again. Story 6. I was scrolling through my phone late one evening, mindlessly swiping through WS and messages. It was one of those quiet nights where everything feels still, almost too still. My phone buzzed unexpectedly and I saw a notification for a new voice recording. It was strange because I hadn't recorded anything recently and I didn't recall accidentally activating the voice memo app. Curious and slightly confused, I opened the recording. The timestamp was from just a few minutes ago. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the file. I lived alone and no one else had access to my phone. Taking a deep breath, I hit play, thinking it might just be some random noise. At first, the audio was silent, nothing but static, crackling faintly in the background. I leaned closer, turning the volume up to catch whatever was recorded, and then I heard my name. It was soft, whispered almost, but clear enough that I couldn't mistake it. My name was being repeated slowly, over and over. I froze my hand, gripping the phone tightly. The voice was unfamiliar, low and raspy, but distinct. It wasn't mine, and it certainly wasn't anyone. I knew the way it spoke. My name felt deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to get my attention. My heart started racing as I listened, unable to tear my ears away from the haunting repetition. It went on for nearly a full minute. My name spoken again and again with increasing intensity. The voice seemed closer with each repetition, as though the speaker was moving toward the microphone. I could feel the hair on my arm standing on end. I stopped the recording and stared at my phone, my breath quick and shallow. I checked the details of the file, hoping to find some explanation. The location data showed it was recorded right where I was sitting in my living room, but I hadn't made the recording and there was no one else in the house. Panic began to creep in as I replayed the recording, trying to make sense of it. The voice wasn't just saying my name. It was drawing it out, emphasizing every syllable with an unsettling cadence. It felt personal, invasive, as if it knew me in a way no stranger could. I glanced around the room, the shadows suddenly feeling darker, the silence heavier. Was someone in the house? Was it possible that someone had managed to sneak in without me noticing? I stood up, my body tense, and began checking every corner of the house, closet doors, under the bed, behind the curtains. I searched everywhere, but there was no one. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a prank, some kind of glitch in my phone, or something far more sinister? I couldn't come up with any answers, only more questions. That made my chest tighten with fear. I returned to the living room, my phone still clutched in my hand. The voice recording was still open on the screen, the PL button taunting me. Against my better judgment, I pressed play again. This time I noticed something I hadn't heard before: faint breathing beneath the whispers. It was steady, rhythmic, and undeniably human. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I realized the breathing wasn't mine. It was part of the recording. whoever or whatever had made. It was close enough to the microphone to be heard. The thoughts sent a jolt of terror through me. I deleted the recording, hoping to erase whatever had just happened. But even after it was gone, the fear lingered. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just some bizarre technical glitch. But deep down, I didn't believe that night I could hardly sleep. Every creak and groan of the house made me jump my mind, conjuring images of someone standing just out of sight waiting. I kept my phone on the nightstand, checking it constantly, half expecting another recording to appear. The next morning I woke to another notification and new voice recording. My stomach dropped as I stared at the screen. I didn't even want to open it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I tapped on the file, my hands trembling. This time the recording was shorter, just a few seconds long, but it was worse than the first. My name was spoken again, but now it was louder, more insistent, almost angry. The breathing was heavier, labored, like someone was right next to me. I turned the phone off and threw it onto the couch, my mind racing. I needed answers, but I didn't know where to start. I considered calling someone, anyone, but who would believe me? It sounded crazy even to me. I decided to reset my phone, completely, wiping all data, in the hopes that it would stop whatever was happening. It felt drastic, but I couldn't think of another solution. After the reset, the voice recordings were gone, and for the first time in days, I felt a small sense of relief. But that relief was short-lived. A few nights later, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it, my name spoken softly, coming from the phone, sitting on the dresser. The screen was off the device, completely silent, but the voice was unmistakable. I didn't wait to hear more. I grabbed the phone and left the house, not stopping until I was far away. Whatever was happening, it wasn't natural, and I couldn't stay there anymore. I never figured out what caused the voice recordings or how they appeared on my phone, but even now I can still hear it. Sometimes, in the quiet moment when I'm alone, my name whispered softly over and over Story 7. The breeze was gentle that afternoon, rustling the trees and carrying the faint scent of autumn leaves. I stood in the backyard sipping my coffee and enjoying the rare moment of quiet. The sky was a pale blue, cloudless and serene, and everything felt perfectly ordinary. I had just finished some yard work and was about to head inside when I noticed something drifting toward my property. At first I thought it was just a piece of trash carried by the wind, but as it got closer I realized it was a balloon. It floated slowly, the string dangling as if it were being guided deliberately. I watched as it crossed the fence and gently settled onto the lawn. The balloon was red and shiny, its surface reflecting the sunlight. A note was tied to the end of the stream ring, fluttering slightly in the breeze. I set my coffee down on the porch railing and walked over, curiosity pulling me forward. I bent down and picked it up, holding it carefully as if it might pop. The note was small, handwritten on a scrap of white paper. The words on it were simple and clear: smile. I stared at the message for a moment, unsure of how to feel. It seemed innocent enough, even friendly, but something about it unsettled me. Who had sent it and why? I glanced around, half expecting to see someone nearby. My yard was empty, as was the street beyond the neighbors. Houses were quiet, their curtains drawn. The breeze picked up, slightly rustling the leaves around me, but there was no sign of anyone. I held the balloon tightly, the string twisting in my fingers. I told myself it was probably a harmless prank, kids. Maybe someone could have released it as a joke, or perhaps it had traveled farther than I thought. But the longer I stood there, the more the note felt. Intentional smile. The single word felt strange, almost like a command. It was too specific to be random, too deliberate to ignore bringing the balloon inside. I placed it on the kitchen counter. It floated lazily above the surface, bobbing slightly as if it were alive, the knot dangled below its message facing me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone somewhere was waiting to see my reaction. I locked the doors and pulled the blinds shut, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. As the day went on, I tried to push the balloon out of my mind. I went about my usual routine, making dinner, tidying up the house and watching television. But every time I walked into the kitchen, the balloon caught my eye. It seemed to hover slightly lower than before, its string curling onto the counter. I thought about popping it but hesitated. Something about destroying it felt wrong, like it might provoke whoever had sent it. That night, I lay in bed unable to sleep. The house was silent, but my mind was restless. I kept replaying the moment I found the balloon, wondering if I had missed something, a figure in the distance, a car parked nearby. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight only to wake up hours later to a strange noise. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, like the faint rustling of fabric. I lay still holding my breath, straining to hear the sound grew louder, closer until I recognized it. It was the sound of the balloon string dragging across the floor. My heart pounded as I sat up gripping the edge of the bed. The kitchen was down the hall and I couldn't see anything from where I was. Summoning all my courage, I got out of bed and crept toward the sound. The hallway was dark and every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet sent a shiver through me. As I reached the kitchen, I saw it. The balloon was no longer on the counter. It floated near the doorway, its string brushing against the tile floor. The note was still attached, its single word illuminated by the faint light from the window smile. I stood frozen staring at it. The balloon bobbed slightly, as if acknowledging me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How had it moved? The doors and windows were locked. There was no breeze, no draft. I took a step back, my pulse racing, and then, as if responding to my fear, the balloon began to move slowly. Deliberately, it floated toward me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. My hands fumbled for something to grab, a weapon, anything to defend myself, but it was just a balloon, wasn't it? I reached for the broom, leaning against the wall, and swung it toward the floating object. The balloon popped with a loud bang, the sound echoing through the kitchen. The shredded rubber fell to the floor, the note fluttering down beside it. I stood there, panting, my hands trembling. The silence that followed was deafening. I bent down and picked up the note, half expecting the words to change, but it was the same smile. I threw the pieces into the trash and sat at the kitchen table trying to calm my racing heart. It was over, the balloon was gone, but the uneasy feeling remained. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had sent it, that it hadn't been random. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I barely slept. The next morning I tried to convince myself, and it had all been a coincidence, that I had let my imagination run wild. But as I stepped outside to grab the mail, my blood ran cold. Another balloon was waiting for me, tied to the mailbox. It was the same bright red, with another note dangling from the string. My hands trembled as I untied it and unfolded the paper. This time the message was different. Do not stop, story 8. I first noticed the strange behavior with my thermostat on a particularly cold evening. I had just finished my dinner and settled on the couch with a blanket, ready to watch a show. When I felt an unexpected chill, I glanced at the thermostat on the wall and saw that it had reset itself to a freezing temperature. At first I assumed it was a glitch, maybe the result of a power surge or a problem with the wiring. I adjusted it back to a comfortable setting and thought nothing of it. The following morning I woke up shivering. The air in my home was icy, my breath visible in the dim light of the early day. I checked the thermostat again and sure enough it had reset itself to the same freezing temperature. Frustrated, I fiddled with the settings, thinking it must be an electrical issue. I even replaced the batteries, hoping that might solve the problem. Once the temperature stabilized, I left for work, dismissing the whole ordeal as a random technical hiccup. When I returned that evening, the house was cold again. The thermostat had reset itself while I was away and the frigidaire felt sharper than before. Almost unnatural this time, I called a repair technician, convinced that something was wrong with the device. They came the next day, inspected the thermostat and ran several tests, but after checking the wiring in the system, the technician shrugged and told me everything seemed to be in perfect working order. There was no explanation for why it kept resetting itself. That night I woke up abruptly to the sound of the furnace shutting off. I checked the clock. It was just past 3 in the morning. Reluctantly, I got out of bed and went to the thermostat. Once again, it had set itself to the low ESD possible temperature. My fingers trembled as I adjusted it back. My frustration now tinged with unease. As I returned to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something beyond a mere mechanical fault. Over the next few days, the problem persisted. No matter how many times I adjusted the thermostat, it would always reset itself, usually at night or when I wasn't paying attention. I began to feel paranoid, checking it constantly, almost obsessively. One evening I decided to stay up and watch it, determined to see if I could catch it in the act of resetting. I sat on the couch, bundled up in layers, and kept my eyes on the digital display. Hours passed and nothing happened. I started to feel foolish, wondering if I was overreacting or imagining things. Just as I was about to give up and head to bed, the display flickered. I froze my heart, pounding as the numbers began to drop 1 degree at a time until it hit the lowest possible setting. I stared at the thermostat, my breath catching in my throat. I hadn't touched it. No one else was in the house. In the house, I stepped closer, examining the device as if it might offer some clue. That was when I noticed something strange. The faintest trace of condensation had formed around the edges of the screen, as if the thermostat itself was cold to the touch. I reached out, hesitating for a moment, then pressed my fingers against it. The surface felt icy, unnaturally, so as if the device had been left outside in freezing temperatures. I pulled my hand back quickly, a shiver running down my spine. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it some sort of electrical interference, or was there something else, something I couldn't explain, happening in my home? I decided to set up a camera near the thermostat, hoping to capture whatever was causing the resets. If nothing else, I wanted proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The next morning I reviewed the footage. At first everything seemed normal. Hours passed with no activity, the thermostat remaining steady. But then, just after midnight, the screen flickered and the temperature began to drop. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to spot anything unusual. That was when I saw it, a faint shadow, barely visible, passing across the wall near the thermostat. It moved slowly, almost deliberately, before disappearing into the corner of the frame. My hands trembled as I paused the footage and rewinded, watching the shadow again and again. It wasn't the movement of light or a reflection. It seemed to have a shape, indistinct but present. Like someone or something had been standing there. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. I decided to do some research about the house. I had never looked into its history before, having bought it only a few years ago. After some digging, I found an article about the previous owner. They had lived alone and were reportedly obsessed with keeping the house at an unnaturally cold temperature. Even in the dead of winter, neighbors had often commented on the frost, covered windows, and the visible breath of anyone who entered the home. The owner had passed away under mysterious circumstances. Their body discovered weeks later in a house so cold it felt like a freezer. Armed with this unsettling information, I contacted a local historian to see if they could tell me more. They mentioned that before the house was built, the land had been part of a larger property with a tragic past. Decades ago, a family had perished in a fire during a particularly harsh winter. Some claimed their spirits never left, lingering in the cold. That had failed to protect them. That night I decided to confront whatever was happening in my home. I turned the thermostat to the warmest setting and waited, bracing myself for what might come. As the hours passed, the air grew heavier, almost oppressive, as if the house itself was resisting the heat. Then, just after midnight, the furnace shut off completely and the temperature plummeted. I stood in the hallway facing the thermostat and felt a presence behind me, a cold, silent weight that sent shivers down my spine. I didn't turn around. Instead, I spoke aloud, my voice trembling. "This is my home now. Whatever happened here, you need to let go." The air seemed to shift, the oppressive weight lifting slightly. The thermostat screen flickered one last time, and then it held steady. I waited, unsure if it was over, but the temperature remained stable that night. For the first time in weeks, I slept soundly. Since then, the thermostat has behaved normally. The house feels warmer now, more inviting, as if whatever had been haunting it has finally moved on. I still think about the shadow. I saw the cold presence that lingered in the air, but I choose to believe that it has found peace. My home is mine again, and the warmth is a comfort I no longer take for granted. Story 9. It was a cold, misty morning, and the air had a heavy still to it. As I stepped out of the house, the sky was a dull grey and everything seemed quieter than usual. My car was parked in its usual spot in the driveway, its windows covered in a thin layer of condensation. I was already running late, so I hurried toward the car, pulling my jacket tighter around me to ward off the chill. As I approached, something unusual caught my eye. There, on the windshield, a word was scrolled in the fog glass: hello. It read, written in uneven finger-drawn letters. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My first thought was that it must have been kids from the neighborhood playing a prank. They had done silly things before, leaving handprints or doodles on cars when the windows fogged up. But this felt different. The letter seemed deliberate, as if someone had taken their time to make sure they were clear and unmistakable. I glanced around, expecting to see someone nearby, maybe laughing or hiding behind a tree. The street was empty. Not a single soul in sight. My neighbor houses were still, their curtains drawn. A faint unease began to creep over me as I stood there staring at the word. It wasn't threatening, but there was something about it that made me feel watched. Shaking off the feeling, I pulled out a tissue and wiped the word away. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe it had been there all night and I just hadn't noticed it. When I parked, I climbed into the car, started the engine and turned on the defroster. The windows began to clear and I kept glancing at the rearview mirrors, half expecting to see someone appear behind me, but the street remained as empty as before. As I drove off, I tried to push the thought out of my mind. It was just a harmless prank. I told myself nothing to worry about, but the memory of those letters lingered, nagging at the back of my mind. Why would someone write that? And why my car? The word felt too personal, too intentional, as though whoever had written it knew I would see it by the time I arrived at work. The unease had delayed, though it hadn't disappeared entirely. The day passed uneventfully and I managed to convince myself that I was overthinking things. But when I walked back to my car that evening, the sight waiting for me sent a shiver down my spine. The windshield, now fogged up again in the cool evening air, had another message. This time it read, "Did you see me?" I stopped dead in my tracks, my pulse quickening. The letters were fresh, clear, and unmistakable. My hands trembled as I fumbled with my keys, scanning the parking lot for anyone who might be watching. The lot was nearly empty, with only a few scattered cars and no visible movement. The unease from the morning came flooding back. Now, accompanied by a growing sense of fear, I hurried into the car, locking the doors as soon as I climbed in. My breathing was shallow, as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Someone had been here, someone had been close enough to my car to write this, and they had done it. Knowing I would return, my hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as I started the engine and pulled out of the lot, glancing in the mirrors constantly. Every shadow seemed suspicious. Every flicker of movement in the corner of my eye set my heart racing. When I got home, I parked in the driveway and sat in the car for a long moment, trying to calm myself. I didn't want to go inside, just yet not. While my mind was racing with questions, I decided to inspect the car one more time, stepping out into the chilly night air and walking around it slowly. There were no scratches, no signs of forced entry, nothing unusual apart from the message. The windows had begun to fog up again, and as I stared at the glass, a thought struck me. I crouched down and peered closely at the windshield, trying to see if there were any fingerprints left behind. The glass was smooth. The surface wiped clean, except for the faint trace of moisture. Whoever had written the message had been careful, deliberate. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized how calculated it all seemed. That night I barely slept. Every little noise outside made me sit up in bed, my heart pounding. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there watching. The next morning, I hesitated before going outside, half expecting to find another message waiting for me. But the windshield was clear, the car untouched for a moment. I felt relief, thinking that maybe it had all been a one-time thing. But as I got into the car and pulled the door shut, I noticed something new written on the inside of the windshield. Faint but visible in the light were the words "hello." Again. I froze, my blood running cold. The letters were on the inside. Someone had been in my car. My hands trembled as I started the engine, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I didn't know who was doing this or why, but one thing was clear: I couldn't ignore it anymore. Story 10. My shadow seemed to linger for a moment longer than I did. I first noticed it one evening as I walked past the hallway mirror, the last light of the day stretching my shadow along the floor. I stepped forward, but my shadow stayed still for a heartbeat before it followed. As though hesitant to leave, I brushed it off as a trick of the light or my tired mind playing games with me. But once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it, and the idea wormed its way into my thoughts, nagging at me when I was alone. The next day, the sensation returned. I was in the kitchen preparing my breakfast when the sunlight streaming through the window caught my movement. I froze as I noticed my shadow on the wall. It stood there for just a moment after I turned away. It was subtle, but it was enough to send a chill through me. I told myself it was nothing, some kind of optical illusion. Yet as the hours passed, I found myself avoiding looking at my own shadow, afraid of what I might see. That night I lay in bed unable to sleep. The room was dim, illuminated only by the glow of the street lamp outside. I couldn't help but stare at the shadow cast by my bedside lamp. It flickered slightly as the wind outside swayed the curtains, but it didn't behave. Strangely, I felt ridiculous for letting myself get worked up over something so trivial. With a sigh, I turned off the lamp and buried my face in the pillow, determined to ignore the gwing unease. Over the next few days, the lingering shadow became harder to dismiss. It wasn't just when I was near mirrors or in bright light. It began to happen in dim rooms, in reflections, on screens, and even in the faint glow of candlelight. It started to feel deliberate, as though the shadow wasn't just delayed, it was watching me. My movements became stiff and calculated, as if I could catch it in the act if I turned quickly enough. But every time I looked, it was there perfectly aligned, as if it hadn't done anything at all. I began to question my sanity. I searched online for explanations, finding endless threads about lighting tricks, brain perception, and how shadows worked. None of it explained the way. Mine seemed alive, independent, and aware. I even recorded myself walking across the room, hoping to capture it in action. But when I played back the video, my shadow moved normally, following me without hesitation. I almost felt relieved, but the moment I set my phone down, I saw it again lingering in the corner of my eye. The breaking point came one quiet evening when I was reading in the living room. The lamp cast my shadow across the floor, and for a while everything seemed normal. Then, out of nowhere, the shadow moved, not with me but on its own. It shifted slightly, as if leaning closer to the book in my hands, and I felt an overwhelming wave of cold fear. My breath caught in my throat and I dropped the book, watching as the shadow straightened itself out again, returning to its proper position. I stayed frozen, unable to process what had just happened. My mind raced with possibilities. Was I hallucinating? Was it stress exhaustion? But no matter how much I rationalized, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening wasn't natural. Something was wrong with my shadow, and it was becoming harder to ignore. That night I slept with all the lights on, but the presence of the shadow didn't wane. It seemed to become bolder. Lingering in corners or stretching unnaturally long across the room, I began to feel like I was being followed, even when I was alone. It wasn't just my shadow anymore. It felt like something more, a part of me, yet separate and entirely sinister. Desperate for answers, I visited an old bookstore in town, hoping to find something that might explain what was happening. I flipped through dusty books on folklore, paranormal activity, and strange phenomena. One passage caught my attention. It described shadows as reflections of the soul tied to us in ways we could never fully understand. Some shadows, it claimed, could become untethered, gaining a will of their own. The thought chilled me, but I couldn't ignore how closely it mirrored my experience. As I read deeper, I found a warning. If a shadow became untethered, it could try to take control, replacing the person it was once connected to. The only way to stop it was to confront it, to reclaim dominance before it gained enough strength to fully separate. I closed the book with trembling hands, unsure if I believed what I had read, But unable to deny how it resonated with what I was experiencing that evening, I decided to confront my shadow. I stood in front of the largest mirror in my house, watching the reflection of my shadow stretch out behind me. My heart pounded as I stared, waiting for something to happen for a long moment. Nothing did then. Slowly, the shadow shifted. It moved slightly out of sync with me, its head tilting when mine did not. I spoke aloud, my voice trembling, demanding to know what it wanted. The shadow didn't respond in words, but its movements became more pronounced. It leaned forward, its edges darkening as if it were preparing to step out of the reflection entirely. Panic surged through me, but I held my ground. Remembering the warning from the book, I shouted again, asserting that it was my shadow tied to me and not the other way around. For a moment the shadow froze its form, flickering as if struggling to maintain itself. Then, with a sudden jolt, it snapped back into alignment with me. The room felt lighter, the oppressive weight I had been feeling lifting as quickly as it had come. I stood there for a long time watching my reflection, waiting to see if the shadow would act out again. But it didn't. It followed my movements perfectly, just as it always should have. Over the following days, the strange occurrences stopped. My shadow behaved normally and the lingering unease gradually faded. Whatever had happened, whatever force had tried to take hold of me, it was gone. Now I still didn't fully understand what occurred, but I knew one thing for certain: I would never look at my shadow the same way again. It was a part of me tied to me in ways I could never truly comprehend. But for now it was mine once more. Story 11. I first noticed it early in the morning when I stepped outside to grab the newspaper. The sun was still low, casting long shadows across the yard, and everything seemed quiet. But when I reached the bottom of my front steps I stopped. There was something off the steps. Usually plain concrete were dusted with a fine white powder. At first I thought it might have been from the storm we had the night before, but it didn't seem right. The powder looked almost too deliberate. I crouched down, inspecting it more closely. The powder wasn't like anything I had seen before. It wasn't sand or dirt, and it certainly didn't resemble salt, which sometimes collects on the steps during the winter months. It was too light, almost fluffy, but with a slightly grainy texture. I ran my fingers through it, but it didn't leave a residue and I couldn't identify any distinct scent. I stood up and scanned the yard, wondering how it got there and why it was only on the steps. I stepped back into the house, my mind racing. Was it something from the neighbors? Maybe someone had spilled something by accident. But the more I thought about it, the less that explanation seemed to fit. There were no obvious signs of disturbance in the yard and the powder hadn't drifted anywhere else. It seemed almost as if it had been placed there intentionally. But why and by whom? I decided to take a photo of the steps and text it to a few friends, asking if they could recognize it. But when I looked back outside, something caught my eye. There was a faint trail leading away from the steps across the yard towards the sidewalk. The trail seemed to disappear after a few feet, blending into the grass, but it was definitely there. I followed the path with my eyes, trying to make sense of it. Whoever or whatever had left the powder. It seemed like they hadn't just come by for a moment. By the time I sent the photos to my friends, I was already feeling a little unnerved. I received a few responses, but none of them could identify the powder either. One friend suggested I call the police, but another said it was probably nothing to worry about. Still, the fact that the powder had appeared overnight and that there was no explanation for it made me uneasy. As the day wore on, I found myself checking the front steps more frequently. Each time I opened the door, I half expected to see the powder gone or changed in some way, but no matter how many times I checked, it remained. The sun was higher now and I could see the powder more clearly. There were no signs of footprints or anything else that would indicate someone had walked on it. It was as if the powder had simply appeared almost out of nowhere. The feeling of unease grew as the evening approached. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been watching me or, worse, that they had been in my yard without my knowing. The idea seemed irrational, but there was something about the whole situation that felt off. I locked the door and checked the windows before heading to bed. The image of the strange powder still fresh in my mind that night. I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside seemed amplified. I kept imagining that I was being watched from the shadows, even though I knew it was probably just my imagination running wild. But as the hours passed, a nagging thought stayed with me. What if the powder wasn't the only thing I was going to find? The next morning I woke up feeling exhausted, but I forced myself to check the front steps again. To my surprise, the powder was still there, but it had changed. It wasn't as pristine as it had been before. Now there were subtle smudges in it, like something had disturbed it without leaving clear marks. I squatted down again trying to make sense of it when something else caught my attention. On the edge of the steps there was a small object buried in the powder. It was hard to make out at first, but as I leaned closer, I saw that it was a piece of paper folded neatly. My heart raced. As I reached for it, my fingers trembling, I unfolded the paper, and on it, in neat but unfamiliar handwriting, were 3 words: "Stay inside tonight." I stared at the message, my mind racing. Who would leave something like this on my doorstep? Why, and what did it mean? The message was short, cryptic, and somehow menacing. I looked around the yard expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. The neighborhood was quiet, as it always was. In the mornings, I considered calling the police, but part of me hesitated. What would I say? That I had found a note with a vague warning on it and some powder. It sounded ridiculous, but at the same time it didn't feel like something I should ignore. I tucked the note into my pocket and decided to stay inside for the rest of the day, just in case the rest of the day passed uneventfully. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. Every noise outside seemed amplified. Every shadow seemed too dark. I kept the curtains drawn and the doors locked, but the sense of unease only grew stronger. I kept thinking about the message on the note. Why had they told me to stay inside tonight? What did they know that I didn't? As the evening approached, I decided to check the front steps one last time. I knew it was irrational, but I needed to know if there was anything else. When I opened the door, my heart sank. The powder was gone. The steps were clean again, as if nothing had ever been there. I stepped out onto the porch, my mind racing. Had it all been some strange dream? But then I noticed something else, something that wasn't there before. A small, faint trail of powder led from the edge of my yard to the street. The trail was barely noticeable in the dimming light, but it was there, stretching toward the sidewalk and disappearing into the night. I stood frozen. My breath caught in my throat. The powder had returned, and this time it was leading away from my house. I felt the chill run through me as I watched the trail fade into the distance. Whoever had left the powder, whoever had left the note, was still out there, and they knew exactly where I lived. That night, I stayed inside, keeping the lights low and the windows shut. The trail of powder seemed to disappear as mysteriously as it had appeared, and I never saw any sign of it again. But the unsettling feeling lingered, and I couldn't shake the thought that someone was still watching me. I never figured out what the powder was or who left the note, but that evening I learned that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 12. I sat in the dim light of my living room, my phone vibrating softly in my hand as it rang. I wasn't expecting any calls at this hour, so I hesitated before answering. After a few moments, I let it go to voicemail. The phone clicked off and immediately played the message. I held the device to my ear, hearing only static at first. Then, faintly, I heard something I couldn't quite make out: screaming. It wasn't the kind of scream you hear in a horror movie full of exaggerated terror. No, this was something real raw. It sent a chill down my spine and my heart skipped a beat. The voice was distant, barely audible, over the buzzing static that distorted the call. I leaned in closer, straining to hear, trying to make sense of it. The scream came again, more frantic this time, but still muffled, as if it were coming from far away or perhaps from inside a thick wall. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a glitch. There was something unsettling about it, like it was meant for me. Something in the back of my mind whispered that I needed to act. But what could I do? I wasn't sure who the voicemail was from, and the number was unlisted, just a string of random digits. I checked the timestamp. It had been sent only a few minutes ago, yet the voice in the background sounded like it had been there for much longer. The static continued to fill the phone, the screaming echoing in short bursts between crackles. I could make out words now, just fragments of sense half formed. Help, please. Behind you. I froze, my blood running cold. I glanced around the room, but it was empty. Just the faint glow of the TV screen reflecting off the walls. Nothing was behind me. The words repeated over and over, growing more desperate, the scream escalating with each second. I tried to call the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. No answer, just more static. I could feel a knot forming in my stomach as the urgency and the voices' cry increased. What was going on? Who had left this message? The idea of someone being in danger, their voice trapped in that message, felt too real to ignore. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't just let it go. I had to find out what happened. I stood up, pacing the room. My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Could it have been a prank? But who would go to such lengths to send a disturbing message like this? The fact that the voice sounded so desperate, so terrified, made it hard for me to dismiss it as a joke. The thought that someone might be in trouble weighed heavily on me, and I knew I couldn't just stay there and do nothing. I made my way to the front door, trying to calm the nerves that were starting to take over. I needed to think this through. Should I call the police? But what could I tell them? That I received a voicemail with some faint screaming in the background. It sounded insane, even to me. My mind raced through the possibilities. Maybe it was an emergency, or maybe someone was trying to mess with me. Either way, I couldn't ignore it. The thought of returning to the phone crossed my mind, but something held me back. I felt a growing unease, like I was being watched. I looked back over my shoulder at the silence that enveloped my apartment. Everything seemed normal, too normal, which only added to the tension. It was as if something had shifted in the air, and now the calm felt wrong. My hand hovered over the door handle, but I couldn't open it. Instead, I grabbed my phone again, scrolling through the voicemail. The screaming was still there, more urgent now. My thumb hit the play button again and I listened carefully. The words were clearer this time. Don't answer behind you. The voice sounded so terrified that it made my stomach churn. I whipped around, scanning the room, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Nothing. I stared at the empty corners of the room, feeling foolish for even thinking there was someone here. But then I heard it. A soft thud, almost imperceptible but there nonetheless. It came from the back of the apartment. From the hallway. I rushed toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. Each step felt heavier than the last, my body moving on pure instinct. I reached the hallway, my eyes darting to the darkened rooms. The entire space felt colder, almost suffocating. I glanced into the kitchen, the bathroom, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone. I was alone, and yet the feeling lingered. Someone was here, someone had to be. The static returned on the voicemail. The scream intensified again, filling the air with its raw, guttural desperation. Then I heard something else, a whisper. It's too late. The words sent a wave of dread crashing over me. My blood ran cold. I felt the air in the room grow even colder. I had to get out. Something wasn't right. I bolted for the door, throwing it open and stepping out into the night. The cool air hit my face, but it did little to calm the rising panic in my chest. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady myself. My phone vibrated again. Another voicemail. I glanced at the screen and saw that the number was the same, the random digits from before. I didn't want to listen to it, but I knew I had to. With trembling fingers, I pressed play this time. The message was brief, but it sent a jolt through my system. I'm sorry, it's already inside. I froze. The words echoed in my mind as I scanned the outside of my apartment, the darkened streets stretching before me. My phone slipped from my hands, falling to the ground with a soft thud. The world felt distant, as if I were submerged underwater, but everything around me was in sharp focus. I felt a cold breath on my neck and I didn't dare turn around. Story 13. I had a spare car key, one I kept for emergencies. It was always in the drawer by my bed, tucked neatly away in its little C face. I never had any reason to move it until one evening when I went to grab it and found it was gone. I searched through the drawer, checked every nook and cranny of the room, even emptied the whole drawer out onto the floor, but it wasn't there. It was as if the key had vanished into thin air. I wasn't worried. At first I figured I might have misplaced it, or maybe one of my kids had taken it without telling me, so I searched the rest of the house, the couch, cushions in the kitchen, and even in the bathroom, wherever I thought it could have ended up, but after hours of searching I still couldn't find it. My mind began to race. How could a key simply disappear like that over the next few days? I retraced my steps, thinking maybe I had left it somewhere, but each time it was as though the key had never existed. I couldn't make sense of it. It wasn't like I had lost something else recently, nor had I forgotten where I'd put things. I was careful with my things, especially something as important as a car key. Then, on the fourth day it happened, I was lying in bed trying to get some rest when I felt an odd sensation of slight weight against my pillow, almost as though something was pressing against it. I reached up half asleep and moved the pillow to the side. There underneath was the spare car key. I stared at it in disbelief. I had checked that pillow at least a dozen times over the last few days, more than once. I was sure of it. I never saw the key, and yet here it was resting under the pillow like it had always been there. My heart began to race. It felt impossible, like some sort of cruel joke. How could it be there now? I held the key in my hand, trying to make sense of it, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with an explanation. I was alone in the house and there was no one else who could have placed it there. I hadn't had any visitors in days, and I was sure I would have noticed the key if it had somehow ended up under my pillow in the first place. I sat up, trembling slightly as I turned the key over in my hand. It looked just as it always had, no different from the way I had last seen it, but something didn't sit right. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was going on, something I wasn't seeing. The thought that the key had simply reappeared was too bizarre, too unsettling. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how the key had disappeared in the first place and how it had ended up under my pillow. My thoughts kept circling back to the same question: what if it hadn't been me misplaced it? What if someone had taken it and put it back? For reasons I couldn't understand, I decided to keep the key with me, just in case I placed it on my nightstand, where I could see it clearly. But the strange events didn't stop there. Over the following nights, I began to feel like something was watching me, like I wasn't truly alone in the room. At first, I thought it was just the stress of the situation, but the feeling was persistent. It was as if someone was standing just beyond the edge of my awareness, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. It was during one of these restless nights that I heard it. The faint sound of footsteps, soft and slow, but unmistakable. I froze, heart pounding, straining my ears to listen. The footsteps came from just outside my bedroom, echoing softly down the hall. They were coming closer, one step at a time, until they stopped just outside my door. I held my breath, not daring to move. The silence stretched on, and I began to question whether I had imagined it. Then, without warning, I heard the unmistakable creak of the door handle. It turned slowly, but the door didn't open. I could feel my heart and my throat. My whole body tensed, waiting, but nothing happened. The door remained still. The footsteps had stopped. I waited for a long time, not knowing what to think or how to react. I was paralyzed, my mind racing with every possible explanation, but none seemed to fit. When I finally managed to get the courage to move, I crept out of bed and checked the door. It was locked just as I had left it. I checked the hallway, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone. The house was silent once again, save for the sound of my own shallow breathing. The next day, I decided to talk to a few of my neighbors, hoping they could shed some light on the odd things that had been happening. I mentioned the missing key, the footsteps, and the strange feeling that I was being watched. To my surprise, they weren't shocked or even concerned. In fact, they seemed oddly familiar with my situation. One of them, an elderly man who lived a few houses down, told me that it wasn't uncommon for strange things to happen around here. He spoke in hushed tones, as if the very act of mentioning it could stir something from the shadows. He said that sometimes things just disappeared and reappeared for no reason at all, that people had reported odd occurrences over the years, from misplaced items to unexplained sounds and feelings. I didn't know what to make of his words. He didn't offer any further details, and I left feeling more confused than ever. But that night, when I lay in bed, I couldn't help but wonder if I was simply the latest person to experience these strange happenings. As the days passed, I began to accept that there was no logical explanation for what had happened to the key. I didn't know why it had disappeared or why it had reappeared, but I did know one thing for sure: whatever was going on, it wasn't over. Something had changed, something that made me feel like I was being pulled into something larger, something beyond my control. I kept the key close from that day on, no longer trusting that it would simply stay where I put it. I never left it in the drawer again, and though the footsteps never came again and the feeling of being watched eventually faded, I couldn't shake the thought that something was still out there, lurking in the corners of my life, waiting for the next time it would make its presence known. Story 14. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside my window, the sun already peeking through the curtains. I got out of bed, stretched, and made my way to the bathroom to start my morning routine. Everything seemed normal, the quiet of the house wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. I had no plans to go anywhere today, so I figured I'd spend the day catching up on some things around the house. As I walked back into my bedroom, I noticed my shoes on the floor by the bed. I hadn't worn them the night before, and yet there was dirt all over them. It wasn't just a light dusting. There were clear muddy streaks across the soles, as though I had walked through a patch of wet earth. I froze for a moment, my mind racing. I hadn't gone outside at all, let alone walked through any dirt. I knelt down to get a better look, running my fingers over the stains. The dirt had a strange texture, like it had been freshly kicked up, and there was a subtle scent of damp soil mixed with something else, something I couldn't quite place. I could feel my heart rate increase as I stood up and glanced around my room, half expecting to find something else out of place, but everything seemed the same: the curtains, the furniture, even the dust on the shelves. It was all in its usual state. I shook my head, trying to brush off the unease creeping up my spine. Maybe I had dropped something outside the night before, or perhaps it was just a strange coincidence. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. I took the shoes into the kitchen and grabbed a damp cloth, starting to clean the dirt off as best I could. My hands were steady, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying the few hours before I'd gone to bed. I hadn't left the house the night before, not even to check the mail. In fact, I had been inside all day, working on a project for a client and then watching a movie before bed. The idea that dirt could just appear on my shoes without me stepping outside seemed impossible. I wiped them clean, but the feeling of being watched lingered, like someone or something had been there right under my nose. I took a deep breath and tried to ignore the irrational thoughts. It was probably just a mistake. Maybe the shoes had been on the floor too long and I hadn't noticed the dirt when I first put them away. Still, the feeling didn't go away. My thoughts kept returning to the dirt, the odd texture and that faint scent that seemed to cling to the shoes. It wasn't just dirt. I put the shoes back in their place by the bed, but as I turned to leave the room I glanced back one last time. There was nothing unusual, just the quiet emptiness of my apartment. But then something caught my eye. The door to my closet, which I had closed tightly last night, was slightly ajar. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I was sure I had closed it before going to bed, but now it was open by a few inches. I walked toward the closet, my breath shallow, each step feeling heavier than the last. My hand hovered over the doorknob, hesitation flooding my mind. What was I about to find? Was there something or someone inside? I took a deep breath and opened the door. The closet was empty, just the usual clothes hanging on the rod. The shoes lined up neatly along the bottom shelf, but then, as I scanned the floor, I noticed something else: a single footprint just barely visible in the dust right next to my shoes. My blood ran cold. I stepped back quickly, closing the door with trembling hands. I had no idea what was going on, but I couldn't ignore the strange coincidences anymore. The dirt on my shoes, the open closet door, the footprint that hadn't been there before, it all pointed to something I couldn't explain. I sat down on the edge of the bed, trying to calm myself. I wasn't the type to jump to conclusions, but this was beyond strange. Maybe I was just imagining things, the product of stress and lack of sleep, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. I stood up again, pacing back and forth in my small bedroom, trying to figure out what to do next. Should I call someone, a friend, a neighbor? The idea of telling anyone what had happened seemed ridiculous. How could I explain that dirt had appeared on my shoes and that my closet had been opened in the middle of the night, without me knowing? I went back to the kitchen and grabbed my phone, staring at the screen as I thought about who to contact. I could try calling the building superintendent, though I wasn't sure what good it would do. After a few moments of indecision, I put the phone down and sat back at the table, feeling a cold sweat forming on my forehead. That's when I heard it, a faint, scratching noise coming from somewhere in the apartment. It was so soft I almost thought it was just my imagination, but as I listened more closely, I could tell it was coming from the wall. The noise wasn't regular, more like something moving or scraping against the drywall. My stomach twisted in knots. I stood up abruptly, walking toward the source of the noise. It came from behind the bookshelf in the corner of my living room. My mind raced with possibilities. Was there someone hiding inside my walls? Was someone messing with me? Just to get a reaction, I approached the bookshelf carefully, my hand brushing the spines of the books. As I moved past, the scratching noise continued, now a little louder, a little more frantic. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Without thinking, I pulled the bookshelf away from the wall. There was nothing there, no hidden door, no passageway, just the bare wall behind the bookshelf. The noise stopped abruptly. As soon as the bookshelf was moved, I felt a rush of confusion and frustration. I had heard it, hadn't I? The scratching? It had been there just a moment ago, but now everything was silent again. I put the bookshelf back in place, my mind reeling with questions. Nothing made sense. The dirt on my shoes, the footprint in the closet, the scratching sound in the wall, it all felt like a puzzle I couldn't solve. I didn't know what to do next. The more I thought about the strange events, the more my anxiety grew. Maybe I was just losing my mind, or maybe there was something more sinister happening that I couldn't comprehend. All I knew was that I had to get to the bottom of it, even if I couldn't explain it. The next day I decided to take a walk outside, hoping the fresh air might clear my head. As I stepped out the front door, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, like someone was watching. I quickly turned, but there was no one there, just the quiet of the neighborhood. But then, as I walked down the street, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a person standing at the end of the block watching me. The same feeling of being watched returned, and I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest. I looked at the person again, but they had vanished, disappearing around the corner before I could get a better look. My heart pounded as I quickly turned and made my way back to the house, not wanting to be out there any longer. When I got back inside, I checked my shoes again. The dirt was gone, wiped clean, but the unsettling feeling remained. Something was happening, and I was determined to figure it out, no matter where it led. Story 15. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when I returned home from running errands. As I set my bags down on the kitchen counter, something caught my eye. Amid the usual clutter, Bill's mail, in an empty coffee cup there was a small, seemingly out OFPL photograph. I didn't recognize it at first. It was a picture of a family sitting on a wore-out couch in what looked like a living room, smiling at the camera. They looked like any typical family dressed casually, but there was something unsettling about the whole thing. The photograph didn't belong to me, nor did it seem to be from any family I knew. I stared at it for a moment, trying to make sense of it. The family in the picture appeared normal enough, but the feeling that this wasn't right lingered. I turned the photo over half, expecting to find a name or some kind of identifying mark, but there was nothing, just a blank back, as though it had been plucked from an album and left behind. My heart began to race as I wondered how it had gotten there. I lived alone and no one had come by recently, at least not that I knew of. My front door had been locked and I hadn't seen anyone near the house. The photo couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, could it? I looked around the kitchen, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway watching me, but the room was empty, silent. I picked up the photo again, examining it more closely. The family looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place them. There were two parents, a teenage daughter and a younger boy. The setting seemed like an average living room, but it had a certain air about it. Old furniture, a faint dustiness in the corners and a dim lighting that made it feel almost too staged. I ran my fingers over the surface of the photograph, but it felt like any other picture, smooth and normal, with no unusual texture or sign of being tampered with. Yet the mystery of how it had appeared in my home was not something I could easily dismiss. I decided to ask around. I picked up my phone and called my neighbor, hoping they might have seen something strange. After a few rings they answered, sounding distracted. Hello. They said, "Hey, it's me." I began. "I found something weird in my house, a photograph of a family, and I don't know where it came from. Have you seen anyone near my place recently?" There was a long pause before my neighbor responded. "No, I haven't seen anyone around, but that's odd. Maybe it's one of those things where someone drops something by mistake or a wrong delivery." I don't know," I replied, my voice shaking slightly. It feels wrong, like it doesn't belong to me, but there it is sitting on my counter." "Well, that's creepy," my neighbor said with a nervous laugh. "Maybe just leave it there for now." I mean it could be a mistake or something." I hung up, but the conversation didn't help ease my unis. The photo still sat there on my counter, a reminder that something was amiss. I tried to shake it off, but the more I looked at the picture, the more the family's faces seemed to stare back at me, their smile seeming too perfect, too artificial. The longer I thought about it, the more it felt like a scene from someone's dream, a scene that had no business being in my life. I decided to try and figure out where it came from. I scoured the kitchen and living room, searching for any clue. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door and someone had slipped in unnoticed, but everything seemed in its place. The doors were locked, the windows secure, no sign of a break-in, no indication that anyone had been inside my home. Yet there the photo was, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The next day I took the photograph to the local police station. I didn't know what else to do. I showed it to an officer behind the counter, explaining that I had found it in my home but couldn't recognize the family or figure out how it got there. The officer took the photograph and glanced at it briefly before handing it back. "Sorry, we don't have any missing persons cases that match the people," he said, "but we can keep it on file in case anything comes up." I left the station feeling no closer to an answer. The officer's indifference only added to my growing sense of dread. How could a family I had never seen before end up in my house? Was I being watched? Were they trying to send me a message? Over the following days, I tried to push the photo to the back of my mind. I even threw it in a drawer at one point, hoping it would be out of sight and out of mind. But every time I went near that drawer I thought about it, and the unease crept back in something about. The whole situation didn't sit right with me. Then, one evening, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I walked over to answer it. When I opened the door, I was met with an older woman, perhaps in her late 60s, dressed in a coat and scarf, with tired eyes and a solemn expression. She didn't say anything at first. She just stared at me, her eyes fixed on my face, as if searching for something. "Can I help you?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. The woman blinked, then spoke quietly. "I'm sorry to bother you, but is this your home?" She gestured toward the house, her gaze now shifting to the door frame. Yes. It is." Why?" I replied. Taken aback by her question, the woman hesitated, and for a moment I thought she might walk away, but instead she took a step closer and said in a hushed voice, "I think you have something of mine." Before I could respond, she pulled something from her coat pocket, a crumpled piece of paper. I looked at it, my heart stopping for a beat. It was the same photograph I had found on my counter. The same family, the same faces. My throat went dry and I could barely form words. "How did you?" "I don't know how it got to you." The woman continued, her voice trembling slightly. "But that family, that's my daughter and her children, they're gone. They disappeared years ago." I felt a chill run down. My spine disappeared. "What do you mean?" "They were taken." She whispered, her eyes filled with sorrow. "No one could find them, not the police, not anyone. It's like they vanished without a trace. I thought I'd lost them forever." "But how did the photo? How did it end up in my house?" I asked, barely able to keep my composure. "I don't know," she replied, her voice cracking, "but I've been searching for them. I've been looking for anything, any clue, no matter how small. I thought maybe, just maybe, someone out there might know something." Her voice trailed off and I stared at her, unsure of what to say. The photo had been a mystery, a strange and unexplained presence in my life. But now it had a story, a tragic one. The woman turned to leave, her shoulders slumping with the feet. "I'm sorry," I said, feeling the weight of her pain. "I wish I could help." She gave a small nod before walking away, disappearing into the quiet night. I stood there for a moment, the photograph still fresh in my mind. The mystery had been solved, but it didn't bring the relief I expected. Instead, I felt a lingering sadness, knowing that the family in the photo would never return, and in some way I felt connected to them, as though their disappearance had become my own, something I couldn't escape. I kept the photograph for a long time after that night, not knowing what to do with it, but it never felt like it belonged to me. It was a memory of a family lost, a tragedy that I could never forget. Story 16. I was just returning home from a long day of work. When I noticed it, the small brown paper bag sat neatly in front of my doorstep, the kind you'd get from a grocery store. But something about it didn't sit right with me. I didn't remember ordering anything, nor did I expect a delivery. It was just there. I stopped in my track, staring at it for a moment. The street was quiet, the only sound being the soft hum of distant traffic. My mind raced, trying to figure out who could have left it. I looked up and down the street, but there was no one in sight. It didn't seem like anyone had passed by recently. I had been gone for a few hours, so it must have been left in that short window of time. I approached the bag cautiously, my instincts telling me to be wary, but curiosity got the better of me. I knelt down and inspected it. The bag was intact, no signs of tampering, and it was surprisingly heavy for something so small. My first thought was that it could be a mistake. Maybe someone had accidentally dropped it off at the wrong house. But then again, who would leave something so specific on my doorstep, especially without a note or any kind of indication as to who it was for? I glanced around once more, but there was still no one in sight. The neighborhood was as quiet as ever. Hesitantly, I reached for the bag and carefully brought it inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. I stood over it for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Should I open it? Was it even safe to the logical part of? My brain told me I should call the authorities just to be sure, but something kept me from doing so. The bag looked harmless enough, but my gut told me there was something off. After a few moments of hesitation, I decided to open it. I took a deep breath and pulled back the crumpled paper, revealing the contents inside. The first thing I saw was a loaf of bread, fresh but nothing out of the ordinary. I reached in and pulled out a carton of eggs, then some milk, a few vegetables, carrots, onions, and some greens. It was a standard assortment of grocery items. Nothing strange at first glance, but then my fingers brushed against something that didn't belong. It was a small unmarked box tucked at the bottom of the bag. My heart skipped a beat. I carefully pulled it out, turning it over in my hands. It was plain, no label, no identifying marks, just a small rectangular box, and it felt unnervingly cold to the touch. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Something about this didn't sit right with me. Who leaves a box like that without any explanation? And why would someone go through the trouble of leaving groceries? That seemed normal, but that one odd box. It was too much of a coincidence. I thought about leaving the box where it was, maybe just tossing it into the trash, but I couldn't. I had to know what it was. Slowly I opened the box, my hands trembling as I peeled back the flaps. Inside there was a small folded piece of paper in what looked like a photograph. The paper was plain, no markings, no writing, just a blank piece of paper with a few creases. But the photograph? It was a picture of my house. It was taken from across the street, at an angle where I couldn't see the photographer, but it was unmistakably my home. I stared at it for a moment, the world around me, feeling like it was closing in. I didn't know what to make of it. Was this some sick joke, a prank? The photograph was too precise, too personal. Whoever had left this bag knew exactly where I lived, knew exactly how to find me. Suddenly a sense of dread washed over me. I thought about the days I'd spent alone in the house, the quiet evenings, the moments when I'd felt like something was watching me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I thought about the strange occurrences that had begun to happen recently, Flickering lights, doors creaking open when no one was near them, odd noises in the middle of the night. I had convinced myself that I was just being paranoid, but now, with the picture in front of me, it all made sense. Someone had been watching me. Someone knew exactly where I was and they had left this for me, this strange, silent message. I wanted to run to leave the house, but I didn't know where to go. I didn't even know if it would be safe to leave it. All the sense of being trapped, of being watched, was overwhelming. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the photograph, trying to make sense of it. Was this a warning, a message, or was it just a cruel game? I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had left the bag wanted me to find it. They wanted me to see the photograph, to feel the fear creeping up my spine. The question was why I didn't want to touch the photograph anymore, but I couldn't help myself. I turned it over, hoping to find something. Anything that might explain what was happening. The back of the photo was blank. There was nothing there, just the cold, haunting image of my house and the unsettling thought that whoever had taken it was still out there watching, waiting. I didn't know what to do next. I couldn't just ignore it, but I couldn't bring myself to call the authorities either. What would I say? Someone left groceries on my doorstep with a creepy photo of my house. It sounded insane, and yet the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't dismiss it. I kept the photograph with me tucked into my wallet, the memory of the bag in the strange box lingering in the back of my mind every time I stepped outside. I felt eyes on me, the sense of being watched, never far behind. I couldn't go back to how things were before. Someone had seen me and they knew where I lived. Days passed and nothing else out of the ordinary happened, but the feeling didn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that whoever had left that bag on my doorstep was still out there watching, waiting for the next move, and I had no idea what it would be. Story 17. It started as a small thing, easily dismissed as a trick of the light or steam after every shower. When the bathroom mirror fogged up, I noticed faint smudges almost like handprints on its surface. At first I thought I was imagining things, that the condensation had simply formed patterns that looked like fingers. But the more I paid attention, the more I realized these marks weren't just random. They were deliberate, like someone had pressed their hand against the mirror while I wasn't looking. I tried wiping the mirror after each shower, but the handprints would always reappear. It didn't matter how carefully I cleaned the glass. The faint outlines of fingers would show up again as if something or someone had touched it. The marks were clear enough to make out exactly, but they were distinct enough to unsettle me. I'd get out of the shower, wrap myself in a towel and glance at the mirror only to find them there. It wasn't just one handprint either. Sometimes it was 2, sometimes 3, arranged as if someone had pressed both palms and fingers against the glass. The strange part was that I was the only one who used that bathroom. I lived alone, and no one else had access to the house, at least no one should have. I tried to convince myself that it was just a result of the steam and moisture, that the condensation was playing tricks on me. But the handprints weren't just appearing immediately after the shower. Sometimes I'd leave the bathroom and hours later they'd still be there, faint but undeniable. One day I decided to test my theory. I showered as usual but didn't wipe the mirror afterward. I wanted to see if the marks would still appear even after a longer period of time. After I finished my shower, I wrapped a towel around my waist and sat on the edge of the bathtub waiting. I glanced at the mirror periodically, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first. The steam from the shower still clung to the glass, fogging it up, but no handprints appeared. It wasn't until later, when the bathroom had cooled down and the steam had dissipated, that I noticed something new. A faint outline, the shape of a hand, appeared in the center of the mirror. It wasn't as clear as before, but it was there, barely visible, yet undeniably present. I stared at it for a long time, my mind racing. How was this possible? I had wiped down the mirror countless times, and yet this mark had appeared all on its own. I ran my fingers along the glass trying to wipe it away, but the handprint didn't budge. It was as if the image had been etched into the mirror itself. I stared at it for a while longer, my heart thawing in my chest. I couldn't explain it. There was no logical reason for it to be there. No one had been in the bathroom with me. No one had touched the mirror. The next few days were worse. The handprints became more frequent, and sometimes I'd find them in places I hadn't noticed before. They weren't always in the same spot on the mirror. They would move as if the person pressing against the glass was shifting position. The feeling of being watched grew stronger each time I stepped into the bathroom. I started locking the door when I showered, even though I knew no one else was in the house. It was as though something or someone was watching me from the other side of the glass. One evening, after another shower, I stepped out of the bathroom and noticed something that made my blood run cold. There on the mirror was a new message written in the condensation. "Why do you ignore me?" I stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the words, my heart hammering in my chest. How was this even possible? Who could have written this? I was alone in the house and I hadn't heard anyone enter. The bathroom was empty when I stepped out, but the message had appeared somehow as though it had been waiting from me. I took a step toward the bathroom, my legs shaky beneath me, and peered into the mirror. The handprints were still there, but the message was the new addition. I stared at the glass for a long time, trying to make sense of it, but nothing came to me. I knew I hadn't written the words, I had never seen them before, and there was no one else to have done it. For the first time since the handprints started appearing, I felt truly afraid. The bathroom, once a place of relaxation, now felt oppressive, as if it were closing in on me. Every time I stepped in there, I felt like I wasn't alone. The feeling that someone was lurking just beyond my sight had become unbearable. That night, I decided to take action. I needed to know what was happening. I stayed awake, keeping the bathroom light on and listening carefully for any sounds coming from the room. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me. I wanted to see the hand PRDS appear to see who was making them, so I could finally understand what was going on. Hours passed and nothing happened. The house was eerily quiet and I began to drift off to sleep, despite my fears. But just as I was about to fall into a deep slumber, I heard a faint sound, soft, almost like a whisper, coming from the bathroom. My eyes snapped open. My body instantly alert. I couldn't mistake the sound. It was the unmistakable creak of the bathroom door opening. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the hallway away, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was ajar just slightly and the light from the bathroom flickered dimly. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but fear gripped me. I had to know what was going on. Slowly I approached the door and peeked inside. The bathroom was empty, the mirror was fogged up as usual and the air smelled of dampness. But there, in the center of the glass, were the handprints, more vivid than I had ever seen before. They were pressed firmly into the mirror as if someone had just left them there, and as I watched, a new message began to form. "Don't be afraid." I stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the mirror. My pulse raced and my breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what to think or how to react. My hands trembled as I reached for the light switch and turned it off. The room plunged into darkness, but the image in the mirror remained clear, as if it was waiting for me to acknowledge it the next morning. The handprints were gone, the mirror was clean, and there was no trace of the messages that had haunted me for days. I checked the bathroom several times, but nothing out of the ordinary appeared. It was as if the strange events had never happened at all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The house felt different, quieter, in a way that made me uneasy. I continued living in that space, but the bathroom, especially the mirror, held a sense of presence that I couldn't ignore. And though the handprints never appeared again, I knew deep down that whatever had been leaving them behind was still out there watching, and it knew I was watching, too. Story 18. It started out innocently enough. My dog, a normally calm and friendly golden retriever, began to act strange. One evening I had just finished dinner and was sitting in the living room watching television. When I heard it, the barking started soft at first and growing louder and more persistent. I glanced over at my dog sitting rigidly near the corner of the room. Her eyes fixed on something that wasn't there. I assumed she had heard a sound outside, maybe a cat or a squirrel, but when I checked the window there was nothing to be seen. This barking continued for the next few days, always at the same corner of the room. I tried to distract her with her favorite toys, but she wouldn't take her eyes off that spot. It was as though she could sense something I couldn't. There was nothing unusual about that corner. It was just an empty space where the furniture didn't reach, with no windows or doors, no drafts or strange smells. But the way my dog behaved made me feel uneasy. She growled softly now and then, her body stiff and her ears flattened. It was as if she was waiting for something invisible. I tried to shake off the discomfort. Maybe she was just hearing things. Maybe she had a sudden obsession with a shadow or a reflection. Still, I couldn't ignore the sense that something was wrong. One night I stayed up late hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was causing the barking. I had set up my phone to record the room, thinking I might catch something on camera. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My dog lay still on the floor, staring at the corner. I watched her, my eyes never leaving her face, waiting to see what was reacting to. Hours passed and I began to grow drowsy, my mind wandering. I was about to fall asleep when the barking started again, sharper, this time more frantic. I jumped out of bed and rushed to her side. She was now standing, tail raised, her eyes wide, and her barks had become more desperate. I checked the room again, but there was nothing out of place. I felt a chill running down my spine, the silence of the house growing heavier around me. The sense of something unseen, something just out of reach, filled the air. In the following days the behavior worsened. It wasn't just the barking anymore. My dog would pace around the corner, circling it repeatedly, her nose sniffing at the air, her paws tapping anxiously on the floor. I even saw her paw at the spot, as if trying to dig something out of the wall. I couldn't understand it. There was nothing there, nothing visible to the human eye at least. I had checked over and over again, convinced there had to be some logical explanation, some source for her strange fixation, but I found nothing still. She persisted. That's when I decided to bring in a friend of mine, someone who was into paranormal phenomena. I wasn't sure if I believed in such things, but my dog's behavior was unsettling. I figured maybe my friend could offer some insight or at the very least help me figure out what was going on. She arrived late one evening, bringing with her a few tools, some sort of energy detector, a camera, and a few other items I didn't quite understand. We sat in the living room and she began to scan the room. Her eyes narrowed, her expression serious. My dog sat next to me, unusually calm for once, her eyes still locked on the same corner. My friend walked around the room with the detector, her movements slow and deliberate. When she reached the corner, the device let out a faint beat. She stopped staring at the reading on the screen. "There's something here," she said quietly, her voice low, something residual. She turned to me, her eyes grave. "It could be a leftover energy, something tied to this place. It's not malicious, but it's definitely unusual." I tried to understand what she meant by residual energy. My friend explained that sometimes when a house or a place holds on to emotional or traumatic events, it can leave behind a sort of lingering presence. It wasn't a ghost, she assured me, but rather an imprint of something that had happened. She asked me if I knew the history of the house. I hadn't thought much about it, but now that she mentioned it, I realized I didn't know much at all. I had moved in a few months ago, and other than a brief inspection of the property, I hadn't delved into its past. After my friend left, I spent the next few days researching the house. What I found disturbed me. The house had once been the site of a terrible fire. Many years ago. The previous owners, a family of 4, had perished in the blaze and the house had stood empty for years. Before I moved in, as I read the news articles, I felt a tight knot form in my stomach. It wasn't just the fire that disturbed me. It was the fact that no one had ever truly explained what had caused it. There had been rumors about faulty wiring, but some speculated that the fire had been set intentionally. There were whispers of the family experiencing strange things in the house before the tragedy. I couldn't help but wonder if my dog was picking up on something connected to that past. I decided to try and communicate with whatever was lingering in the house, hoping to make sense of what was happening. I spoke aloud, addressing whatever presence was there, asking it to show itself or leave me alone if it meant no harm at first. First there was no response, but then slowly the air in the room grew heavier, colder. My dog's ears perked up and she stared at the corner once more. Then something unexpected happened. The temperature in the room dropped sharply and a soft, almost imperceptible whisper filled the air. It was a voice low and faint, but unmistakable. My dog began to bark again, but this time she wasn't afraid. She seemed to be listening. Her body relaxed, the whisper grew clearer and I could make out a few words, something about going home and forgive. My heart raced, but I remained calm, hoping that whatever was lingering here was simply searching for peace. The next few days were quieter. My dog no longer barked at the corner, though she would occasionally glance over at it as if expecting something. I couldn't tell if it had all been in my mind or if the presence had actually moved on. Whatever it was, the air felt lighter and I felt more at ease in the house. The strange behaviors had stopped, and though I couldn't explain everything that had happened, I knew one thing for sure: my dog had sensed something that I had not. I still don't know the full story of the house's past, but I've come to accept that some things may never be explained. The most important thing is that I found peace again, and so has my dog. The strange barking stopped and the house feels like a home once more. Whatever energy had been lingering in the corner has dissipated, leaving only quiet stillness in its wake. My dog and I are finally able to enjoy the comfort of our home without the sense of something watching us. Story 19 War. I had always loved that jacket. It was one of those pieces I could never part with. No matter how old, it got soft, worn in all the right places. It had a certain comfort to it that made me feel like I could face anything when I wore it. I hadn't touched it in a few days, and when I finally pulled it from the back of the closet that morning, something was off. The familiar scent of fabric and faint cologne that I usually associated with it was gone. Instead, a sharp, pungent smell hit me: cigarette smoke. I stopped in my tracks, holding the jacket up to my nose. The smell was strong, unmistakable, and it made my stomach turn. I didn't smoke, nor did anyone in my household. My mind raced trying to figure out how this could have happened. I wondered if maybe I had accidentally left it somewhere near a smoker, but I quickly dismissed the thought. I hadn't been to any such place recently and I couldn't remember anyone smoking around me. In weeks, the jacket had been hanging in my closet, tucked away in its usual spot. I shook my head and pulled the jacket on, trying to ignore the smell. Maybe it was just lingering on the fabric from a past encounter or some random chance. But as I went about my day, the scent stayed with me. It seemed to intensify as I moved around, as if it were following me. I kept catching small whiffs of it and it made my skin crawl every time I tried to convince myself it wasn't that big of a deal, that it was probably something harmless. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I got home that evening, I immediately took off the jacket and tossed it onto the couch. The smell was still there, lingering in the room, as if it had taken root in the very fibers of the fabric. I grabbed some air freshener and sprayed it around, but the scent didn't fade. It stayed stubborn and persistent, like it was part of the jacket. Now I felt a knot form in my stomach, a sense of unease settling in. Why was this happening? It wasn't just the smell. It was the fact that I couldn't explain it. There was no logical reason for my jacket to smell like cigarette smoke, and yet it did. Over the next few days I tried everything. I washed it with the strongest detergent I had, hoping to scrub the smell away. I even hung it outside in the sun for hours, thinking the fresh air would help, but nothing worked. The cigarette odor remained, as if the fabric had absorbed it deeply and was now holding onto it for dear life. Each time I picked it up, I was hit with that sharp award scent that made me feel more and more unsettled. It wasn't just the jacket that felt off. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I had been experiencing small, odd things that I couldn't explain. My phone had started receiving strange text messages from an unknown number. They were always short and cryptic, never making much sense, but they always arrived at night just as I was getting ready to go to bed. One of them simply read, "You don't know me, but I know you." Another message came a few nights later. "I see you when you wear that jacket." I didn't know what to make of it. I had tried to block the number, but the messages kept coming, always at the same time. My mind kept spinning with possibilities, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. So someone who knew me well enough to send these bizarre messages, but something in the pit of my stomach told me it wasn't that simple. One evening, after another strange message, I decided to confront the jacket. I took it outside to the back porch, determined to get to the bottom of it. I held it up to the fading light of the day, staring at it as if I could somehow find an answer. Within the folds of fabric, My mind raced with questions. Was someone hiding something in the jacket? Had it been tampered with? I turned it inside out, checking every seam, every pocket, every inch of the fabric for any sign of a hidden message or clue, but I found nothing. It was then that I noticed something else. The scent of cigarette smoke wasn't just in the jacket. It was in the air around me. It seemed to be seeping from the very space I stood in, faint but undeniable apple. I looked around the yard, my heart beginning to race. No one was there. No one was even close. I was alone. A sudden gust of wind sent a chill through me, and I quickly went back inside, clutching the jacket tightly to my chest. I felt as if I had been watched, as though someone had been standing there just beyond the trees, waiting for me to notice the feeling of being followed, intense, eyed, and I couldn't shake it. The jacket, the strange messages, the lingering smoke, it was all connected. I knew it, even if I didn't understand how or why. That night, as I lay in bed trying to calm myself, the message came again. You can't get rid of me, I'm always here. The words made my skin crawl. I grabbed the phone, determined to send a reply, but before I could type anything, another message appeared. Look at the jacket again. I didn't want to. I was terrified, but something in me knew I had to. I got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest, and walked over to where the jacket hung on the chair. It looked the same as always, old, worn and familiar. But as I stood there staring at it, I saw something new. A faint outline was forming the surface of the fabric, a shape that hadn't been there before. I reached out slowly, my fingers trembling as I touched the fabric. The outline was almost imperceptible, but it was there. It was as if the jacket itself had been marked, something hidden deep within it that I couldn't explain. A sudden realization hit me. This wasn't just about the jacket, it was about something much bigger, something I didn't yet understand. And I knew then that I couldn't just ignore it. Story 20. A stranger sent me a text with my exact location, followed by "see you soon." At first I thought it was a prank, maybe a wrong number or some kind of marketing gimmick, but the text was unsettling enough to make my heart race. The location it listed was precise, so precise Prissy couldn't believe it. I looked at my phone again, checking to see if I had accidentally shared my location. I hadn't. My location was off, hidden in my settings. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I tried to rationalize it. It could have been a coincidence. I told myself maybe the location data was pulling from somewhere else, like an old app or a map service I had used earlier. But as I sat there staring at the screen, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I hadn't shared my whereabouts with anyone, and I certainly hadn't given anyone permission to track me. The message didn't seem like it came from a scammer or a telemarketer. It felt too personal, too specific. I texted back hoping to get some kind of clarification, but my message was left on read. I waited, watching the dots on my phone screen indicating the person on the other end was typing, but nothing came. Then, just when I thought maybe it was all just a weird, fluky thing, my phone buzzed again. Another message, the same location, just 3 words. "See you soon." I froze. That was the second time that it happened. How did this person know where I was? I immediately tried to call my friend, but my hands were shaking too much to dial. I checked the location again. It was closer, now much closer. I looked around the room. Everything seemed normal. The house was quiet, still I couldn't hear anything outside, nothing that could explain the ominous feeling creeping over me. I kept my phone in my hand, but I couldn't look at it. What if it was someone dangerous, someone who had been watching me for days or weeks without my knowledge? The thought terrified me, and my mind raced with potential outcomes. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was a wrong number, some kind of freakish coincidence, but the feeling of dread in my stomach wouldn't go away. Then, a knock at the door. I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't even want to move, but I forced myself off to walk toward the door. I peered through the pee, but there was nothing, just an empty porch. No one standing there, no package, nothing, but something in the pit of my stomach told me that, whoever it was, they weren't gone. The knock hadn't just been a random sound. It had been timed. With that text, that message. I stepped back from the door and glanced around the house again, feeling like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it, but it was as though the walls themselves had eyes. The silence felt too heavy, too oppressive. My phone buzzed again. Right behind you. I whipped around, my breath caught in my throat. There was no one there, but I could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, just outside the window. My quickened and I backed away from the door. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? I picked up my phone to dial, but then I saw the notification bar. My location had been updated once again, closer, much closer. I couldn't think straight. My mind was clouded with fear, with the thought that someone was close, maybe even in the house. I slowly moved to the window, trying to peek through the blinds without making any noise. Outside there was nothing, just the empty street darkened by the night. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I texted a friend asking if they could come over, but they didn't reply. The minutes stretched on. Feeling like hours, I stared at the phone, but there was nothing new, no more texts. I tried to ignore the growing sense of dread, but it felt like the silence was closing in on me. After what felt like forever, I finally heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. My breath caught in my throat and my heart skipped a beat. I hadn't heard anyone approaching. The car was quiet, almost too quiet. It came to a stop and the headlights disappeared from view. I waited. My hands were trembling as I gripped the phone, ready to call 911 if I needed to. Suddenly the front door creaked open. I wasn't sure how it happened. I hadn't opened. It hadn't heard the door unlock, but it was ajar, just slightly, as if someone had been inside. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. My entire body was frozen, my mind racing with too many possibilities. I grabbed a heavy object from the kitchen, holding it in my hand, my fingers gripping it so tightly that they hurt. I slowly walked to the door, pushing it open. Just a crack there. On the other side was nothing but darkness, but I could still hear the footsteps, slow, methodical, like they were circling me. My phone buzzed again and I nearly dropped it in fear. I couldn't bring myself to look, but I knew I had to. I forced my eyes down, reading the message that made my stomach drop. Let's play a game. I couldn't breathe. My mind went blank. What did that mean? Who was doing this to me? I took a shaky breath and backed away from the door, my mind racing. I had to leave, had to get out of there before it was too late. I grabbed my keys and ran out the door, locking it behind me, but as I turned the corner to leave, I saw someone standing across the street. I didn't know who they were, but I could feel their eyes on me, watching me. I turned away quickly and ran. The next few hours were a blur. I didn't know what to believe, what to trust. I couldn't go back to my house, not after what had happened. Eventually I called the police, explained what had been going on, but they couldn't find anything, no trace of anyone near my house. The text had stopped, the location had stopped updating. It was like nothing had happened at all. Days pass. I never heard from that stranger again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there somewhere waiting. And every time my phone buzzes I can't help but glance at it, wondering if the game is still going on. Story 21. It was an unusually cold morning, the kind where your breath hangs in the air like mist and the world outside seems muffled, like everything is wrapped in a thick blanket of snow. I just finished getting dressed and was about to make my first cup of coffee when something caught my eye through the window. At first I thought it was nothing, just the wind playing tricks with the snow, but then I saw it again, faint outlines of footprints barely visible in the fresh layer of snow leading up to my window. I froze. The prints didn't look like animal tracks. They were too deliberate, too human. They started at the edge of my yard, near the fence, and seemed to trail right up to the window where I stood. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine and I instinctively drew the curtain slightly back, peering out into the yard. The footprints didn't continue beyond the window. They stopped there as if someone had stood right outside and looked in. I moved away from the window, heart racing. My mind was spinning with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. The snow had been freshly fallen the night before and there was no sign of any other tracks in the yard, just those few leading straight to my window. Whoever had been there, they had been close, too close for comfort. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was overreacting, but the thought of someone standing there watching me sent a wave of unease through me. I glanced around the room, making sure everything was locked and secure. The house was quiet, too quiet, and my mind kept racing back to the footprints. I couldn't stop thinking about them, about the person who had left them behind. It felt like an invasion, like someone had been in my personal space without me even knowing. I checked the door, the windows. Everything seemed normal, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to step outside to inspect the prints more closely. I pulled on my boots and jacket, grabbing the flashlight from the drawer. As I headed out the back door, the cold air hit me immediately, sharp and biting. I made my way to the spot where the footprints began, my breath visible in the air. I knelt down, shining the flashlight light on the ground. The footprints were shallow, barely etched into the snow, as if whoever had left them had been walking lightly. I followed the trail with my eyes, but there was nothing ahead, no continuation of the tracks, just an abrupt end at my window. My stomach churned. There was no way someone could have just disappeared into the air like that. I ran my fingers through the snow, trying to see if there was any sign of them turning around or heading off in a different direction, but there was nothing. I turned back toward the house, unsure of what to do next. I checked the windows from the outside, looking for any sign that someone had tried to enter. But everything appeared normal. There were no broken locks, no signs of tampering. The thought that someone could have been so close to my home, standing at my window and watching me, gnawed at me. As the hours passed, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of paranoia. Every noise seemed amplified. Every shadow in the corner of my eye made me flinch. I kept checking the windows, making sure the curtains were drawn tightly, though it felt pointless. The more I thought about it, the more I began to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Had I just misinterpreted the situation? But that night, when the darkness settled in and the world outside went silent, I saw them again, the footprints. Only this time they were clearer, more defined. They were back. I couldn't believe it. The same faint outlines leading up to my window. Once more, it was as if they had never disappeared. I stood in front of the window, my pulse quickening. I didn't move too, afraid that if I did, I would make this situation worse. Whoever had been out there had returned, and I had no idea why. No logical explanation for it. And once again, the track stopped at my window, as if the person had simply stood there watching. I felt my body tense, my hands trembling. As I picked up the phone, my fingers hovered over the screen, unsure whether I should call the police. What would I say? That someone was leaving footprints in my snow and standing outside my window. It sounded absurd, but the fear that had taken root in me was real. I stared out the window, trying to see anything beyond the veil of darkness. There was nothing, just the blank white snow, the outlines of footprints, and the overwhelming silence. The night passed on eventfully, but I barely slept. I kept thinking about the person, the footprints, the fact that they were so deliberate. It wasn't just a random thing. It felt intentional, like someone was trying to make their presence known, and they had succeeded. I felt vulnerable, exposed, as if there was no escape from whatever. This was the next morning. I didn't wait to see if the footprints were still there. I pulled on my boots and jacket, determined to confront whatever was happening. When I stepped outside, I found something unexpected. The footprints were gone. The snow was undisturbed, as if no one had been there at all. But my heart sank as I looked around, scanning the yard for any sign that could explain it. And then I saw it, a single piece of paper wedged between the slats of the fence at the end of the yard. I walked over and picked it up, my hand, shaking as I unfolded it. The message on the paper was simple, written in uneven handwriting. "Next time I'll be inside." I stood there staring at the note in disbelief. Whoever had been watching me wasn't just playing games anymore. They were getting closer, and I had no idea how long they had been watching or how they knew my every move. The fear that had been growing inside me now felt overwhelming. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Whoever this was, they knew where I lived, they knew how to watch me without being detected, and they weren't going to stop. I didn't wait for the next night to come. I packed a bag and left the house. The yard, the footprints, everything felt too dangerous. I couldn't stay there, not with a feeling that I was being watched by someone who was always just a step behind me. The footsteps in the snow had been a warning, and I was done waiting for whatever came next. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the distance watching me go. But there was nothing, just the empty road ahead. The snow behind me was undisturbed, and I could only hope it stayed that way. Story 22. The soft tick of the kitchen clock had always been comforting sound to me, the kind of steady rhythm that made everything feel normal. But tonight something was different. I noticed it as I walked into the kitchen to grab a glass of water. The hands of the clock were moving in reverse, taking backward with an almost unnatural speed. I froze, staring at the hands as they moved in tiny, deliberate increments, going from 6 to 5, then 4, then back even further. It was as though time itself was slipping backward. I rubbed my eyes thinking maybe I was just tired, but when I looked again, the clock still ran in reverse, its second hand ticking in a quick, frantic motion. My heart rate picked up and I took a step closer, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This clock had been a fixture in my kitchen for as long as I could remember. It had never done anything like this before. The idea of a malfunction crossed my mind, but the motion was so deliberate, so wrong, that it didn't feel like any kind of mechanical error. I stood there staring at the clock, my mind racing for an explanation. Could it be a power surge, something electrical malfunctioning? But everything else in the room seemed normal and the lights were steady, not flickering. The clock was the only thing out of place. As I watched, it moved back to 12, then continued to tick backward, passing 11:10 and so on. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Time was literally going in reverse. I reached out hesitantly, my fingers hovering near the clock's face, uncertain of what I might find if I touched it. My pulse quickened. What was happening? Was this some sort of sign, a glitch in reality itself? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something that went beyond mere electronics. I grabbed a chair and sat down at the kitchen table, my eyes never leaving the clock. It was almost hypnotic the way the hands moved back in time, as if trying to undo everything that had happened in the past hour, the past day, the past week. A part of me wanted to shut my eyes and pretend it wasn't happening, but another part couldn't look away. The longer I watched, the more the room seemed to shift. It wasn't just the clock anymore. It felt like the whole world around me was slipping backward, like I was caught in some strange loop. The sound of the ticking grew louder, almost deafening, in the otherwise quiet kitchen. My mind raced trying to think of a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I wasn't sure how long I had been staring at the clock. When something changed, the tick stopped abruptly. Silence filled the air. I glanced up, confused. The clock's hands were stuck at 9:30, but they weren't moving anymore. The second hand hung still frozen in place. I waited for a moment, unsure whether I should touch it, but my instincts told me to leave it alone. The air in the room had grown heavy, suffocating, almost as if something had shifted, something subtle but undeniable. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling weak beneath me. My thoughts scrambled. What was going on? Was this some sort of prank? But I had no one who would do something like this. The clock remained frozen, its silent face staring back at me. I grabbed my phone from the counter and checked the time. It was just past midnight, but when I looked back at the clock, the hands were still frozen. At 9:30, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I couldn't explain it. The time on my phone didn't match what I was seeing in front of me. I quickly checked the time on my laptop, on the microwave, on my wristwatch, but each one was different. Each one told me a different time. The mismatch made my sumac churned. It was as if the world around me was splintering in some invisible way. The unease grew with every second that passed. I stood there in the middle of the kitchen, clutching my phone and feeling utterly disconnected from the normal flow of time. My mind struggled to grasp what was happening, but the sensation of being completely out of sync with everything was overwhelming. Then the clock did something even stranger. The hands began to move again, but this time they moved too quickly, jerking back toward the present. I watched as the minute hand swung past 12, 1, 2, until it reached 3. The second hand raced along, ticking erratically, almost in a panic. My heart skipped a beat as I watched it tick forward faster than it ever had before. What was going on? Was I going crazy? My pulse hammered in my ears as I stared at the clock, watching it race through time. The hands whizzed past hours, days, and weeks. In a matter of seconds, the clock sped through months, even years. My stomach flipped as I realized the implications. This wasn't just some malfunction. The clock was doing something impossible, something I couldn't understand. I stumbled back from the table, my head spinning. The ticking grew louder, more frantic. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound seemed to penetrate every part of me, filling my mind with confusion. Time was slipping through my fingers, pulling me with it, and I couldn't stop it. Every second felt stretched, distorted, as if time itself was warping in a way I couldn't explain. I couldn't breathe. The clock finally stopped again, but this time it was different. The hands were no longer pointing at a specific time. They were scattered across the face of the clock, broken and out of place. I felt my legs give way beneath me as I sank to the floor. The room around me began to blur the walls, twisting as if I were no longer in the present but in some strange, fragmented version of reality. I felt a pressure building in my chest. Was this? It was time unraveling? Had the world just stopped making sense? Suddenly the clock started ticking normally again, as if nothing had ever happened. The hands moved at their regular pace, ticking forward in their usual pattern. I looked around dazed, trying to collect my thoughts. The room seemed as it always had been. My mind was racing, but I could barely focus. Had I just imagined the last few minutes? Or had something truly impossible happened? I stood up slowly, my knees weak, and walked over to the clock. The time read exactly what it should have been. Just after midnight, I touched the glass surface of the clock, almost as if testing whether it was real. It was cold to the touch, no different than before. I looked around the kitchen, my heart still pounding in my chest. Everything felt the same, but in my gut something told me that it wasn't over. I didn't know what had happened or if it was even over at all, but something deep inside me knew that I wasn't quite as connected to time as I had been before. Time had shifted in some way, I couldn't explain, and the clock had shown me just a fraction of that distortion. I wasn't sure if I would ever look at it the same way again. Story 23. I had just finished cleaning up my kitchen after dinner and everything seemed to be in order. I tossed the last of the leftover food into the trash and made my way to the living room to relax for the evening. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're alone with your thoughts. But as I sat down on the couch and flipped through a book, something nagged at me. The feeling of being watched had returned. It wasn't something new, just a strange, familiar sensation that I couldn't shake. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was nothing more than the stress of the past few weeks making me paranoid. But then, while picking up the trash bag to take it outside, I noticed something odd. One crumpled piece of paper had fallen out of the bag and onto the floor. I didn't recognize it at first, but it looked out of place. The rest of the trash was routine, old wrappers, empty bottles, and scraps of paper. But this note, was different. I bent down to pick it up, feeling an uneasy shiver crawl up my spine. It was tightly balled up as though someone had intentionally crumpled it. Before tossing it away, I unwrapped it carefully, my hands trembling slightly. The note was written in a hurried handwriting that I didn't recognize. The words were scrawled across the page with almost frantic energy. It read, "I'm sorry for watching you." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. 1,000 questions flooded my mind. Who had left this note? Who had been watching me, and for how long? I looked around the room, suddenly feeling very small and exposed. Nothing seemed unusual, but I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that something was terribly wrong. I went to the windows and checked them one by one. The blinds were closed, the curtains drawn tightly, and the outside was still, but the feeling remained like someone somewhere was lurking just out of sight. I closed the blinds tighter as though the simple act of closing the windows would somehow protect me. It didn't help. I sat back down on the couch, staring at the crumpled note in my hands. My thoughts raced in a million directions. Could this have been a prank? Maybe one of my neighbors or someone I knew trying to mess with me? But then again, there was something about the note that felt too personal. It wasn't just a random joke. The apology in the message seemed real, sincere, even as if the person was genuinely sorry for their actions. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The idea of someone watching me, knowing my routines and somehow feeling guilty about it made my skin crawl. The fact that they had thrown the note in my trash only added to the dread creeping over me. Had they been watching for days, weeks? Was I being followed? Everywhere I went, I decided I needed to clear my mind. I put the note down and went for a walk, hoping the fresh air would help. The night was quiet, the streets dimly lit by the yellow glow of the streetlights. I walked aimlessly, trying to distract myself from the thoughts racing in my head, but the further I walked, the more I began to feel like I was being followed. Every step I took seemed to echo louder in the empty streets. I turned around a few times, but no one was behind me. Still the feeling wouldn't leave. After a while I decided to head back home. The walk hadn't done anything to ease my anxiety. If anything, it had made it worse. When I returned, the house felt colder than before. I went inside, locked the door behind me and checked every window. Again. Everything was as it should be, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there watching, waiting, eating that night. I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking about the note, replaying it in my mind. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe someone had just written it and tossed it away without thinking, but something in my gut told me it wasn't that simple. This wasn't just a random note. It was a message, and someone had gone out of their way to make sure I would find it. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't concentrate on anything. My mind kept drifting back to the note and the strange feeling of being watched. I tried to go about my normal routine, but everything felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was. It was as though my every move was being tracked, and the note was just the beginning of something much bigger. I decided to take precautions. I locked every door and window at night, double-checked the security cameras I had installed around the house, and even started carrying pepper spray with me when I went out. Still the fear lingered. Then one evening, a few days after finding the note, I returned home to find something even more disturbing. The trash can by the door was knocked over. Its contents spilled across the driveway. My heart raced as I looked around, but there was no one in sight. I bent down to pick up the scattered papers and bags, but something caught my eye. Another note. This one wasn't crumpled like the first. It was neatly folded. The handwriting calm and controlled. It read, "I'm sorry, I'll leave you alone now. Please don't call the police." I froze, my stomach dropping. The words echoed in my mind. What did this mean? Was the person really going to leave me alone, or was this just another trick, another game to make me think I was safe? Before they did something worse. I looked around again, but there was still no sign of anyone. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I picked up the note and went inside, locking the door behind me. This time I didn't go to sleep. I stayed awake watching the door, the windows, listening for any sounds of movement, but the night passed without incident, and eventually I managed to get a few hours of rest. The next morning I contacted the police. I had no idea who had been watching me or why they were doing it, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. The notes, the feeling of being followed. It was too much. They told me they would look into it, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. They assured me they would keep an eye out in the area, but the feeling that something wasn't right lingered. Weeks went by without incident, no more notes, no more strange occurrences. Life slowly returned to normal, but the feeling of being watched never really went away. I still check my windows, lock my doors at night, and double-check the security cameras before I go to bed. The notes are gone, but the fear remains. I don't know who was watching me or why. I don't know if they really are gone or if they're still out there just waiting for the right moment to return. All I know is that every time I glance at the trash, can I wonder if I'll find another note. Story 24. I woke up to the soft light of morning seeping through the curtains. The world outside was still quiet, the way it always was. Early in the day, I rubbed my eyes and stretched, feeling the usual soreness in my shoulders from a restless night. It was a Sunday and I had no plans, just the peaceful solitude of my apartment. I got out of bed, shuffling to the bathroom to start my day, brushing my teeth and splashing cold water on my face to shake off the remnants of sleep. As I finished my routine, I walked into the living room, ready to settle in for a lazy morning. But as I approached the front door, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but there was a strange weight in the air, a feeling that didn't belong. I stopped in my tracks, my eyes narrowing as I stared at the door. It was wide open, not just slightly ajar, but fully open, as if someone had entered and left without me noticing. My heart skipped a beat and I rushed forward, instinctively checking the lock. It was still intact. But how could the door be open if I had locked it the night before? I clearly remembered checking the lock, ensuring everything was secure before going to bed. I couldn't have imagined it. I stood there for a moment, my breath shallow. The quiet of the apartment now felt oppressive, like something was lurking just beyond my awareness. I walked slowly to the door, my gaze scanning the hallway outside, but there was nothing unusual, no sign of forced entry, no footprints in the dust. I stepped outside for a quick look around just to make sure nothing was out of place. The neighborhood was still the way it always was. On Sunday mornings, no one seemed to be around. I stepped back inside, my thoughts racing. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door and I had convinced myself I had done it out of habit. I tried to dismiss the unease creeping up my spine, but it was difficult to shake. The door had been locked the night before I knew it. I walked back to the kitchen, needing something to ground me. My hands were shaking slightly as I poured a cup of coffee, trying to steady myself. The heat of the mug was comforting, but it didn't quell the storm. Of course, questions swirling in my mind: who could have opened the door? Was someone inside, or had someone been inside? While I was asleep, I paced back and forth in the living room, my mind trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe I had accidentally left the door unlocked, even if I didn't remember doing it. Maybe the wind had somehow pushed it open. But none of those explanations felt right. The door was heavy, solid, and the lock had worked perfectly. The night before I would have noticed if it had been faulty. I finally decided to go back to the door and close it properly, locking it behind me as I did. I noticed something strange: a faint, almost imperceptible scuff mark on the floor just inside the threshold. It was barely visible, but it was there. A line of dirt, like something heavy had been dragged across the floor. I crouched down to get a closer look, my heart rate quickening. The scuff wasn't just dirt, it was a trail, a clear path leading from the door to the kitchen. I stood up quickly, my pulse racing. I hadn't seen the mark before, and if I hadn't seen it, then it must have appeared some time after I had gone to bed. That thought sent a chill through me. Had someone been inside while I was sleeping? Had they been here in my apartment? While I was completely unaware, I walked slowly toward the trail, my eyes scanning the floor. The mark led straight to the kitchen, and I followed it, every nerve in my body on edge. As I entered the kitchen, I noticed something else: in empty glass on the counter. It wasn't mine. I never left glasses out overnight, especially not in the kitchen, where I couldn't easily forget them. My stomach turned as I realized the implications. Someone had been here. Someone had been in my apartment moving around while I slept, and I had no idea who it was or what their intentions had been. The feeling of being watched washed over me, making my skin crawl. I quickly checked the rest of the apartment, scanning every corner, every room, but nothing else seemed out of place. The furniture was where I had left it and nothing had been disturbed, but the feeling of unease lingered, an oppressive weight that I couldn't shake. The front door, the scuff mark on the floor, the glass in the kitchen, it all pointed to one horrifying conclusion: someone had entered my home without me knowing. I stood in the kitchen for a long time trying to make sense of it. All my mind raced with possibilities, but none of them seemed to fit perfectly. How had they gotten in? Why had they left without taking anything? Were they still out there watching me? I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket and I pulled it out to check. It was a message from a friend asking if I was okay. I stared at the screen for a moment, wondering if I should reach out to someone, ask for help, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. I didn't want to make a big deal out of something that might have been nothing, but it didn't feel like nothing. My instincts were screaming at me that something was wrong, something that happened, something I couldn't explain. I couldn't let it go. I decided to call the building manager. I needed to know if anyone had been in the building recently or if anyone had entered the building after I had locked the door the night before. Maybe there was some logical explanation, something I was missing. When the manager answered, I explained the situation to her. She listened patiently, but when I asked if anyone had come in after hours, she seemed a little surprised. "No, I haven't heard anything about anyone entering. After hours," she said, "but I'll check the security footage and let you know." I thanked her, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't being told everything. The more I thought about it, more questions popped up. How could someone have gotten in without anyone noticing? How had the door been left open without me hearing it? I spent the rest of the day on edge, unable to focus on anything. For more than a few minutes at a time. I kept checking the door, making sure it was locked, but every time I passed it I felt a surge of anxiety. The door had been open, someone had been inside. When I finally heard back from the building manager later that evening, her words did little to ease my worries. "There's nothing on the footage," she said. "It seems the door was locked when the security guard checked at midnight and there's no sign of anyone entering after that." I didn't know what to make of that. If there was no sign of anyone entering, then how had the door been left wide open? How had the scuff mark appeared on the floor? How had the glass ended up in the kitchen? That night I locked the door once more, double-checking it before going to bed. But as I lay in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I wasn't sure who or what had been in my apartment, but I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something wasn't right. Story 25. It was late in the evening when I first noticed the beam of light cutting through the darkness outside my window. At first I thought it might just be a car passing by its headlights, briefly illuminating the driveway. But as I walked closer to the window, I realized the light was fixed, not moving. A flashlight was lying in the middle of the driveway. Its beam aimed directly at my house, casting long shadows on the walls. I felt a chill settle in my chest as I stared at the light. It was as if someone was deliberately watching my home. The flashlight pointed with such precision that it felt intentional. No one had been outside when I last checked, and there was no sign of a car or footsteps nearby. I had no idea who could have left it there or why. My mind raced with questions, but none of them offered any answers. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to convince myself that it was just some kind of odd coincidence. Maybe a neighbor had dropped it by mistake, or maybe it was a child playing around. But as I looked out the window again, my stomach twisted with unease. The flashlight was still shining brightly, its beam unwavering and cold, as if waiting for something to happen. I hesitated, unsure whether to investigate further or to just ignore it. But the longer I stared, the more I felt an overwhelming need to check it out. I wasn't sure why, but something in me couldn't let it go. It wasn't normal for a flashlight to be placed there, especially at this hour. My hands trembling slightly, I grabbed my coat and headed for the door. As I stepped outside, the night air was crisp and still the only sound the crunch of gravel under my feet. As I made my way down the driveway, the flashlight seemed to intensify by the darkness around it, casting eerie shadows that twisted and flickered. As I approached, I could feel the weight of the light pressing against me, as though it was somehow watching. Waiting. When I reached the flashlight, I bent down to pick it up. It was surprisingly cold to the touch, almost unnaturally so. The beam was still shining brightly, but as soon as my fingers wrapped around the handle, it flickered and then went out, leaving me in the thick, unsettling darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood there holding the flashlight. Unsure of what to do next, I turned it over in my hand, inspecting it carefully. It looked completely ordinary. Nothing special about it, just a simple flashlight you could buy at any store. There was no note attached, no indication of who had left it or why. I felt a strange sense of frustration building within me. What was the point of this? What was I supposed to do with it? I stood there for a few more moments, listening for any sounds or movements around me, but the silence was deafening. There was no one in sight, no sign of life in the streets or the houses nearby. It felt like I was the only person left in the world. I glanced back at my house, half expecting to see someone watching me from the window, but the lights were all off and the house appeared just as empty as it had been before. Feeling a mix of confusion and growing anxiety, I decided to go back inside. As I turned to head back to the door, I heard something. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but I could have sworn. I heard footsteps behind me, soft but deliberate. I spun around, my heart racing. There was nothing there. No one on the driveway, no movement in the shadows. Yet the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, was unmistakable. I quickly rushed inside, locking the door behind me. My pulse was racing, my mind spinning with questions. Who had left the flashlight? Why had they pointed it at my house, and why did it feel like I wasn't alone, even when I clearly was? The flashlight lay on the table by the door, still cold to the touch. As I paced back and forth in my living room trying to make sense of everything, I checked the locks on the doors and windows, double-checking that everything was secure. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there watching me. The silence felt oppressive, as though it was hiding something just beyond my reach. The next day, I told a friend about what had happened. They listened intently, offering words of comfort, but their expression grew more serious as I recounted the events. "That's really strange," they said. "Maybe someone's just messing with you. You know how people can be." They laughed lightly, but there was a nervousness in their voice, a hesitation that made me wonder if they too were uncomfortable with the story. I tried to convince myself that it was all just some prank, a random act with no deeper meaning. But as the days passed, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled into my bones. Every time I walked past the driveway, I half expected to see another flashlight pointing at my house, but there was nothing. The driveway was always empty, the night silent. Once again, I tried to go about my usual routine, pushing the strange incident to the back of my mind, but there were moments, usually late at night when the house was still, that I'd feel a shiver crawl down my spine. I would glance out the window, half expecting to see someone standing there watching, waiting, but there was never anyone. It wasn't until a week later that the mystery deepened. I was walking to my car when I noticed something odd on the ground near my driveway. At first I thought it was just a leaf or piece of trash, but when I bent down to pick it up, I froze. It was another flashlight identical to the first one. It was lying there in the same spot, the beam directed at my house, as if it had been placed there. Deliberately, I picked it up, feeling a deep sense of dread well up inside me. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. Someone had been leaving these flashlights on my driveway, pointing them at my house as though trying to send a message. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted, but the thought of being watched, of having my every move observed, filled me with a creeping terror. I decided to contact the authorities. When I explained the situation to the officer, they listened carefully but seemed skeptical. "I'm sure it's just some kids playing pranks," they said, though their eyes narrowed slightly as I explained how the flashlight had been positioned. So precisely each time they took down the details, promising to keep an eye out, but I could tell they didn't take me seriously. The sense of being ignored only added to my anxiety. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept my eyes fixed on the window, half expecting to see the beam of a flashlight shine through the curtains. But the night passed uneventfully, and for the first time in what felt like ages, I managed to get some sleep. The next morning, when I checked the driveway, I found nothing. For weeks after that, nothing unusual happened, no flashlights, no strange occurrences. The feeling of being watched gradually faded, and I convinced myself that it had all been a figment of my imagination. But deep down I knew I hadn't been imagining it. I couldn't explain it, but I knew someone had been out there leaving those flashlights watching my house, and part of me wondered if they were still out there, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known again. Story 26. It was an ordinary morning, the kind that blends into countless others. I was on my way to work, standing in the crowd train, feeling the usual rush of commuters pressing close around me. The air was thick, with the smell of coffee and perfume, mingling with the soft hum of conversation and the screech of the train's wheels against the tracks. Everyone seemed lost in their own little worlds, reading newspapers, staring at their phones, or simply staring out the window. I was no different. My hand gripped the cold metal pole hole. As I stood swaying with the motion of the train, the noise of the crowd created a sort of white noise, a background hum that helped me drift into a sense of routine. The train stopped at another station, and more people pushed in, their bodies pressing against mine. I barely noticed the shift, too accustomed to the hustle and bustle of morning commutes. Then I heard it, a voice, soft but unmistakable call. Knowing my name, it was faint, barely rising above the noise of the train, but it was there clear and distinct. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, unsure if I had heard it correctly. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but it sounded so real, as if someone had whispered it right into my ear. I turned instinctively my eyes, scanning the crowd for the source of the sound, but there was no one close enough to have spoken to me. The faces around me were unfamiliar, just a sea of strangers, each too absorbed in their own thoughts to notice anything out of the ordinary. No one was looking at me, no one seemed to be reacting to anything at all. Yet the whisper lingered in my mind like an echo that refused to fade. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just a trick of the mind. The train had been packed after all. It could have been anyone, someone brushing past me or talking to someone else. I tried to shake it off, returning my focus to the rhythm of the train and the general noise of the commute. But the feeling stayed with me, that sense that something wasn't quite right. As the train rumbled along, I tried to ignore it, but then, a few moments later, it happened again. That same whisper, that same clear call of my name. It was as if the voice was trying to get my attention. Trying to make sure I heard it, my pulse quickened. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. This time I didn't just turn. I whipped my head around, desperately scanning the faces around me, but no one was looking at me. Everyone seemed as absorbed in their own lives as before. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The voice had come from somewhere close, but no one was near me. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the impossible truth. No one had spoken to me. No one could have. The train slowed as we approached another station and the crowd shuffled, shifting to make way for those getting off and on. I didn't move, too unsettled to step out into the rush. My hands still clutched the pole, my knuckles white, and my mind raced with the impossible scenario that was unfolding. How could someone whisper my name when no one was close enough to speak to me? And why was it happening? The train lurched to a stop and the doors opened with a loud hiss, letting in more passengers. I remained still, trying to compose myself, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The noise and movement of the crowd made everything feel more chaotic, and I longed for the peace of my own thoughts. But that voice, those whispers, kept echoing in my head. Relentless and insistent, I stepped back, pressing against the wall of the train to give myself space, trying to distance myself from the sense of panic building within me. I glanced around once more, my eyes darting from one face to another, but no one seemed to notice anything. Everyone was either lost in their own world or too distracted by their own thoughts to see what was happening. As the train continued its journey, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just the whispers now, it was the palpable sense of something wrong. It was like an invisible presence hovering just out of sight, always there just behind me. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the stress of the work week, or maybe I was just overtired. But deep down I knew something else was at play. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to focus on the here, and now I could feel my pulse still racing, my heart thawing in my chest. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that I was just on a crowded train with hundreds of other people. Nothing out of the ordinary was happening. It was just my imagination. I told myself just the noise and chaos of the morning rush getting to me, but then the whisper came again. It wasn't as faint this time. It was clearer, closer, as though it was right behind me. My heart stopped for a split second and I whipped around, scanning the crowd once more. No one was looking at me. No one seemed aware of anything unusual. The train was packed and yet no one was paying me any attention. I couldn't ignore it anymore. The whisper wasn't in my head. It was real, coming from somewhere nearby. The hairs on my arms stood up as I tried to focus on where it was coming from. I felt the panic rising in my chest. My breath shallow and quick. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't make sense of what was happening. The doors opened again and I pushed my way toward them, desperate to escape the suffocating feeling in the train. As I stepped off onto the platform, I turned quickly to look behind me. The train had already begun to move again, the crowd inside. Oblivious to the strange encounter I had just experienced, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of being watched by someone or something that wasn't supposed to be there. I hurried toward the exit, my footsteps quick and unsteady. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see anyone standing behind me, but there was no one there, just to see faces all moving in their own direction, all lost in their own thoughts. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I couldn't concentrate at work, my mind constantly drifting back to the train and the voice that had whispered my name. I kept checking my surroundings, convinced someone was watching me, following me. But no one ever seemed out of place. I told myself it was nothing, just a moment of paranoia, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I couldn't forget the sound of that voice, soft, clear, unmistakable, calling my name from somewhere in the crowd, from somewhere that couldn't be explained. It was a whisper, but it felt like a warning, a message, a presence that I couldn't shake. From that day on, every time I rode the train, I would look over my shoulder, half expecting to hear it again. The whisper that called my name, the one that would never let me forget that I wasn't alone. Story 27. It was late one evening when I first noticed it. At first it seemed like an odd flicker, perhaps a malfunction in the electrical system, but then it happened again and again in a precise pattern that I couldn't quite place. The lights in my neighbor's house, which sat across the street, blinked in a rhythm that seemed intentional. It wasn't random. There was a certain structure to it, a pattern. I watched from my window, squinting in the dim light, trying to figure out what it was. As the flashes continued, I realized that I recognized the sequence. It was a Morse code pattern. My heart skipped a beat. I had only learned about Morse code in school, but I had never really used it or paid much attention to it. Yet here it was lighting up in front of me as clear as day. The lights blinked again, and this time I was certain of it. The code was repeating, and I could make out a few letters. I was familiar enough to recognize this SSOS, the universal distress signal. At first I thought it was a mistake, or perhaps just a coincidence. Maybe the power lines were malfunctioning or something was wrong with the wiring in my neighbor's house. I tried to push the thought away, convincing myself that it was all a fluke. But then the flashing persisted. It wasn't just a random flicker, it was deliberate SOS. Over and over again, my curiosity grew stronger and I found myself staring at the lights in my neighbor's house, wondering what in the world was going on. I considered calling my neighbor to ask if they were aware of the issue, but then doubt crept in. What if they were trying to send a message? If they were, they wouldn't know that I was the one receiving it. I couldn't ignore it anymore, so I decided to go over there. I needed to understand why the lights were flashing like that. I walked over to my neighbor's house, my feet heavy with uncertainty. The lights were still flashing as I approached, blinking rhythmically in the dark. I rang the doorbell, waiting for a response. When the door opened, I was greeted by my neighbor, an older man I had known for a few years. He looked surprised to see me. "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He blinked at me, clearly confused. "What do you mean?" "The lights," I said, gesturing toward his house. "The lights are flashing in a Morse code pattern. It looks like an SOS." His face shifted from confusion to concern. "That's impossible. I haven't been messing with the lights," he said. Stepping outside to look, his eyes followed my finger as I pointed toward the window, where the lights were still blinking. "I haven't been doing anything with them," he repeated, clearly baffled. "In fact, I've been sitting here all evening. I thought I was seeing things." I frowned, stepping closer to the window to take a better look. There were no lights on inside the house that I could see, but the flashes continued from behind the curtains. I tried the front door, but it was locked. I wondered if my neighbor had been trying to find a signal for help. My mind raced as I thought of possible explanations. Was someone inside the house? Had something happened to him that I hadn't noticed? "Do you have any idea what's going on?" I asked again, my voice more urgent. Now he shook his head, looking visibly worried. "I swear I haven't touched anything. Maybe I should call someone to check the wiring or the system, but something in me told me it wasn't the lights malfunctioning. The pattern was too deliberate. It had to be intentional." I glanced at the lights once more, and in that moment something caught my eye, a shadow. It was fleeting, but I could have sworn I saw a figure move across the window just behind the curtains. Without thinking, I knocked on the door again more forcefully. "This time I think you should check inside your house right now," I insisted. I saw someone move, his face drained of color. He immediately went inside to check, leaving me standing on the doorstep. I waited, my heart racing as I wondered what would happen next. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there in the cold, staring at the flashing lights that seemed to grow louder with each passing second. Finally, my neighbor returned, looking shaken. "There's no one inside," he said, his voice trembling. "But there's something even stranger, the lights. They're coming from a room I never used, the guest bedroom." The guest bedroom was on the second floor, tucked away in the back corner of the house. It had been vacant for years. I couldn't recall my neighbor ever mentioning anyone staying there. Recently he led me inside and we made our way up the stairs, both of us silent. As we climbed, the lights were still flashing from the window, a constant reminder of the message I was trying to decipher. When we reached the top of the stairs, I could hear a faint sound coming from the guest bedroom. It was soft at first, but it grew louder as we approached, the sound of static, as if the room were filled with a low hum. My neighbor opened the door and I followed him inside. The room was dark, save for the faint glow from the window, and then I saw it. The lights were emanating from a small old-fashioned lamp on the bedside table, its bulb flickering wildly. But that wasn't what caught my attention. It was the piece of paper that lay on the floor beside the lamp. My eyes widened as I bent down to pick it up. Written in bold, uneven letters, was a single word: run. I turned to my neighbor, my mind racing. "What does this mean? Who left this here?" He looked at the paper. His face, a mask of disbelief. "I have no idea. No one has been in this room for years. The house has been empty, except for me, but this doesn't make sense." Just then the light flickered one last time before going completely dark, and the room fell silent. The stillness was suffocating, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I felt like someone was watching us, waiting for us to leave. My neighbor reached for his phone, clearly shaken. "I think we should call someone, maybe the police or a technician. I don't know what's going on, but this feels wrong." I nodded, my mind still spinning with questions. Who had sent that message and why? The answer eluded me, but something told me that the flashing lights weren't just a random occurrence. They were a warning. The only question now was whether it was too late to act on it. Story 28. I was heading out to grab the mail one afternoon when I noticed something unusual. The mailbox was slightly ajar, something that rarely happens. As I opened it, I found a folded piece of paper inside, nothing else, just this odd note. I pulled it out and unfolded it, expecting a bill or maybe an advertisement. Instead, I was greeted by a map, old-looking, with a thick black circle drawn around my street. I stared at it for a long time, confusion sinking in. There was no note, no explanation, just that map with the circle around my street and nothing else. I checked the envelope again, but there was no return address. No handwriting that could tell me who had left it there. I turned the map over, hoping to find a clue, but it was completely blank. The circle on the map was drawn so precisely with such care that it didn't feel like something accidental. My gut twisted with unease. Who would leave something like this in my mailbox and why target my street specifically? It seemed almost deliberate, as if someone had been watching the next few days. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking about that map, the way the circle had been drawn around my street and the eerie silence of the whole situation. I asked around the neighborhood, but no one else had received anything like it. Some neighbors didn't even seem to care, shrugging it off like it was no big deal. Others suggested it was just a mistake, some sort of prank or a mix-up, but I wasn't convinced. I couldn't get the thought out of my head. Whoever left this they knew something and I had to find out what it was. I spent hours that night pacing back and forth, running over every possible scenario in my head. I thought back to the few strange occurrences that had happened around the house recently. The feeling of being watched, the flickering lights in the middle of the night, my dog growling at. Seemingly nothing was it all connected. Was someone out there waiting for something, planning something? It felt like a puzzle with pieces that didn't fit, and I couldn't rest until I knew the truth. The next morning, I decided to visit the local library to dig into the history of the neighborhood. Maybe there was something in the past that could explain the strange map, something I had overlooked. I spent hours poring over old newspapers and property records, hoping to find any mention of something unusual happening around my street, but there was nothing. No strange events, no history of anything odd. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it all. When I returned home that afternoon, I was exhausted, but no closer to answers. I decided to walk around the neighborhood hoping to spot something that could give me a clue. As I walked past my neighbor's house, I caught sight of something that made my heart stop. On their porch there was another map, exactly like the one I had found in my mailbox, with a circle drawn on around my street. I approached cautiously, my pulse quickening, as I realized I wasn't the only one who would receive this strange map. I knocked on the door and my neighbor, a kind elderly woman, answered. I asked her about the map, trying to keep my voice steady. She seemed taken aback, and when I showed her the map I had found, she seemed to relax a little. She told me that she had received one too, just like mine. In fact, she had been planning to tell me about it, but she didn't want to alarm me. She hadn't mentioned it to anyone else in the neighborhood because she didn't want to seem crazy, but now that I had brought it up, she was relieved to talk about it. She told me that she had found the map in her mailbox a few days earlier, right after I had discovered mine. Like me, she had no idea who left it or why. The circle on the map seemed to be perfectly drawn around our street, but she hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. She mentioned that there had been some strange lights in the sky recently, but she hadn't thought much of it still. She agreed that something was off, and we decided to team up and try to get to the bottom of this over the next few days. We kept in touch, comparing notes and trying to figure out what was going on. We both continued to receive no further messages or clues, just the map in the mailbox and nothing else. Our shared anxiety seemed to grow, the unanswered questions hanging over us like a storm. It was as if we were both waiting for something to happen, but no one else in the neighborhood seemed to care. It was as if the rest of the world was oblivious to the mystery unfolding on our street. As the days went on, my sense of dread only deepened. I couldn't stop thinking about the map and what it could mean. Why my street? Why had someone circled it and, most importantly, what were they waiting for? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something I wasn't prepared for. I watched my house more carefully, locking all the doors and windows every night, hoping that I was just overreacting. But deep down I knew that this wasn't just a random coincidence. One evening, while I was sitting in my living room, I saw something through the window, a figure standing at the end of my driveway watching. I couldn't make out any details, but the outline of the person was clear. They stood motionless, staring at my house. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and called the police, whispering into the receiver that someone was outside acting suspicious. I told them about the maps and the strange behavior, hoping they would take me seriously. The officer who arrived seemed skeptical at first, but when I showed him the map his expression changed. He asked me to describe the figure I had seen, but by the time we got outside the person was gone. There was no trace of anyone near my driveway, no sign of who had been watching. The officer assured me that he would keep an eye on the neighborhood, but deep down I knew that something was wrong. The map, the figure outside. It wasn't a coincidence. Someone was watching us and they were waiting for something. What that something was, I didn't know. But I wasn't about to sit idly by and wait for whatever. It waited when I couldn't shake the feeling that the answer was out there, just beyond my reach, and I had to find it before it was too late. Story 29. It was a typical evening, one of those quiet nights where everything felt normal. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, trying to wind down after a long day. The house was silent, save for the occasional creaks of the floorboards. In the hum of the refrigerator, I thought about getting up to make some tea, but I wasn't quite ready to move. Then I heard a soft thud at the door. At first I assumed it was just the wind or maybe a stray object falling from the counter, but then the thud came again louder, this time followed by a rustling sound. My heart skipped a beat as I got up, cautiously walking to the door. I peered through the peep-hole, but there was no one outside. The porch light illuminated the front step, but it was empty. Puzzled, I opened the door slightly, just enough to see a small white envelope slipped beneath it. I bent down and picked it up, my fingers trembling as I held it. The envelope was unmarked. No name or address, just plain white paper. A sense of unease crept over me as I slid my finger under the flap and opened it. Inside there was a single Polaroid photograph. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the image. It was a picture of my house taken from the street. But it was more than that. The photo had been taken at an angle and the windows were dimly lit. It was a picture of my house, sure, but it felt off. My first thought was that it must have been a mistake. Maybe someone had meant to send it to someone else, or maybe it was some sort of odd joke. But the longer I stared at the photograph, the more unsettled I felt. There was something about the way it was taken. The angle was too precise, as if whoever had taken it had been watching me for a while. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if someone had been standing right there, observing everything. I stepped back inside, closing the door behind me, and sat down at the kitchen table, the photograph still in my hand. My mind raced with possibilities. Who would send this to me? Why and how did they get this picture of my house? I had never seen the person who left it, nor had I noticed anyone hanging around. Recently, I thought about calling the police, but I quickly dismissed the idea. There was no real threat. Not yet, anyway. It was just a picture. It could have been taken by anyone for any reason. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was the start of something. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, my mind constantly drifting back to that picture. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see someone standing in the shadows watching. Every car that drove by seemed suspicious. Every person on the street seemed like a potential threat. I felt like I was being watched, but I couldn't pinpoint from where. The next morning I tried to go about my day. As usual, I pushed the picture out of my mind, telling myself that it was probably nothing, just a weird coincidence. But when I stepped outside to get the mail, I froze there on the ground by my front door was another Polaroid picture. My heart raced as I bent down to pick it up. This one was different. It was a close-up shot at my front door, the exact spot where the envelope had been slid under. The night before, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I stared at the photo. Whoever was doing this was paying attention, watching me, learning my routines. They knew where I would be, what I would do, and when I looked around, but there was no one in sight. The street was quiet. As usual, I tucked the photo into my pocket, the sense of dread settling over me. This wasn't just some random coincidence anymore. This was deliberate, and it was happening again for the next few days. I stayed on edge, constantly looking out the windows, checking the front door, even peeking through the curtains before opening it. The photographs continued to arrive, each one more unsettling than the last. The first was just a picture of my house, then a close-up of my door. After that they started showing more personal details, shots of me standing in my kitchen, sitting on the couch, even one of me talking on the phone. The photos were always taken from a distance and I couldn't figure out where the photographer was hiding, but I knew they were watching me. It was like they knew everything about my life. Every moment, every movement, I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't. Every time I stepped outside, every time I answered the phone, every time I turned a corner, I felt the weight of someone's eyes on me. I couldn't tell if I was paranoid or if something was actually happening, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The photographs were like a silent reminder that someone out there knew more about me than I was comfortable with. Finally, I decided to take action. I called the police, explained the situation, and showed them the photos. They were concerned, but they didn't have much to go on. There was no clear evidence of a crime, no fingerprints, no obvious signs of a break-in, just a series of strange photos. They told me to be vigilant and assured me they would investigate, but I could tell they weren't as concerned as I was that night. I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the living room waiting, listening. Every noise outside made my heart skip a beat, but no one came. The photos stopped coming for a while after that, and I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe whoever had been sending them had decided to leave me alone. But just as I started to relax, I saw something through the window, a shadow moving across my front yard. I grabbed my phone ready to call 911, But before I could dial, I saw it, another Polaroid lying on my doorstep waiting for me. Story 30. My lawn had a perfect circle of dead grass. I noticed it one morning as I stepped out onto the porch to get the mail. The grass around the circle was lush and green, but right in the center the grass was brown and shriveled, as if it had been scorched by something. I stood there for a moment squinting at the odd shape. It was perfectly round, as if someone had used a template to mark it out. I couldn't remember anything that could have caused it. No pets, no spills, no chemicals. It was just there. At first I thought it was a fluke, maybe something from the lawn care company I had hired. But when I checked the rest of the yard, everything else looked fine. Lush, healthy grass. As usual, the dead patch was an anomaly. Over the next few days I kept an eye on it, wondering if it was something simple, like a disease or maybe a patch that had been overwatered. But it didn't seem to be spreading. It didn't grow or shrink, and it stayed perfectly circular, never changing. It was as if time itself had stopped for that one spot on the lawn. I started to get curious about the cause of the patch. I researched different types of lawn diseases, but nothing seemed to match the pattern. There were no insects, no signs of fungus. The soil appeared healthy, and there was nothing in the air that could explain it. The lawn care company I used had no answers either, saying they had treated everything properly. They suggested I check again in a week to see if it might just be a seasonal oddity, but that didn't sit right with me. A week later I was out in the yard again looking at the spot. The dead patch was still there, moving unchanged. It started to feel wrong, unnatural. I walked over to the circle, kneeling down to inspect it closely. The ground felt colder there, even though it was a warm day. I reached out to touch the dead grass, but I hesitated, a sudden unease sweeping over me. It was as if the patch itself was waiting. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone in that moment. I decided to take a closer look at the edges of the circle. There was something odd about the grass around it. The green grass right up to the line of dead grass looked too perfect. It was almost unnaturally vivid, as if it had been artificially brightened. The contrast between the brown and the vibrant green was so stark it almost hurt my eyes. The more I stared at it, the more I felt like I was being drawn into it, like I had to get closer, almost as if the patch was pulling me in. I shook off the odd feeling and stood up. That was when I heard it, a low hum like a distant buzz or an electrical current running through the air. It was faint but unmistakable. I froze, listening carefully, but the sound seemed to come from right beneath the circle. My heart began to race as I took a step back. I had never heard anything like that before, and it didn't make sense. There was no power source in the yard, no wiring underground. The H seemed to grow louder, almost as if it was coming from deep within the earth itself. Panicked, I ran inside and grabbed my phone, searching for any explanation I could find. I considered calling someone, a professional, maybe, but I couldn't quite bring myself to do it. What would I even say? That my lawn had a strange, perfectly round patch of dead grass with a hum coming from it. It all sounded absurd, even to me. The next day, the patch of dead grass was still there and the hum was louder. I felt like it was following me, like I couldn't escape it. Every time I went near the circle, the buzzing seemed to intensify. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a feeling like something was vibrating through the ground and into my bones. I had to do something. I couldn't just ignore it any longer. I decided to dig. It felt reckless, but I needed answers. I grabbed a shovel and started to carefully dig around the perimeter of the dead batch, trying not to disturb the area too much. As I dug deeper, the hum grew stronger, almost deafening. I kept going, determined to find out what was causing it. Finally, I hit something hard. The shovel clinked against metal and my heart stopped. I cleared away the dirt, carefully revealing a small metallic object buried beneath the grass. It was smooth, round, and slightly larger than a basketball. My mind raced with possibilities. Why could it be a buried power source, some kind of old, forgotten equipment? But it didn't look like anything. I recognized it was almost unnatural. The humming was coming from inside it. The closer I got, the more I could feel it vibrating in my chest. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the object. I had to know what it was, but at the same time I felt an overwhelming dread. Something about it felt wrong. Still, my curiosity won out. I reached out and touched the cold metal. The moment my fingers made contact, the buzzing stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a second I thought the world had gone. Still then a voice, faint but unmistakable, whispered in my ear. It wasn't a human voice, but it felt like it was speaking directly to me, to my very soul. "You shouldn't have done that." I jerked my hand back, but the voice didn't stop. It echoed in my head louder. Now, as though it was inside me, I stumbled backward, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The ground beneath me seemed to shake and the buzzing started again, but now it was different, faster, more insistent. The metal object beneath the soil seemed to pulse like it was alive. I stood frozen in place, watching the dead grass begin to shift. The circle wasn't just a patch of dead grass anymore, it was moving. Expanding panic surged through me. I had no idea what I had uncovered, but I knew I had to get away. I dropped the shovel and ran, not stopping until I was far away from the lawn. I could still hear the hum in the distance following me, but I didn't dare turn back that night. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing flashes of the circle, the metal object, and hearing that voice, a chilling whisper in my mind. I never went back to that spot in the yard. The lawn eventually returned to normal. The grass grew back and the hum faded, but I never forgot what happened. I sold the house a few months later, moving far away to this day. I don't know what was buried under my lawn, and I don't ever want to find out, but I know this. There are things beneath the earth, things waiting to be uncovered, and some of them should stay buried. Story 31. I had just finished cleaning up after dinner, the usual hum of the television in the background as I made my way to the balcony to catch a breath of fresh air. It had been a long day filled with the usual chaos of life. I stood at the railing, gazing out at the quiet street, below the fading glow of streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. My mind was wandering, thinking about the small, seemingly insignificant things that always seemed to consume my thoughts when I noticed something peculiar. A small object fluttered down from above the faint rustling of paper against the cool night air. It landed softly on the balcony, coming to rest near the corner where the railing met the wall. I blinked, surprised by the sudden appearance of the paper plane. It was a simple thing, just a folded piece of paper, the kind that could be made in a few seconds. But there was something about it that didn't sit right with me. I picked it up hesitantly, my fingers brushing against the smooth, creased paper. As I unfolded it, a chill ran down my spine. Written in neat handwriting, the message read, "Look up." My heart skipped a beat. I stood there for a moment, frozen, staring at the words, as they seemed to mock me in their simplicity. Look up. I didn't understand. I had been outside for only a few minutes and no one was around. I glanced over the edge of the balcony, but there was no one visible. The street below was quiet and the only movement was the occasional car passing by. There were no signs of anyone in the vicinity, no obvious explanation for the plane's sudden arrival. Still the words lingered in my mind, their meaning elusive but urgent. Look up. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a strange coincidence. Someone had sent the plane and the message felt intentional, like a cryptic warning or an invitation to something I didn't yet understand. But I couldn't simply ignore it. It was too specific, too purposeful to be overlooked. Against my better judgment, I stepped away from the railing and moved closer to the edge of the balcony. I hesitated for a moment, my gaze scanning the night sky above me. Nothing, the sky was dark, only the faintest glimmer of stars visible through the city's light pollution. I waited, listening to the quiet, trying to make sense of what was happening, but the air was still devoid of any explanation. I sighed, half convinced that I was just overreacting to a silly prank or some random event that didn't mean anything at all. But the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Something about the message seemed too deliberate to be ignored. So I looked up again, this time searching the sky more intently, trying to find any hint of movement, any sign of life, and then I saw it. At first it was just a shadow, barely noticeable against the darkness above. But as my eyes adjusted, I could make out a figure, small and distant, perched on the roof of the building across from mine. The figure was crouched low, almost blending in with the darkness, but the outline was unmistakable. I felt my breath catch in my throat, a wave of unease washing over me. How long had they been there? Had they been watching me the entire time? I stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do next. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge my gaze, and I wondered if they even knew I had seen them. But the silence between us felt heavy, suffocating, as if something unspoken was hanging in the air. I considered retreating back inside, locking the door behind me, but the pull of curiosity was stronger than my fear. What were they doing up there, and why had they sent the paper plane? My mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Was this some kind of warning? Had I been unknowingly involved in something I didn't understand? The more I thought about it, the more the sense of danger grew, until it felt like I was on the edge of something much bigger than I could comprehend. Suddenly the figure moved. It was subtle, just a shift in posture, but enough to break the tension that had been building between us. I felt a surge of panic, a rush of adrenaline flooding my veins as I instinctively took a step back from the railing. My heart hammered in my chest and I knew I had to do something, but I wasn't sure what. The figure didn't seem to notice, my movement still crouching on the roof, and the silence once again settled over the scene. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. This was insane. Whoever it was, they hadn't made any attempt to approach me. They hadn't threatened me. The only thing that was truly strange was the message, the paper plane, and the cryptic instruction to look up. But what did it mean? What was I supposed to do now? The figure remained motionless, and I couldn't help but wonder if I was being watched more closely than I realized. Maybe it wasn't just a random person across the street. Maybe it was someone who knew me, someone who had been observing me from the shadows. The thought made my stomach turn, but I couldn't deny the nagging feeling that this was just the beginning. I glanced at the paper plane again. The words still fresh in my mind. Look up. What was I supposed to find up there? Why had they given me this message? I was no closer to understanding, and yet the urgency of the moment was undeniable. Before I could think any more, I heard a sound of faint rustling of fabric, or maybe a footstep on the roof. I looked up again, but the figure was gone, just like that. They had vanished into the night, as if they had never been there at all. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained my eyes trying to see any trace of them, but the roof was empty. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to rush inside to lock the door and forget everything that had just happened, but another part of me felt compelled to figure this out, to understand why I had been chosen for this strange, unsettling encounter. The sound of a car engine starting below broke my concentration, and I glanced down at the street only to see a car slowly pulling away from the curb. I couldn't make out the driver's face, but the car seemed to move with an odd deliberate slowness, as if it was somehow part of the scene unfolding around me. I looked back at the balcony, my heart still racing, but the moment had passed. Whoever had sent the paper plane, whoever had been watching me from the rooftop, they were gone, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The words still echoed in my mind, urging me to look up as though something was waiting for me, something I had yet to understand. But whatever it was, I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't ignore it. Not now. The game had begun and I had no choice but to play story 32. I walked into the kitchen late one evening, hoping to grab a quick snack before heading to bed. As I opened the freezer to get some ice cream, I froze in my tracks. The freezer was stocked not just a few items, but completely full boxes of frozen meals, bags of vegetables, and what looked like several cuts of meat, all neatly arranged and organized. None of it was anything I recognized, and none of it had been there the day before. I hadn't bought any of it. My heart began to race, and I immediately slammed the freezer door shut, almost as if it could somehow reset everything to normal. I stood there staring at the cold metal surface, trying to process what had just happened. I lived alone, and while I did occasionally have groceries delivered, I knew exactly what I had ordered. There was nothing like this in the list. I hadn't asked for any frozen meals or bulk meat. My shopping habits were simple, just the essentials. So where had all this food come from? I opened the freezer again, this time more carefully, as if I were approaching some kind of dangerous mystery. I tried to be rational, telling myself that maybe I had ordered it and forgotten. But no, that wasn't possible. I checked my phone immediately, scrolling through the grocery app on which I usually ordered my food. There was no recent order that could explain this. No past delivery, no confirmations. Yet here it was, an entire freezer full of food I hadn't bought. I took a step back, feeling a cold shiver run down my spine. It was like someone else had come into my home, filled the freezer and left without a trace. But who and why was I sleepwalking and buying groceries in my sleep? I didn't think that was possible. I hadn't been sleepwalking years, and even if I had, why would I go out of my way to buy all this? I shut the freezer door once more, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I had overlooked something. Maybe I was missing an explanation, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find one. I felt my hands start to shake, a creeping unease settling into my chest. The food was unfamiliar, and yet it was perfectly stocked, arranged neatly, as if someone had spent time making sure everything was organized. The more I thought about it, the more unnerving the situation became. I went through every possible scenario in my head. Perhaps a family member had come over and left the food behind. No, I didn't have any family in town. Maybe a neighbor had accidentally delivered it. But who would stock my freezer without saying anything, and why hadn't I been notified? I walked to the front door and checked the locks. Everything seemed secure, but the unease was still there. My mind raced through endless possibilities, none of which felt right. I couldn't explain how the food had appeared, and every explanation I came up with felt more impossible than the last. I went through the rest of the house, checking each room, looking for any sign that someone had been there, but everything appeared as it should. There was no sign of forced entry, no disturbances. By now I was beginning to feel paranoid. Was I losing my mind? Was I somehow forgetting things I should remember? I grabbed my phone again, checking everything from my bank transactions to my food delivery history, but there was nothing that could account for the freezer full of food. It was as though it had appeared out of thin air, completely unexplainable. I had no choice but to deal with it. I couldn't just keep staring at the freezer and hoping it would make sense. I needed to figure out what had happened, even if it meant talking to someone. I decided to call the grocery delivery service, hoping maybe they could shed some light on the situation. When the representative answered, I described everything to her, detailing how I had found the freezer stocked with items I hadn't purchased. There was a long pause before she spoke again, and her voice sounded distant, almost cautious. "We don't have any record of a delivery to your address in the past few days," she said, "and there's nothing on file that matches what you've described. No deliveries, no scheduled orders. Are you sure it wasn't a mistake or a delivery from a different source?" I felt my heart sink. That wasn't it. I was sure of it. "No," I said, my voice shaky. "I'm telling you there's no mistake. I didn't order any of that food. It's not mine." She was quiet for a moment, then added, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful, but if you don't recognize the items and no one's been able to help, I'd suggest checking with your neighbors. Maybe they're the ones who accidentally dropped it off." I hung up the phone, not satisfied with her response. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I wasn't sure what to do next. The only thing I could think of was to start removing the food from the freezer to at least clear it out. But even that felt wrong. It was as if the food had been placed there intentionally, and getting rid of it would somehow make it worse. I spent the next few hours pacing around my apartment, checking every possible angle. I tried to go to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind was consumed by the freezer and the food that didn't belong. I checked the locks again, made sure the windows were secure. Everything seemed perfectly normal, except for that one glaring thing, the food. The next day, I woke up with a sense of dread that clung to me like a heavy blanket. I walked into the kitchen, my heart pounding in my chest. The freezer was still full. The food hadn't disappeared overnight. It was like a strange, constant reminder that something was off, something I couldn't explain. I decided to take a photo of the freezer to show to anyone who might be able to help. Maybe a friend or a professional could make sense of it. Maybe they would see something. I didn't. But as I snapped the photo and stared at the screen, something strange happened. The food shifted. I wasn't imagining it. I saw it clearly. The items in the freezer were rearranging themselves, moving slowly as if being gently pulled by invisible hands. I blinked, unsure of what I was seeing, but there was the frozen meals, the bags of vegetables, all shifting to new places. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what was happening anymore. The world around me felt more surreal, and I was losing control. It was like the freezer had a life of its own. Something was trying to tell me something I couldn't grasp. With my hands trembling, I grabbed the nearest item from the freezer, a frozen lasagna, and set it on the counter. The second I let go of it, I felt an intense cold spread through my skin. I quickly stepped back, but the feeling stayed with me, as if the air itself had turned colder. I stood there unsure of what to do next. I couldn't keep ignoring this, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to uncover the truth. Whatever was going on with the food in my freezer, I was no longer sure. I wanted to know. Story 33. I woke up that morning feeling the usual dread of starting another day. The sky was a dull grey, and the rain from the previous night had left the ground slick and cold. I dragged myself out of bed and made my way downstairs feeling exhausted, despite a full night's sleep. The house was eerily quiet, just the sound of the wind outside and the occasional creak of the floorboards. As I moved, I made a cup of coffee and sat down at the kitchen table, staring out the window at the driveway. That's where I noticed it, the chalk marks. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as my eyes focused, the message became clear. Don't trust them. The words were scrawled hastily across the concrete, jagged and uneven, as if someone had been in a hurry. My stomach churned and my coffee mug nearly slipped from my hand. I had no idea who could have done it. I lived in a quiet neighborhood and nothing strange had ever happened here. Then, neighbors were all friendly and I knew most of them by name. So why would someone leave such a cryptic message on my driveway? And who were they that I wasn't supposed to trust? My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities, none of them good. I went outside to inspect the message more closely, my heart pounding in my chest. The chalk was still fresh, slightly damp from the rain, but it hadn't been washed away. Yet it was unmistakably clear, the words staring back at me with an almost mocking tone. As I knelt down to get a better look, I scanned the area for any signs of who could have written it. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone nearby. It was as if the person had just vanished into thin air. After leaving the message, the sense of unease grew stronger the more I thought about it. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank. Maybe some kids from the neighborhood had done it, but deep down I knew it was something more. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. But who and why? I looked up and down the street, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing. The street was still. The whose is quiet and dark. It didn't make any sense. I was alone, yet I felt as if I wasn't. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, my mind spinning. I spent the rest of the day pacing around the house, unable to focus on anything. The message on my driveway consumed me. What did it mean? Who was them and why did I need to be warned? The more I thought about it, the more questions piled up, but no answers. By the time the evening came, I still hadn't figured out what to do. The message lingered in my mind and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was almost like there was something I wasn't seeing, something just out of my reach. I kept looking over my shoulder, checking every corner of the house, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Every small noise outside, every creak of the floorboards made my heart skip a beat. The message kept replaying in my head. Don't trust them, but who was I supposed to trust? The next day I called my best friend trying to sound calm, but I could hear the panic in my voice. I told her about the message on the driveway, about the strange feeling I had been having. She tried to reassure me, telling me it was probably just some kind of prank, but it didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a warning. Maybe you should talk to the neighbors. She suggested someone might know something. I agreed, though I wasn't sure what I hoped to find, but it couldn't hurt to ask around. I started with the house next door. Mrs. Thomas had lived there for years and I had always considered her to be a nice, reliable person. She answered the door with a warm smile, but I could see the concern in her eyes when I told her about the chalk message. Don't trust them, you say. She repeated, her voice, lowering as if she was afraid someone might overhear. That's strange, very strange. I nodded, feeling the weight of her words. Do you know anyone who might have done it? Mrs. Thomas hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I don't think so, but there's something odd going on in this neighborhood lately. Have you noticed anything strange happening? Her question caught me off guard. What do you mean? I don't want to alarm you, she said, glancing around as if making sure no one else was listening. But lately I've noticed some unusual people hanging around. They're always around the corner by the park at strange hours. I don't know what they're up to, but it doesn't feel right. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be connected? Was this what the message meant? But how could I have known about these people? I hadn't seen anyone suspicious. Mrs. Thomas gave me a sympathetic look. Just be careful, okay, and don't trust anyone who seems too friendly. I know it's hard, but sometimes people wear masks. I left her house feeling more unsettled than before. The warning felt all too real. Now there were others involved, people I didn't know, people who seemed to be watching, waiting. I wasn't sure who they were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for certain: something was wrong in this neighborhood. Over the next few days I kept a closer eye on my surroundings. I watched for anyone who seemed out of place, anyone who might be lurking near my house, but nothing happened. No one came by. No strange figures appeared in the shadows. Still, the sense of unease never left. Then, about a week later, the same thing happened again. Another message, this time it was on my front door, written in red chalk. They're closer than you think. I didn't know what to do. Who was they, what were they planning, and why had they decided to target me? The fear I had been trying to ignore now consumed me. Every creak in the floorboards, every noise outside seemed to carry a message. It felt like I was living in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I decided to take action. I called the police hoping they could help. They promised to investigate, but they couldn't find any signs of who was responsible. They suggested that it might be a prank, just like my friend had said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than that. I didn't sleep much that night, the fear gnawing at me. I kept the lights on, every window locked, every door secured, and I waited, hoping that somehow the answers would come. The next morning the sun rose and the world seemed just as normal as before. But the message, the warnings, still haunted me, and I knew that I could never look at my neighborhood the same way again. Story 34. I woke up to the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. The air was cool and still, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person awake in the world. I stretched, feeling the pleasant ache in my muscles that comes from a good night's rest. The bed was warm. My body relaxed from the peaceful sleep I just had, but as I sat up and adjusted the pillow under my head, something immediately felt off the pillowcase. It was inside out. I froze for a moment, staring at the fabric in disbelief. I couldn't have done that. I always put my pillowcases on properly every time I changed them. I would have noticed if it had been inside out when I went to bed, but here it was flipped the wrong way. This seems clearly visible. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly took in the strange reality of the situation. The last time I remembered handling my pillow was last night when I climbed into bed. I knew I had made the bed earlier, and I was sure the pillowcase was right side out. I could feel my heart begin to race as I tried to piece together what had happened. Had I somehow done it, without realizing? Was I just being paranoid? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. But it wouldn't leave. The pillowcase had been fine when I went to sleep. It wasn't possible for it to have turned inside out on its own. I pushed the covers off and stood up the cold floor, making my feet ache, but I barely noticed the discomfort. I was too focused on what I had just discovered. I checked the rest of the bed. Everything else seemed normal. The blanket was still in place, the sheets were neatly tucked in, but my pillow was the only thing out of place. I ran my fingers over the fabric, feeling the roughness of the inside-out seams. Something wasn't right. I couldn't stop thinking about how I had gone to sleep last night, completely unaware that something had been tampered with. Had someone been in my room while I slept? Had they moved my pillowcase? It seemed like an odd thing to do, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt uneasy. I turned the pillowcase back to its correct side, smoothing it out. As I tried to make sense of the situation, the feeling of being watched, of something being off, lingered in the back of my mind. I walked into the kitchen, needing a moment to calm my nerves as I poured a cup of coffee. My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. It could have been a simple mistake, right? Maybe I had done it without noticing, or maybe in my sleep I had subconsciously flipped it over. But that didn't explain the nagging feeling of unease, the feeling that I was missing something important. I thought back to the night before I had gone to bed around the usual time after finishing the late dinner and catching up on a few emails. Everything had been quiet. I hadn't heard anything strange, seen anything unusual. No one had been in the apartment and I hadn't noticed anything odd. When I went to sleep, the apartment was always locked at night and I had checked the doors and windows before settling into bed. But now it all felt like a distant memory, as if something had changed overnight. I couldn't ignore the possibility that someone had been in my apartment. Maybe they had come in while I was asleep. Maybe they had done something to my pillow. The thought made my stomach churn. Why would anyone bother flipping a pillowcase? It seemed like such a small, insignificant thing, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It was like a message, a sign that something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but the feeling of being watched, of being violated, was growing stronger by the second. I decided to check the apartment just to be sure. I walked through each room looking for any signs that someone had been there. Everything was where it should be. Nothing was out of place, but that didn't make me feel any better. The pillowcase, the only thing that was different, seemed like a clear sign that something was off. Maybe it wasn't a big deal, but I couldn't shake the sense that someone had been inside my home without me knowing. The thought glared at me, making my skin crawl. After a while I decided to reach out to a friend. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could help me make sense of everything. When I called, I explained what had happened, the strange pillowcase, the feeling that something was wrong. My friend listened patiently, but they didn't seem as concerned as I was. Maybe you just didn't notice it. They suggested it's not that big of a deal. I tried to convince myself they were right. It was just a pillowcase. It was just a mistake, something I had overlooked in my half-awake state. But even as I tried to reason with myself, the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I had locked the door, checked the windows, made sure everything was secure. Yet there was still a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone had been in my apartment. The rest of the day was a blur. I went about my usual routine, but my mind kept drifting back to the pillowcase. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I couldn't stop wondering, if someone had been in my room while I slept, what had they been looking for? Why my pillowcase? I couldn't find an answer, and the more I thought about it, the more questions arose. But there was nothing I could do. Nothing had been taken, nothing had been disturbed. It was just the pillowcase. That night I locked everything up again, double-checking the doors and windows. Before going to bed, I was determined to let it go, to move on. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, and closed my eyes. The apartment was quiet, peaceful even, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise seemed amplified. Every creak of the floorboards felt like someone was walking through the apartment. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I drifted in and out of sleep, restless and uneasy, until the early morning light crept in through the curtains. Once again, I sat up in bed, staring at the pillow in front of me. To my surprise, the pillowcase was still right side out, just as I had left it. A strange sense of relief washed over me, but it didn't last. The feeling of unease was still there, lingering in the back of my mind, and I couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong. Even if nothing had happened the night before, I knew I would never be able to look at that pillowcase the same way again. Story 35. It was an ordinary afternoon when the sight of the balloon caught my eye. At first I thought it was just a child's toy drifting aimlessly in the breeze, but as it came closer I realized there was something strange about it. The balloon wasn't just floating by itself. It had a small, shiny camera attached to its string, swaying gently in the wind. The camera appeared to be aimed directly at my house, and a sense of unease washed over me. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The balloon seemed so out of place, like an innocent, whimsical object turned sinister, who would attach a camera to a balloon and send it floating into someone's yard. It felt wrong, like an invasion of privacy. I couldn't understand. The balloon drifted slowly towards the ground and I instinctively moved to the porch to get a better look. I could see the camera more clearly now, its lens staring up at me like an unblinking eye. The realization hit me with a cold shiver. Someone was watching me and they were using this balloon to do it. I reached out cautiously and grabbed the string, feeling the weight of the camera in my hand. The balloon's bright colors contrasted sharply against the overcast sky, and its presence in my yard felt more unsettling the longer I held it. I inspected the camera, wondering if there was any way to trace it, any markings that could tell me who was behind it. But it was a simple, unbranded device with no obvious identifying features. My first instinct was to destroy the camera, to break it in end, whatever strange game this was. But I hesitated. What if there was more to this than I realized? What if I was dealing with someone who had been tracking my every move? The thought sent a ripple of fear through me, but I couldn't bring myself to destroy the evidence just yet. Instead, I took the balloon and camera inside, setting it down on the kitchen table, my mind racing with questions. Who would do something like this? What were they hoping to capture? The longer I thought about it, the more anxious I became. I hadn't seen anyone nearby. When the balloon appeared and the street was quiet, no one had been around to watch it drift into my yard. It was as though the person behind it was trying to remain completely anonymous, sending their creepy gift without ever revealing themselves. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that it could be a prank, nothing more than an elaborate joke or some weird stunt. Someone was pulling, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. This wasn't just a harmless prank. There was intent behind this, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was behind it was watching me, waiting for the right moment. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the balloon and camera, unable to tear my mind away from the thought of someone observing me. The idea of being watched without my knowledge made me feel vulnerable, exposed. I checked the windows in the yard multiple times, half expecting to see someone lurk in the shadows waiting for the next move. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house felt like a warning. Every distant sound like someone approaching. I kept the camera with me, trying to examine it more closely, but it offered no answers. I even tried to track its origin, but without any markings or serial numbers it was impossible to trace. The thought that someone had sent this balloon with the camera attached to it from a distance made my stomach turn. The next morning I decided to contact the authorities. I told them everything: the balloon, the camera, the strange feeling of being watched. The officer I spoke to seemed somewhat skeptical but agreed to file a report. "We'll keep an eye out, but it could just be a prank," he said, trying to ease my nerves. I wasn't convinced, but I appreciated the fact that someone was at least taking me seriously. After hanging up, I went outside again, checking the yard and the surrounding area for any signs of who might have left a balloon. There was nothing. The yard was empty and the street was as quiet as it had been the day before. But even as I walked around, I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was out there, hiding just out of sight, observing my every move over the next few days. Nothing unusual happened. The balloon and camera remained in my kitchen, a constant reminder of that eerie moment when I had first discovered them. I tried to go on with my life, but the feeling of being watched lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. Every time I stepped outside, I scanned the skies, half expecting another balloon to appear or, worse, to find someone waiting for me. A week later I received an envelope in the mail. It had no return address and the handwriting on the front was neat but unfamiliar. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, and when I did, I found a single piece of paper inside. The message was simple: "We see you." My heart skipped a beat as I read the words, a cold chill running down my spine. It was as though the sender had been watching me all along, tracking my every move, without me even knowing. I couldn't tell if this was another prank or if it was something much more sinister. Either way, the implications of the message were clear. I was being watched and whoever was behind it had been keeping an eye on me for much longer than I realized. I didn't know what to do next. Should I go to the police again? Should I take more drastic measures? The fear of being constantly observed, of not knowing who was behind it all, made me feel powerless. I couldn't go on like this, wondering when the next strange occurrence would happen or what it would be. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there watching. The house felt empty, Yet I couldn't escape the sensation that there was someone hidden just beyond the walls. The balloon in the camera seemed like distant memories, but the words on that note were still fresh in my mind, echoing over and over. "We see you." Days passed without incident, but the unease never left. I locked my doors at night, checked the windows and kept a watchful eye on the skies. I didn't know who was behind this or why they were doing it, but I couldn't afford to ignore the possibility that the next time the balloon appeared, it might not be the only thing coming from. For me, Story 36, it was an ordinary evening, the kind that felt comforting after a long day. The sun had just set and the house was quiet, save for the occasional hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone when the doorbell rang. The sound was sharp and unexpected, cutting through the silence of the house like a sudden jolt. I wasn't expecting anyone and I didn't recognize the sound of the chime. I got up from the couch, my curiosity piqued, and walked to the door. I peered through the peephole, first expecting to see someone standing there, a delivery person, a neighbor, or maybe someone trying to sell something. But when I looked, the porch was empty. There was no one standing there, no packages, no sign of anyone at all. I frowned, confused. I was sure I had heard the doorbell ring. I opened the door, stepping out onto the porch to look around, but the night air was still and there was no one in sight. The yard was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp a few houses down. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was just my imagination or if I had somehow misheard the sound, but then, as my eyes scanned the ground, I noticed something strange. There was a trail of footprints leading away from my front door, faint but clear in the soft dirt of the yard. The footprints were fresh, the edges sharp and well-defined, as though someone had just walked across the yard. They led away from my house and disappeared into the darkness of the street. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. No one had come to the door, yet there were footprints. It didn't make any sense. I stepped outside, fully closing the door softly behind me, and followed the trail of footprints. The ground was soft, the kind of dirt that would easily leave an impression. The prints were spaced evenly as if the person had been walking normally, not in a hurry, not trying to hide their presence. But what struck me as odd was that they didn't lead to any other houses. They just kept going down the street, vanishing into the shadows of the night. I stopped for a moment trying to process what I was seeing. The street was quiet, not a car in sight, not a sound other than the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I felt a growing unease in my chest, the kind of discomfort that comes when something isn't right, when you can't explain the situation. The more I looked at the footprints, the more questions I had. Who had been at my door? Why was there no one there? And why had they left a trail of footprints leading away into the night? I turned around and went back to the house, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it have been a prank? Someone ringing the doorbell and running off? But then why the footprints? Why had I not seen anyone standing there? When I checked, I tried to push the thoughts out of my mind, but the unease remained settling like a heavy weight in my stomach. I wanted to forget about it, to chalk it up to some odd coincidence, but something about the whole situation kept nagging at me. I closed the door behind me and locked it, standing in the foyer for a moment trying to calm my racing thoughts. The house felt colder, somehow quieter, as if the walls were closing in. I made my way back to the couch, but the peace I had felt just moments before was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something had changed. I couldn't help but wonder if the trail of footprints meant something more than I was willing to admit. As I sat back down, I glanced at the clock. It was still early, but the house felt like it had grown much darker in the last few minutes. I checked the locks again, even though I knew I had already locked the door. I pulled the curtains shut, though I wasn't sure what I was protecting myself from. The quiet of the house felt oppressive. Now, like a presence was hovering just outside, waiting for something. Minutes passed and I tried to distract myself with my phone again, scrolling through social media, reading messages, anything to keep my mind occupied. But I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I hadn't heard anything. No footsteps approaching, no cars driving by, nothing. It was as if the person had just appeared out of nowhere, left the footprints and then disappeared again. I tried to convince myself it was just some weird coincidence, a prank, or maybe even my imagination running wild. But every time I looked at the door, I felt a flutter of unease. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone, that something was out there waiting. I glanced over at the window, half expecting to see a shadow standing outside watching me, but there was nothing. The street was still dark, empty, and quiet. I stood up again, pacing around the room, trying to calm my nerves, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I walked back to the door, my hand hesitating on the doorknob. I opened it, slowly peering out into the yard. The footprints were still there, low in away from the door and down the street, but they were fading now, the impressions softening in the darkness. I couldn't see them as clearly as before, and for a moment I thought I had imagined them, but when I stepped outside there they were faint but unmistakable. Leading away from my house, I followed them again, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail seemed to stretch farther than it had before, but when I reached the end of the street there was no sign of anyone, no sign of life at all. The footprints disappeared into the night, vanishing just like the person who had left them. I stood there for a long moment, feeling the cool night air against my skin, the weight of the silence pressing in on me. There was no explanation for it, no answer to the question swirling in my mind. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more it slipped away like sand through my fingers. I finally turned and walked back to the house, the door clicking shut behind me with a finality that made my skin crawl. The house felt empty, quiet, as though it was holding its breath. I locked the door once more, checking the windows, checking every possible entrance. I didn't know what had happened, what it meant, but I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't going to forget that night anytime soon. The footprints had left their mark, not just on the ground but on my mind. Story 37. I woke up one morning to an odd sweet scent in the air. It wasn't strong, just a faint trace of perfume lingering in the corners of my house, like someone had been there, but I was certain no one had visited. The smell was pleasant enough but unfamiliar. I couldn't recall any time when I had worn such a fragrance or when anyone close to me had. I checked the usual places: my bathroom, my bedroom, and even the kitchen, but there was no trace of it. I thought it might be a random occurrence, a passing scent from outside, but it stuck around. I moved through my house trying to shake off the feeling that something was off as I went about my morning routine. The scent followed me, lingering in the background like a presence I couldn't escape. I brushed my teeth, wiped down the countertops and made coffee, but the perfume still hung in the air. At first I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a new air freshener from a neighbor, or perhaps I had smelled it somewhere the day before, and it was just in my mind. But as the day went on, I couldn't ignore it any longer. The smell wasn't fading, it was only getting stronger. I walked into the living room, checking the usual places where a scent might stick, but nothing seemed out of place. My house was tidy and I hadn't introduced any new products or objects that could be the source of the fragrance. I opened a window to let some fresh air in, hoping the smell would dissipate, but it lingered stubbornly. It was soft, like a blend of flowers with an undercurrent of something spicy, something older. It wasn't the kind of person few might ever buy, or be, but it was certainly familiar. Something about it nagged at me. I thought about my past. Who might have worn this kind of perfume? I couldn't recall anyone, at least no one who would have a reason to leave their scent in my home. My family didn't wear anything close to it. My friends didn't wear strong perfumes. I sat down on the couch and tried to clear my mind, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. The scent wasn't just lingering. It was almost as if it was following me. Every room I entered seemed to smell a little more strongly of it. Later that evening, after a long day of trying to ignore the growing unease, I decided to call my sister. She often visited, and maybe she had brought something into my house by accident. When she answered, I explained the situation. "Have you noticed anything strange, like a perfume or something unusual in the house?" I asked, hoping for some rational explanation. She paused for a moment and then replied, "No, nothing out of the ordinary. But now that you mention it, I haven't been by in a few days, so I wouldn't know. Have you checked all the usual places?" I sighed, feeling the weight of the situation settling in. "I have. It's driving me crazy, CRA. It smells like someone's been here, but there's no sign of anyone. I've checked everywhere. My sister was quiet for a moment. That's weird. Maybe you should call someone to check the house like a professional. It could be some kind of environmental thing, something you don't even realize. I thanked her, but deep down I felt like it wasn't just a random smell. It wasn't something natural. It felt intentional, like a message, but from who or why? I couldn't say. That night I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes I felt like I could still smell it. Like the scent was woven into my dreams. I tossed and turned, unable to escape it, and when I woke up the next morning, the smell was still there. That morning I decided to go through my house with a fine-tooth comb. I started in the kitchen, moving things around, opening cabinets and pulling everything out. I checked the laundry room, under the sink, the bathroom and even the attic, but there was nothing, no evidence of anything unusual, no new perfume bottle or product that could explain the scent, but it persisted, growing fainter, but still there. By mid-afternoon I was beginning to question my own sanity. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew it was more than that. I decided to go outside and sit on my porch for a while, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. As I sat there trying to relax, I noticed something strange. There was a faint smell of perfume lingering in the air outside. It wasn't as strong as inside, but it was definitely there. My heart skipped. A beat as the realization hit me. This wasn't just something inside my house, it was everywhere. I went inside and closed all the windows, feeling a shiver run down my spine. I started looking through the house again, more methodically. This time I checked the vents, the walls, the floors. I even pulled back the couch cushions, thinking perhaps there was something hidden, some small bottle of perfume I hadn't noticed before. Nothing. But then, as I was sitting on the floor, I caught sight of something odd under the coffee table. It was a piece of paper, crumpled and hidden just out of sight. I pulled it out and unfolded it, my hands trembling as I read the words written on it, "Welcome home." The writing was neat, but the words were chilling. I stared at the note for a long time, my mind racing. Who would leave something like this in my house and why? I had no idea what it meant. But my unease grew with each passing second. The perfume, the note. It felt like I was being watched, like someone knew something. I didn't. I immediately checked the door locks, making sure everything was secure, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I sat down and called the police, explaining the strange happenings, but they seemed skeptical. "You're saying there's perfume in your house that you didn't put there, and you found a note that says, 'Welcome home.' Mom will send someone over, but it sounds like you might be overreacting." The officer on the phone tried to assure me that it was probably nothing, but I didn't feel reassured. I hung up, still feeling the weight of the note in my hands. The more I thought about it, the more questions flooded my mind. Who had left it? And what did it mean? The note wasn't signed. It didn't even mention anything specific about me. Just those two words, "Welcome home." The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, but they didn't seem to find anything out of the ordinary. They asked me a few questions, took a look around and left, but the smell, the note, and the lingering feeling that I wasn't alone never left me. That night, as I lay in bed, I could still smell the faint trace of perfume in the air. It was softer now, but still there, like a reminder that something was off. I don't know who had left it or why, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't going to feel safe in my house again until I figured it out in the days that followed. The perfume smell eventually faded, as did the uneasy feeling that had gripped me. But every time I walked through my house, I couldn't shake the memory of that note. It was as if someone had been there, someone who knew me, who had been watching me. And though the scent was gone, I couldn't help but wonder, was I truly alone in my house? Story 38. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when I decided to do a bit of cleaning around the house. The clutter had been piling up, and I figured it was time to tackle the couch cushions. As I flipped them over and started to shake out the crumbs and dust, something small and metallic caught my eye. I pulled it from beneath the cushion, expecting it to be a forgotten coin or maybe a piece of jewelry I had misplaced. But what I held in my hand was something entirely different: a wedding ring. It wasn't just any wedding ring, though. This one was old. The gold slightly tarnished and the band looked worn, as if it had been on someone's finger for many years. The design was simple, but there was an elegance to it that I couldn't quite place. I turned it over in my hand, searching for any marks or engravings that might identify it. That there was nothing, no initials, no date, just an empty band. My heart began to race as I wondered where it had come from. I had never seen it before, and I had no idea how it ended up under my sea couch. I thought back to when I had last cleaned the cushions. It hadn't been that long ago, but I couldn't recall ever seeing the ring before. The oddness of it settled in, and a strange feeling crawled up my spine. Could it have been left by someone? I had no visitors recently, no guests who might have lost a ring. It didn't belong to anyone in my family either. So where had it come from? Why was it there, hidden away, waiting to be found? I stood up and looked around the room, my mind racing with possibilities. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? I found a wedding ring under my couch, and I don't know where it came from. That sounded absurd, but the more I looked at the ring, the more unsettled I felt. It felt like it belonged to someone who had been here, who had left it behind on purpose, or had it been forgotten? My thoughts started spiraling out of control, and I had to remind myself to stay calm. I decided to do the only thing I could think of. I tucked the ring into a small box and set it on a shelf in my closet. There was no immediate need for action, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had uncovered something important. I went about my day trying to push the unsettling discovery from my mind, but it lingered. Every time I walked past the closet, I felt an eerie sense of being watched, as if something in there was waiting for me to return. The next day I went about my routine trying to ignore the strange occurrence, but the more I thought about it, the more the unanswered question gnawed at me. Why had the ring been hidden? Was it placed there intentionally, or had it somehow gotten stuck there by accident? And who did it belong to? The fact that I didn't have answers only made the situation feel more unnerving. I decided to call my best friend, hoping she could offer some perspective. She listened as I explained everything, from the discovery of the ring to the feeling that something wasn't quite right. She was just as perplexed as I was, but she suggested that I ask my neighbors. Maybe one of them had lost it or knew something about it. At the very least, it would help ease my mind if I could find out where the ring came from. I walked over to my neighbor's house later that afternoon and knocked on the door. When she answered, I hesitated for a moment, then told her about the ring. She listened carefully and shook her head. "I don't know anything about it," she said, but then her expression changed, as if something had occurred to her hold. "On a second," she said, disappearing into her house. A few moments later she returned with a photo album. "I think I might know who it belongs to," she said. Flipping through the pages, my curiosity piques. She showed me a picture of a couple, two people, smiling on their wedding day. The woman in the photo was wearing a ring that looked identical to the one I had found. It was a wedding photo taken in the 1970s. The couple in the picture was smiling happy, but I didn't recognize them. My neighbor told me that they had lived on the block many years ago, but the couple had moved away and she hadn't heard from them since. I asked if she had any more information about them, but she didn't. The name of the couple was unfamiliar and no one seemed to know what had happened to them. I thanked her for the information and left my mind reeling with more questions than answers. Back home, I couldn't stop thinking about the picture. It wasn't just the ring that bothered me. It was the sense of familiarity that I couldn't shake. Why had it been left behind? Why had the couple moved away so suddenly? And where was the ring? Now I thought about the possibility that the couple had had some sort of falling out, that the ring had been discarded, forgotten, but nothing about the situation felt that simple. The next few days passed uneventfully, but the rain never left my thoughts. I spent hours researching the couple, trying to find any trace of them, anything that might explain the strange discovery, but it was as if they had disappeared completely. No record of them anywhere. It was like they had never existed at all. Then, one evening, something happened that made me rethink everything. I was cleaning out the closet again, and as I reached for the box where I had kept the ring, I felt something different. The box was heavier than it had been before. I opened it cautiously and my breath caught in my throat. Inside, next to the wedding ring, was another hymn, a small folded piece of paper. I unfolded it, my heart racing, and saw that it was a note. It was handwritten, but the writing was shaky, almost desperate. It simply read, "Please take it back." I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the note. Who had written it? What did it mean? The message was so cryptic, and yet it felt like it was meant for me. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't going to leave the ring in the box anymore. It didn't belong there, and I had to find out why. I decided to return the ring to the address listed on the back of the photo my neighbor had shown me. I couldn't explain why, but something in me told me that this was the right thing to do. Maybe, just maybe, returning it would bring some sort of closure to the mystery that had been haunting me when I reached the house. It was abandoned, the grass was overgrown, the windows boarded up, and there was no sign of life. The house seemed to be forgotten, just like the couple, but as I stood there staring at the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just uncovered a part of something much darker. The ring had come back to me for a reason, and I wasn't sure I was ready to face the truth about what that reason was. I placed the ring on the front step of the house, hoping that whoever needed it would find it. As I walked away, I felt a sense of relief, like a weight had been lifted, but deep down I knew that some mysteries would never be solved and some things, once uncovered, were best left alone. Story 39. It was one of those rare peaceful nights where the quiet of the world outside seemed to blend into the stillness of my home. I had just finished a long day, and the only thing on my mind was getting some rest. The house was dark, save for the soft light of the hallway lamp that I had left on for comfort. I slid into bed, pulled the covers over me and shut my eyes, listening to the sounds of the night. It was the kind of silence that made you forget about the world outside. But just as I was about to drift off, I heard it. A sudden sharp light pierced through the bedroom window, casting an eerie glow across the walls. I blinked, confused at first. It wasn't the street light outside, which was always dim, nor was it a passing car. The light was too intense, too close. I sat up in bed, heart pounding in my chest. The headlights of my car were on. I didn't understand at first. I never left my headlights on, and I was certain I hadn't been near my car in hours. I had parked it in the driveway earlier that evening, and I always double-checked to make sure I turned off everything before heading inside. But there they were, shining brightly in the dark of the night, illuminating the driveway and the street in front of my house. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, walking over to the window. My heart skipped a beat as I looked out and saw that the headlights in full view, cutting through the darkness. The car was parked exactly where I had left it, but something was off. The headlights were on, but there was no one inside. I didn't even remember hearing this sound. There was no engine running, no noise at all, just the unnerving glow of the headlights. I grabbed my robe and hurried outside the cold night air, hitting my skin as I stepped onto the porch. I walked down the steps toward the driveway, trying to make sense of it all. As I got closer to the car, I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The headlights were still blinding, casting long shadows across the driveway, but everything else was eerily quiet. The car was locked and nothing seemed out of place, except for the lights that remained on. I unlocked the door and opened it, fully expecting to find someone inside, but the car was empty. Everything was just as I had left it. The interior was dark and nothing appeared to have been disturbed. I leaned into the car, reached over and turned the key, but the headlights didn't flicker off. They remained illuminated as though something was keeping them on. I tried turning the car off and even switched off the engine, but still the headlights stayed on. I sat there for a moment trying to figure out what to do next. I stood up, my mind racing. This couldn't be right. There was no way my car's headlights would turn on by themselves, especially not in the middle of the night like this. I couldn't explain it. Maybe there was some malfunction, a short in the wiring or a glitch with the car's electrical system, but nothing about the situation felt normal. As I stood there staring at the headlights, I felt a growing sense of unease, as if something was lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, something I couldn't quite see but could feel. I pulled out my phone and called my mechanic, though I wasn't sure what exactly I was asking. I explained the situation, telling him that the headlights had come on by themselves. He seemed puzzled too and suggested that it might be a wiring issue, but he also mentioned that he had never heard of anything like this happening before. He told me to try turning the car off completely and to remove the key from the ignition, just in case I did as he suggested. But even after doing everything I could think of, the headlights refused to turn off. They kept shining into the night, creating an unsettling glow that filled the driveway. I paced back and forth in front of the car, trying to figure out what to do. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. There was something strange, something unnerving about the whole situation. It wasn't just the headlights, it was the silence that accompanied them. It was as if the car was waiting for something. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? My car's headlights turned on by themselves. It sounded absurd even to me. I decided to leave the car for now and go back inside. I locked the door behind me, but the unsettling feeling of being watched never left. The next day I tried again to start the car, hoping it was just some strange one-off glitch, but when I went to the driveway I found the headlights still on just as they had been the night before. This time I knew I had to get it checked out. I called the mechanic again and told him everything that had happened. He promised he would come by to inspect the car. When he arrived, he ran a series of tests checking the wiring in the electrical systems. He couldn't find anything wrong, no faulty wiring, no malfunctioning sensors, and no signs of any issues that would cause the headlights to turn on by themselves. His confusion mirrored mine, but he was determined to figure it out. I watched as he worked, trying to make sense of the situation, but nothing changed. The headlights stayed on and the silence around us felt as thick as the fog that had settled over the driveway by the time the sun began to set. The mechanic was stumped. He suggested that I take the car to a dealership for further inspection, but by then I didn't want to drive it. There was something too strange, too unnerving about the whole situation. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that there was more to this than just a mechanical failure. That night, as I sat in my living room trying to distract myself from the unsettling thoughts, I heard it again. The familiar glow of headlights shone through my window, cutting through the dark. I glanced toward the driveway and sure enough the car's headlights were on once more. I didn't know what to do anymore. My heart raced as I got up and walked to the window. The glow seemed to intensify, almost as if it was beckoning me, pulling me closer. I grabbed my phone ready to call for help, but just as I reached the door, the headlights flickered and then shut off. Complete silence followed. The car once again sat in the driveway, dark and still. I stood there for a moment staring at the empty car, trying to make sense of what had just happened, and then, for the first time in days, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The headlights were off, the car was quiet. Maybe it was over, maybe it was just a malfunction, but something told me that this wasn't the end. Something told me that the car and whatever was behind all of this wasn't done with me. Yet story 40. I was walking down the aisle of the local grocery store picking up some basic items. When I first noticed the man, he was standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me. Intently, I tried to ignore him, focusing on the shelf in front of me, but there was something unsettling about the way he watched me. He looked like he didn't belong, out of place in a small quiet town like mine. His clothes were disheveled and his eyes darted around nervously as if he was looking for someone or waiting for something. I quickly grabbed a box of cereal and walked down the next aisle hoping to avoid him, but as I turned the corner I nearly ran into him. He stepped forward, blocking my path. His face eerily calm. "They'll come for you next," he said, his voice barely a whisper. I froze, not knowing what to say. I tried to laugh it off, assuming he was just some random, strange person who had said something odd. "Excuse me," I said, trying to step around him, but he didn't move. Instead, he stepped closer, his face growing more serious, more intense. "You can't escape," he added, his tone low and urgent. "They're already watching you. They'll come for you next." I took a step back, my heart beginning to race. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as his words sank in. Who was he talking about? Who would come for me? I could feel a sense of dread creeping over me, and a part of me wished I had stayed home today. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. I had no idea what was going on, but I didn't want to be alone with him. The man's lips curled into a strange smile and he leaned in closer. His breath was hot and smelled faint of something metallic. "They know everything about you," he said almost cryptically. "You can't hide from them. They'll find you wherever you go." My stomach twisted. I was starting to feel like this wasn't just some crazy person, but something much more sinister. I quickly took another step back, trying to get some space between us. Please, I said, my voice rising, trying to sound more assertive. I don't know who you are, but I need you to leave me alone. I glanced around hoping someone would hear or notice, but the aisle was empty and the noise of the store hummed in the background. Indifferent to what was happening, the man didn't seem to care. He stood there unblinking, like he had all the time in the world. His eyes were locked onto mine and it felt like he was staring straight through me. I felt trapped on, unsure of what to do. Then, without warning, he stepped aside, leaving the aisle open again. But, as he did, he looked at me one last time, his gaze colder than before. You'll see, he said, they'll come for you next, and then, as quickly as he appeared, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Who was that man? What did he mean? I shook my head, telling myself it was just some random person with a strange obsession, maybe someone who had a mental illness. I didn't want to believe his words, but they lingered in my mind, gnawing at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something that I couldn't see. The rest of the shopping trip felt off. I couldn't stop looking over. My shoulder half expected the man to appear again. Every time someone walked past me in the aisles, my heart would race. I kept telling myself that I was being paranoid, that it was nothing, but the words "they'll come for you next" kept echoing in my head as I checked out. The cashier gave me a strange look, noticing my nervousness. "Are you okay?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I nodded quickly, too embarrassed to explain. The last thing I needed was to look like I had completely lost my mind over some random stranger. When I got home, I tried to shake it off. I unpacked my groceries, made myself a cup of tea and sat down to relax, but I couldn't focus. Every little sound outside the house, every creak of the floorboards made my heart skip a beat. I kept expecting someone to show up at the door to knock or ring the bell, but nothing happened. The house was quiet still. That night I locked all the doors and windows. Even though I knew it was pointless, the man's words were still fresh in my mind. It felt like they were haunting me, like they were going to come true. I couldn't help but wonder if the man had been right. What did he know that I didn't? The next day I went about my usual routine, but something was different. I kept getting this unsettling feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. I felt eyes on me, as if someone was lurking just out of sight. I found myself constantly checking the windows, peering out at the empty street, convinced that someone was waiting for me, but every time I looked there was nothing there. I started to second-guess myself. Maybe I had overreacted the day before, maybe it was just a strange person making strange comments. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how specific his words were. "They'll come for you next." It wasn't a vague threat. He knew something, and that thought made me shiver. I decided to take action. I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something to happen. I called a friend and asked if I could stay at their place for a few days. I needed some time away, some distance from everything. They agreed, and I packed my things quickly, not looking back, but as I drove out of town I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I glanced in the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see a car tailing me. But there was nothing. I told myself it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. But I couldn't help it. I stayed with my friend for a few days, trying to relax, trying to convince myself that the man at the door was just a random encounter. But I couldn't forget the look in his eyes, the way he said those words with such certainty. They were like a curse, and no matter how hard I tried to forget, they lingered. Eventually I returned home, but things weren't the same. The house felt different, and I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had taken root in my gut. I couldn't escape the feeling that the man's words were more than just a warning. They were a prediction, and I had no idea what to do about it. Days passed without incident. I started to relax a little, hoping that the whole thing had been a misunderstanding, something blown out of proportion in my mind. But then one afternoon I received a text. The message was simple. Just a string of numbers and letters that didn't make sense. But at the bottom it said one thing: "They're here." That was when I realized the man at the store had been right all along. Story 41. I stepped out of my house ready to start the day. The morning had been typical, nothing unusual, nothing to suggest that anything was amiss. I made my way to the driveway, my mind already running through the list of things I needed to do. My car was parked in its usual spot, the engine cold from the night. Before I reached for the door handle, my hand grazing the cool metal and I froze. Something was off. I opened the door and slid into the driver's seat, but as soon as I sat down, a sharp unease washed over me. The seat felt too close to the steering wheel, too far forward, as though someone had been sitting in my car and adjusted it. I always made sure to adjust the seat before I left, so I knew without a doubt that it hadn't been this way. When I parked the car, I reached down my fingers brushing the seat adjustment lever. It moved easily, confirming what I already knew. Someone had been in my car and they had moved the seat all the way forward. A wave of confusion and unease swept over me. Who would do that? Why would they? I couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to mess with my car like that, and yet here I was sitting in a seat. That wasn't how I had left it. I scanned the area around me, expecting to see something that would offer an explanation, but everything looked normal. The street was quiet, the neighbors were inside their homes and the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft light on everything. I adjusted the seat back to my usual position, trying to shake off the odd feeling that had settled in my chest. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It could have been something as simple as me forgetting to adjust it the night before, though I was certain I had. Still, I couldn't ignore the fact that the seat had been moved, and that thought lingered in my mind as I started the car and drove off. The entire drive was filled with a sense of unease that I couldn't quite shake. I kept glancing at the rear view mirror, half expecting to see someone in the back seat, but there was no one there. The car was empty, just as it always had been, yet the feeling of being watched lingered. It was as though someone had been in the car recently, sitting in the same seat, adjusting things, leaving behind a trace of their presence. I tried to push the thoughts aside, focusing on the road ahead of me, but my mind kept returning to the seat who had been in my car. Why had they moved it? It wasn't like I had any enemies or anyone who would want to mess with me. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing that suggested someone had broken into my car. Yet the seat had been moved. It was the only thing I could think of, the only thing that made sense in a situation that felt increasingly wrong. The rest of the day passed without incident, but the feeling of unease stayed with me every time I got into my car. I checked the seat first, almost expecting it to be moved again, but each time it was where I had left it the way I had adjusted it. Still, the strange incident in the morning GD at me, the nagging feeling that I was being watched, that someone knew something I didn't. Days went by and the memory of the moved seat began to fade into the background of my daily routine. I tried to convince myself it was just a fluke, something I had imagined, but I couldn't completely shake the feeling that something was off. And then one morning it happened again. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside my window, the early morning light filtering through the curtains. The day was starting off, just like any other, and I tried to push the lingering feeling of unease from my mind. I went about my usual routine, making coffee, getting dressed and heading out the door. But when I reached my car, I noticed something immediately. The seat was moved again. I stood there for a moment staring at the seat, my heart starting to race. This time it wasn't just a little bit forward. It was all the way up against the steering wheel, as though someone had been sitting there adjusting the seat to their liking. I opened the door, my hands trembling slightly as I sat down and adjusted the seat back to its normal position. But the sense of dread that washed over me was overwhelming. Who was doing this? Why? I scanned the neighborhood once more, but everything seemed calm. Just like before. No one was out of place and nothing appeared unusual. But the seat had been moved again. This time I didn't feel as if it was just an innocent mistake. The pattern was becoming too clear. Someone was deliberately messing with my car, leaving behind signs of their presence. I started the car and drove to work, but the drive felt different. Every little sound, every shift of the wind seemed to be magnified in my mind. The feeling of being watched had returned stronger than before, and they couldn't help but glance at the rear view mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see someone sitting in the back seat. But no one was there. The car was still empty at work. I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to the seat in my car, the feeling of someone being in it. I tried to reason with myself, telling myself it was just paranoia, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that someone was watching me, waiting for the right moment to do something. When I returned home that evening, I checked the car once more. The seat was in its usual position, just as I had left it for a brief moment. I felt a sense of relief, but the lingering unease remained. Whoever had been moving the seat was still out there, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. I decided to install a security camera near my car the next day, hoping that it would provide some answers. But as I set up the camera and checked the footage that evening, I found nothing. The video was completely clear. No sign of anyone approaching the car, no sign of anything unusual at all. The footage seemed to mock me, as though telling me that I was imagining things. But the seat had been moved twice. I had no answers, no explanation. The feeling of being watched only intensified, and I began to wonder if I was the target of some elaborate prank or, worse, if someone had been tracking my every move. The days dragged on and I continued to check the seat, but each time it remained exactly where I had left it. Eventually the unease began to fade. Life went on, but I never forgot the feeling that someone had been in my car, that someone had moved the seat, and that, whatever the reason was, it was far from over. The questions lingered in the back of my mind, unanswered and unresolved. A reminder that sometimes the smallest, most inexplicable things can hold the most unsettling truths. Story 42. I woke up with a start, my eyes snapping open to the unfamiliar quiet of the room. For a moment everything felt normal, the soft hum of the air conditioner, the gentle rustle of the curtains, and the familiar outline of my furniture. But then my eyes wandered to the window. It was wide open. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. My heart began to race as I pushed myself out of bed, quickly walking over to the window. I distinctly remembered locking it the night before, the sound of the latch clicking shut. The sense of security brought me, but now here it was ajar, as if someone had opened it without me knowing. A rush of cold air hit me as I leaned closer, and I could smell the faint scent of the outdoors, damp, earthy, as though someone had been standing there. I checked the lock. It wasn't broken, but it was as if it had been tampered with. I ran my fingers over the latch, trying to figure out how it could have possible come undone. There was no sign of forced entry, no visible marks that would suggest someone had broken in. The window frame was still intact, with no sign of struggle. It felt like nothing had happened, and yet something was very, very wrong. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Maybe I had forgotten to lock it, but I was sure I hadn't. I always double-check the locks before I go to bed. Maybe I had sleepwalked and opened it without realizing, but that felt unlikely. I would have remembered something like that, wouldn't I? I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was nothing, but deep down I knew it was more than that. I looked around the room, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was an unsettling stillness, quiet tension that hung in the air. It was almost as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I quickly glanced at the door, which was still closed. Nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong. The open window was the only thing that stood out like a glaring mistake. In an otherwise calm scene, I walked over to the door and checked the lock, still secure. I even checked the rest of the house, feeling a growing sense of unease. With each step I took, everything appeared normal. The kitchen, the living room, even the bathroom. All were as I had left them, but the sense of something being off persisted. That window left open felt like an invitation, a signal that something or someone had been there, but there was no sign of who it could have been. I walked back to the bedroom, my thoughts spinning. What if someone had come in during the night? What if they were still here? My mind raced, but there was no evidence of anyone else in the house. I had heard nothing, seen nothing. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought I was probably just being paranoid, but then something caught my eye, a small, barely noticeable smudge on the edge of the windowsill. I crouched down to examine it more closely. It was dark, almost like a fingerprint, but it was too faint to tell for sure. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the smooth surface of the sill beneath my touch. It was fresh. Still there. My pulse quickened. I was no longer sure if this was a coincidence or something much more sinister. I stood up and backed away from the window, my mind racing for an explanation that made sense, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it all made. How had the window come open? Who could have done this and why? I checked the outside of the house looking for any signs of disturbance. There were no footprints in the dirt, no broken branches. It was as if the world outside had remained untouched, but the open window was proof that something had happened. Something had changed. In the middle of the night I tried to shake off the feeling of dread, but it clung to me, growing heavier with each passing second. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That my window was open and I didn't know why. They would think I was overreacting. I couldn't exactly explain the smudge either. It could have been anything. I was overthinking it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone had been inside my room. While I slept, my mind raced as I tried to figure out who could have done this, but there was no one I could think of, no one I knew who would have come into my house without my knowing. I spent the rest of the day feeling on edge, constantly checking the locks, the doors, the windows. Everything was fine. Until the evening, when I went to bed again, I locked the window tightly before climbing under the covers, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, that nothing had happened, that I was safe. But the next morning when I woke up, the window was open again. This time I couldn't ignore it. I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin as I rushed over to the window. It was the same as before, open with no sign of how it had happened, no footprints, no evidence of anyone entering, but this time the smudge on the window. So it was darker, clearer, as if it had been left there intentionally. I felt my heart race as I backed away from the window. I couldn't stay here anymore. I didn't know who or what had been in my room, but it was clear now that I wasn't safe. Whoever or whatever was behind, this wasn't going to stop. I grabbed my phone and called the police, telling them everything from the open window to the strange smudge. They were SCI-Cal, of course. How could they not be? But when they arrived, they examined the window, the smudge, and the rest of the room. They couldn't find any sign of forced entry, but they agreed that something was off. They took notes, told me they would increase patrols around the area, and left me with a feeling of uncertainty that I couldn't shake. As the days went by, the pattern continued. Each morning the window would be open and the smudge would be there. I began to feel trapped in my own home, as if something was watching me, waiting for me to slip up. I could never find an explanation. No matter how hard I tried, but one evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I heard something faint, a soft, rustling sound. My heart skipped a beat as I stood up and walked toward the hallway. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure, a woman, cloaked in shadow, standing just inside the living room. She looked at me with cold, empty eyes, and I froze in terror before I could react. She was gone, disappeared as quickly as she had appeared, leaving nothing behind but the lingering chill in the air. I never figured out who she was or what she wanted, but after that night I never left the window open again, and I never felt safe in my own home again. Story 43. I wasn't expecting any packages. So when I heard the knock at the door, I was confused. There was no delivery notice, and I hadn't ordered anything recently. I opened the door cautiously, peering out into the empty street, only to find a small unmarked box sitting on my doorstep. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, no markings, no return address, nothing to indicate where it had come from. I bent down to pick it up. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease settle in my stomach, I brought the box inside and placed it on the kitchen counter, staring at it for a few moments before cautiously unwrapping it. My hands trembled as I peeled back the paper, revealing a plain cardboard box beneath, no fancy packaging, no signs of who might have sent it. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. Was it a mistake? A mix-up? I opened the box, slowly dreading what might be inside. When I finally lifted the lid, I gasped. Nestled inside the box was an old photograph. The edges were yellowed with age and the paper was slightly curled, as if it had been tucked away for decades. But it wasn't just any photograph. It was a picture of my childhood home, the house where I grew up, the house I hadn't seen in years, the one that I had left behind long ago, when life took me in a different direction, the house that had been abandoned and sold after my parents moved out. I felt a chill run down my spine as I studied the photograph. It wasn't a picture I recognized. I hadn't seen this exact shot before. The house was the same, but something was off. It looked as though it had been taken from a distance, from a place I couldn't quite identify. The yard was overgrown, the porch steps were cracked and the windows looked dark and empty, as if the house itself had been abandoned for much longer than I remembered. But the most unsettling part was the faint shadow near the front door. It was hard to make out, almost like a person, but the figure was blurry, indistinct. I felt a sense of dread building inside me. Who would send this to me? How did they have this photograph and why? Now the questions swirled in my head, each one more unsettling than the last. I couldn't stop staring at the photo, trying to make sense of it, but the longer I looked, the more I felt like I was missing something important. I couldn't ignore the eerie feeling gnawing at me. I turned the photograph over, hoping to find something on the back that might give me a clue about who had sent it. But there was nothing, just a blank aged surface, the paper soft under my fingertips. My stomach churned with unease. I placed the photograph down on the counter, then paced around the kitchen trying to calm my racing thoughts. I needed to get a grip. This was probably just a strange coincidence or mistake, but the feeling of something being off wouldn't leave me. I tried calling my parents, thinking maybe they'd know something, but they didn't pick up. I tried again a few more times, leaving a message asking if they knew anything about the photograph. No response. My mind began to wander and I couldn't shake the thought that maybe I should go back to the house. Maybe there was something there, something that could explain why someone would send me this picture. I had left that house behind years ago, long before I had even thought about the possibility of coming back. The memories there were distant, cloudy, and mostly unpleasant. But now, with this photograph in my hands, I couldn't shake the need to return to confront whatever it was that had stirred this strange, unsettling feeling in me. The idea of going back made my heart race. I knew I shouldn't, but I felt an undeniable pull. There was something unfinished, something unresolved about that house, about my past, that I couldn't let go of. Maybe this was my chance to find out the truth. I decided to drive out there, hoping that the trip would provide some clarity. As I neared the old neighborhood, I could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on me. The streets were eerily quiet and the houses seemed to watch me as I passed by. I had no idea what I expected to find, but the longer I drove, the more my nerves started to get the best of me when I reached the house. It looked exactly like the photograph, the same overgrown yard, the same broken steps. But it wasn't just the exterior that unnerved me. It was the feeling in the air, the silence, the sense that something wasn't right. I parked the car across the street and sat for a moment staring at the house, trying to steady my breath. I got out of the car, my feet moving on their own as I crossed the street toward the house. The closer I got, the more the feeling of dread grew. The door was ajar, just like in the photograph. A faint giraffe stirred the fallen leaves at my feet. It felt as though the house was waiting for me. I stepped onto the porch, feeling the boards creak beneath my feet. The door was half open and I couldn't resist the urge to push it further. The inside was dark, the air musty and stale. I stepped inside cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The house seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something. I moved through the rooms, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I couldn't explain it, but everything about this place felt wrong, like it wasn't just empty. It was alive with memories, with something I couldn't see but could feel. I wandered through the rooms, finding nothing but dust and decay. Nothing seemed out of place, nothing that could explain the photo, that the package, or the feeling that had taken hold of me. But then I found it. In the back corner of the living room, beneath the floorboards, there was a small hidden compartment. I had never noticed it before, but now, with my fingers trembling, I pry it open. Inside was a small leather-bound book. It was old, the pages yellowed and fragile. But as I opened it, my heart skipped a beat. The writing inside was barely legible, but it was unmistakably familiar. It was my handwriting. I flipped through the pages, the words slowly coming into focus. It was a journal, my journal, but I had no memory of ever writing it. The entries were filled with strange cryptic thoughts, the kind of things I'd never thought about before. And at the end of the last page was a final entry. "They're coming, don't trust anyone." I slammed the book shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The feeling of dread had reached its peak and I knew I had to leave. Whatever had brought me here, whatever had caused this twisted chain of events, I didn't want to know anymore. I stumbled out of the house, slamming the door behind me. As I got back into my car, I realized something. The photograph wasn't just a warning. It was a message. Someone had been watching me, keeping track of me even from the shadows. And now I was more certain than ever that the past I had tried to forget wasn't done with me. Yet story 44. I sat in my living room, wrapped in the soft glow of the lamp beside me. The silence of the evening was comforting, broken only by the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I had just finished reading a book and was about to turn on the TV when I noticed something odd. The light across the room, a small overhead lamp near the bookshelf, flickered once and then turned off completely. I frowned, assuming it was a faulty bulb, but I didn't think much of it at first. A few moments later, the light above the coffee table flickered and dimmed before shutting off too. This time, a strange sense of discomfort crept into my mind. I glanced around the room wondering if it was just an issue with the wiring or if something else was going on. I was alone in the house, with no one else to explain what was happening. I shook my head and stood up to check the light switch, thinking I might have accidentally turned them off. As I moved to the wall, the last light, the one above the couch, blimped out, leaving the room completely dark. My heart started to race. This wasn't normal. I hadn't touched any of the switches, and yet all the lights had gone out in a sequence one after the other. It wasn't just a random power failure either. There was no flickering or buzzing from the lights. They just turned off as if someone had methodically switched them off one by one. I walked over to the window and peed outside to see if maybe there had been some power issue in the area, but the streetlights were still on. The neighborhood seemed calm and undisturbed, just like it always had been. I checked the circuit breaker next, flipping the switch to see if maybe there was a short somewhere, but everything appeared to be in order. The power was still on. The lights should have been working fine. I found myself growing increasingly uneasy. I couldn't explain why it felt so wrong, why it felt like someone had been in the room with me turning off each light as if they were watching me. But I was alone. There was no one else here. The stillness in the air felt heavy, as if it were waiting for something. I turned all the lights back on one by one and sat down on the couch trying to calm my nerves. I kept telling myself it was just a coincidence, maybe a weird fluke with the electrical system, but deep down I knew it didn't feel right. The way the lights had turned off one after the other seemed almost to liberate. It was like someone had done it on purpose and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to distract myself, turning on the TV and watching something light to take my mind off it, but the discomfort lingered. The longer I sat there, the more aware I became of the silence around me. I couldn't even hear the hum of the refrigerator anymore. The air seemed too still, as though everything in the house had paused. Then, without warning, the lights flickered again, this time all of them at once. I jumped up from the couch, my heart hammering in my chest. I stared at the lights, watching as they flickered on and off in rapid succession. I knew I should have been terrified, but instead I was frozen, unable to move or look away just as suddenly as they had started. The lights went completely dark again. My breathing became shallow, my skin prickling with unease. I couldn't explain what was happening, but it felt like the room was closing in on me. I stumbled over to the light switch and flipped it, hoping to bring the lights back on, but nothing happened. The darkness was suffocating. Now overwhelming in its intensity, I grabbed my phone from the table and used a flashlight to navigate around the room, hoping to find something, anything that could explain what was going on. As I moved through the dark, the beam of light from my phone illuminated the walls and furniture and eerie shadows. The quiet seemed almost too perfect, as if there was something hidden in the silence that I wasn't supposed to hear. My pulse quickened with every step I took and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I thought about calling someone, but who would believe me? Who would understand why I was so freaked out by something as simple as the lights turning off? I had no answers, no way to explain what was happening, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was in the house, with me controlling the lights like a twisted game. Every part of my brain screamed for me to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. I was paralyzed by the overwhelming fear that if I stepped out of the living room, I might never be able to come back. I stood still for a long time, the flashlight shaking in my hands, illuminating nothing but empty space. Then the lights flickered back on, all of them in a single synchronized burst. I blinked in the sudden brightness, disoriented by the sudden return of normalcy. The room looked the same, everything in its place as it had been when I first entered, but the feeling that something was wrong still lingered deep in the pit of my stomach. I checked the front door, double-checking the locks and making sure everything was secure. There was no sign of anyone having entered, no signs of forced entry, and the windows were all shut tight. I sat back down on the couch, my mind still racing with questions. Why had the lights turned off like that? Was it some kind of electrical malfunction, or was it something else? The house felt different now, as if the walls were closing in around me, as if I was being pulled into something I couldn't control. The night passed without incident, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the lights, about the way they turned off one by one, as if someone had been deliberately manipulating them. Even though the house was quiet and still Issa nodded at me, I couldn't ignore the fact that something had happened, something that didn't make sense, something that couldn't be easily explained away, and as I lay there in the dark waiting for sleep to take me, I couldn't shake the feeling that the next time I turned on the lights, they might just go out again. Story 45. The morning started like any other, but something felt off as I stepped outside to get the mail. I noticed it immediately, a trail of broken glass, small shards glinting in the sunlight led from my driveway toward the back door of my house. My heart began to race as I crouched down to inspect it more closely. The glass didn't look like it had fallen by accident. The pieces were scattered with a deliberate pattern, as if someone had purposefully broken something and left it behind. I walked cautiously along the trail, stepping carefully over the jagged pieces that seemed to appear from nowhere, forming a path that led me right to the back of the house. The glass was scattered in an almost perfect line, but there were no obvious signs of how it had gotten there. There were no broken windows nearby, no indication that something had been shattered accidentally. It was like whoever had done this had planned it out ahead of time. My mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Was this some kind of warning? A strange and unsettling thought crossed my mind. Was someone trying to get inside? My first instinct was to head back inside and lock the doors, but my curiosity got the best of me. I continued down the path, reaching the back door where the trail ended. The door was locked, just like I had left it the night before. Still, the sight of the broken glass right beneath the handle made my stomach turn. Maybe it was a random act, some bizarre prank. But deep down I knew it wasn't something about. It felt calculated, intentional. I stepped back and scanned the yard. There was no sign of anyone nearby. The street was quiet and the air was still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I walked around the back of the house checking all the windows, but nothing appeared to be out of place. Yet the trail of broken glass still nodded at me, a stark reminder that someone had been there right outside my door. I grabbed my phone and called the police, explaining what I had found. They seemed more concerned about the potential danger than I had anticipated. Stay inside. The officer on the other end said, "We'll send someone out to check it out." I didn't argue. I locked the back door and made sure all the windows were secure, then waited anxiously for the police to arrive. My eyes constantly darted to the windows, half expecting to see someone watching me from outside. The thought of being so close to an intruder made my skin crawl, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was at play here. When the police finally arrived, they inspected the area thoroughly. They checked the broken glass, then checked the perimeter of the house. One officer even climbed onto the roof, peering down over the yard. "No signs of forced entry," he said. As he came back down, "It's like they didn't even try to get in." "But why the glass?" I asked. Still struggling to understand why leave a trail, the officer didn't have an answer. "Could be a warning, could be a sick joke. We'll keep an eye out, but there's not much we can do unless something else happens." I nodded, though I didn't feel reassured. The officers left soon after, but the inn stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about that trail of broken glass. Who would do something like this? What did it mean, and why had they stopped at my back door, leaving their mark without ever coming inside? The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept to myself, double-checking the locks and keeping the blinds closed. Each creak of the house felt louder than it should have. Each shadow outside seemed like a potential threat. My mind raced with possibility. Someone was watching me, someone was trying to send a message, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I truly knew that night. I barely slept. I kept hearing noises outside, but each time I checked there was nothing there, just the quiet stillness of the night, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, second-guessing every sound, every movement. The sense of being watched, of not being alone, was overwhelming. The next day I decided to take action. I couldn't sit around and wait for something else to happen. I needed to know who was behind this, to understand what was going on. I started checking the security cameras around my property, reviewing the footage from the past few days. The footage was mostly uneventful, except for a few moments where the camera caught something strange. Around midnight, a shadowy figure appeared on the edge of my property. They stood there for a few moments, almost as if they were waiting for something. I couldn't make out much of their features. It was too dark, but as the figure moved closer, I saw them walking toward the back of the house, just as the trail of broken glass had led. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched, feeling a cold chill run through me. This wasn't a prank. This was someone who had been here before, someone who was planning something more. I couldn't let this go on. I called the police again, but this time I demanded more action. I have footage of someone outside my property. I told them, I need you to do something about this now. Within minutes, the police were back at my house, reviewing the footage and taking statements. They seemed more serious now, but the uncertainty of the situation was starting to wear on me. Would they be able to find out who this person was, or would this continue with more broken glass and more ominous signs? A few days passed without incident, but the tension in the house never eased. I couldn't shake the thought that someone was still out there, still watching, waiting for the right moment. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump, and every knock at the door left me feeling sick to my stomach. The broken glass was a constant reminder of what had happened, and it felt like I was living in a never-ending state of fear. Then, one afternoon, a neighbor called. Hey, they said, their voice filled with concern. We saw something strange near your driveway this morning. A van parked down the street. For a while I didn't think much of it, but it seemed off. I froze my mind immediately, going back to the trail of glass, to the figure on the footage. It wasn't over. Whoever had been watching me, whoever had left that glass, was still around, and now they were closer than ever. I didn't know what to do next. I could only hope the police would be able to track down the van, track down the person behind it, but until then the fear would remain. I would stay vigilant, stay alert, and keep watching my every step, because I knew one thing for sure: this wasn't just a random act. Whoever had done this was planning something, and I was there. Target story 46. I was working late, as I often did, when the quiet of the night allowed me to focus. The hum of my laptop was the only sound in the room, accompanied by the faint ticking of the clock. On the wall, I had been typing up some notes for a project, eyes glued to the screen when it happened, without warning. The screen flashed a strange symbol, one that I didn't recognize, a jagged, distorted shape that seemed to flicker and warp in a way that made my eyes hurt. It appeared for just a split second before the screen went completely black. I stared at the screen, blinking in disbelief. My laptop had never done anything like this before. I pressed the power button, expecting it to restart, but nothing happened. The screen remained dark, unresponsive. I tried again, holding the button down for a few seconds, but still no sign of life. The silence in the room seemed to grow thicker with each passing moment, and my mind began to race with possibilities. Was it a virus, a malfunction, or something far worse? I pulled out the charging cable and tried plugging it into a different outlet, hoping that maybe the issue was as simple as a power failure. But even after I let it charge for a while, the screen remained black. My frustration grew and a sense of unease crept in. There was no logical explanation for what had happened. The symbol. It hadn't been a glitch, not like any I had ever seen before. It had almost felt intentional, as if the laptop had shown it to me on purpose. I reached for my phone to look up potential solutions, but my mind kept wandering back to that flash, to the symbol that had appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't a typical error code or system notification. It looked almost symbolic. I scrolled through some online forums trying to find any mention of something similar, but I came up empty. The only thing that caught my eye was a vague thread about strange symbols appearing on screens right before technology malfunctioned in unusual ways. The post had been made by someone who had claimed their devices had started acting erratically after the symbol appeared, but the thread had ended with no real resolution. A chill ran down my spine as I reread the words. What if the same thing was happening to me? What if my laptop wasn't just malfunctioning? It was trying to tell me something. I shook my head trying to dismiss the thought it was probably just a hardware issue, but something deep inside me couldn't let go of the feeling that there was more to this than I understood. I decided to take the laptop to a repair shop the next day. Maybe they could fix it to find out what had gone wrong. In the meantime, I reluctantly powered it off completely and placed it on the desk. But as I stood there, ready to move on with my evening, I noticed something strange. The air around me felt different, heavier, as if the atmosphere had thickened somehow. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was a shift in the room of presence that I couldn't shake. I tried to brush off the feeling, attributing it to my overactive imagination, but when I turned back toward the desk to grab my things, I saw it just for a split second reflected in the glass of the desk, another symbol identical to the one on the laptop screen flickering faintly. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked rapidly hoping my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it was still there. The symbol shimmered as if mocking my disbelief before fading from sight. A sense of dread washed over me far deeper than any concern over a malfunctioning laptop. My hands trembled slightly as I grabbed my things and left the room, not looking back. The feeling of being watched lingered in the air as I moved through the house, but I couldn't bring myself to check the laptop again. The thought of what I might see or what might happen next terrified me. The next morning I packed the laptop into my bag and headed to the repair shop hoping to get some clarity. The technician greeted me with a smile, asking what seemed to be the problem. I explained the situation, mentioning the strange symbol, and his expression immediately changed. He raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, but didn't say much else. I left it with him and went on with my day, still haunted by the strange events of the previous night. Later that afternoon I received a call from the repair shop. The technician seemed a little off, his voice tense and guarded. "We've been able to fix the issue with your laptop," he said, "but we've also found something unusual, the symbol you described. It's not a standard error. It seems to be something encoded into the system itself, almost like a hidden file that's been embedded deep within the software." I felt a cold wave of unease rush over me. What does that mean? Is it dangerous? There was a long pause before he answered. "We're not sure yet. It's not something we've seen before, but it might be best if you didn't turn the laptop on for a while. We recommend you come pick it up, but be cautious." The line went dead. I stood frozen for a moment, my mind racing. What had I just heard? A hidden file, a symbol embedded into the system. What kind of danger could this be? I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just about a technical issue. Something far more sinister seemed to be at play. I drove to the shop, my mind swirling with questions. When I arrived, the technician handed me the laptop without a word, his face pale. I felt a sudden sense of foreboding as I took it from him. I thanked him quietly, not wanting to press for more details, but I couldn't help but notice the look of concern in his eyes. Something wasn't right. Once I was home, I set the laptop on my desk, staring at it for a long time before I even touched it. My hands were shaking as I opened the lid and powered it on. The screen flickered to life and for a brief moment everything seemed normal. But then, just as I was about to breathe the sigh of relief, the screen flashed again. This time, the symbol appeared more clearly than before. Glowing faintly, I recoiled, my heart pounding in my chest. The symbol seemed to pulse for a moment as if it were alive before it disappeared. Once again, I froze, unable to move, staring at the screen. The silence in the room felt suffocating, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. Then, as if in response to my fear, the laptop shut itself down, the screen going black once more. This time there was no flicker, no flash, just the eerie calm of an empty screen. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening, but I couldn't make sense of it. The laptop had never done this before, not in all the years I had used it. The strange symbol, the technician's warnings, the inexplicable shutdown, nothing seemed to add up, and as I sat there staring at the lifeless laptop on my desk, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The symbol was more than just a glitch. It was a message, a warning, or perhaps something far worse. I had no idea what it meant, but I knew that whatever was happening was beyond my understand. Standing, and it wasn't going to stop. Story 47, I was brushing my hair in front of the mirror, preparing for the day ahead. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft beams across the room. As I moved a brush through my hair, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, but something wasn't quite right. For just a split second, my reflection didn't match my movements. I froze, brushed, still in hand, staring at my own image. My reflection remained motionless, even though I had already moved the brush away from my hair. The image in the mirror seemed frozen in time, like it was stuck in some moment, unable to follow my movements. I blinked, thinking it was just a trick of the light or my eyes playing games with me. But when I looked again, my reflection was still behind, as if it had a mind of its own, disconnected from me. I pulled back, taking a few steps away from the mirror, unsure whether I had imagined it or not. The room around me felt suddenly colder, like something had shifted in the air. I wasn't sure what was happening, but the feeling of unease gnawed at me. My reflection finally started to catch up, resuming its usual synchronized movements with mine, but the odd sensation didn't leave. I glanced at the mirror once more just to reassure myself that everything was normal. The reflection was perfectly fine. Now no sign of the strange moment that had just occurred. I tried to push it out of my mind as I finished getting ready, but the unsettling thought lingered. What could I have just imagined it? I wasn't sure it wasn't the first time something like this had happened, though never quite this obvious. I had noticed small things before, shadows that didn't quite match their source, reflections that seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, but this was different. It was as if my reflection had been disconnected from me, like someone else was watching me through the mirror. Later that day, I found myself looking at mirrors and passing, trying to catch another glimpse of something strange, but everything appeared normal. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just a momentary glitch, but it stuck with me. That night, as I lay in bed, the image of my reflection staying still in the mirror kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if I had truly seen what I thought I had seen. The next morning, as I stood in front of the mirror, again, the same unease crept back over me. This time, I focused, determined to see if it would happen again. As I brushed my hair, I carefully watched my reflection for a split second. I saw at my reflection, hesitated again just for an instant. It didn't move as I did. It stayed frozen while I continued my motions. My heart skipped a beat and I immediately pulled away from the mirror, fear coursing through me. I stood there, unsure what to do next, but the reflection soon caught up with me again, as if nothing had happened. I took a few shaky breaths and tried to convince myself that it wasn't a big deal, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down, I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. Days passed and it happened more frequently. My reflection began to hesitate at random moments, not just when I was brushing my hair, but even when I was walking past mirrors or adjusting my clothes. Each time it happened, my ones grew. I tried to talk myself out of it. Perhaps it was just stress or exhaustion, or maybe something wrong with the mirrors, but nothing could explain the way my reflection would just freeze, its movements delayed. It felt like something was watching me or perhaps controlling me from within the glass. I began to avoid mirrors as much as possible. I stopped looking at myself when I passed them, keeping my eyes fixed elsewhere, but it wasn't enough. Even when I closed my eyes, I could still feel the sensation that something was wrong. The feeling of being watched, of being separate from myself, lingered with me throughout the day. It was as if my reflection was becoming more independent, more disconnected from me. One evening I decided to confront it head-on. I stood in front of the largest mirror in my house, taking a deep breath. I was determined to face whatever this was, to understand what was happening. As I stared at my reflection, I willed it to move and sync with me, but for a split second it didn't. It stayed still like it had its own life. My reflection seemed to be staring back at me almost as if it was studying me, judging me. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I stepped forward almost instinctively, my hands reaching toward the mirror as my fingers touched the cool surface. Something strange happened. I felt an odd resistance. Like the mirror was pushing back against my touch. I pulled my hand away quickly, shocked by the sensation, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the glass. In that moment I realized something that made my stomach drop. My reflection wasn't just hesitating anymore. It was mimicking me. But there was something different about it. The look in my eyes was off, empty, hollow, like they weren't mine. I stumbled back, my heart racing. His panic overtook me that night. I decided to take action. I locked all the mirrors in my house, covering them with blankets and sheets, anything I could find. I couldn't stand the thought of facing them again, knowing that something was off. But even with the mirrors covered, the feeling didn't go away. It followed me, gnawing at my mind until I couldn't sleep, couldn't think without the constant fear that my reflection had become something else, something I couldn't control. A few days later, I visited a friend hoping to clear my mind. I hadn't told anyone about what was happening, but I knew I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. As I sat down on her couch, I casually mentioned the strange things happening with the mirrors. She listened carefully, concern growing in her eyes. "Maybe you need to see someone about this," she said softly. "It sounds like you might be dealing with something more than just a glitch in the mirrors." I nodded, grateful for her support, but deep down I knew it wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me. I knew that my reflection was no longer mine, that something had changed. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to fix it. When I got home, I immediately started to remove the sheets from the mirrors. I had to see it again to understand what was going on. As I uncovered the largest mirror, my reflection was waiting for me, but it wasn't the same. It moved exactly when I moved, but there was a subtle difference. Now my reflection wasn't just following my actions. It was smiling at me, and it wasn't my smile. Story 48. It was a quiet night, just like any other. I had settled into my favorite chair, prepared to unwind after a long day. I was planning on listening to some music, so I grabbed my headphones and unplugged them into my phone. The screen lit up as it loaded my playlist, but I didn't press play. Yet I was content to sit in silence for a moment, clearing my thoughts before the music started. Suddenly I heard something faint. It wasn't the usual quiet hum that I sometimes heard from the headphones. This was different. It was a voice, soft and low, but there was no music playing. I pulled the headphones off, expecting to hear the usual silence, but the whispers continued. My heart skipped a beat. I put the headphones back on, thinking I might have imagined it, but the whispers persisted. I sat there for a moment, frozen. The voice was barely audible, like someone speaking in hushed tones right next to me. I could make out a few words, but they didn't make any sense. It was as if they were deliberately trying to be difficult to understand, trailing off into unintelligible murmurs. I couldn't explain it, but there was something so eerie about it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I took off the headphones again, convinced I was hearing things, but no, there was again still faint, but undeniable. The whispers seemed to surround me, coming from all directions at once, yet I couldn't tell where they were coming from. The room felt unnaturally still, and a chill swept over me. I stood up, pacing around my living room, trying to make sense of what was happening. I tried everything I could think of to stop the whispers. I unplugged the headphones, checked the wires, even turned my phone off and on again, but nothing worked. When I put the headphones back on, the whispers resumed, even though the music app showed no song was playing. There was no sound coming from my phone, but the voices were there. I started to feel trapped, as if the whispers were closing in on me. It were growing louder, more insistent, though still just as indecipherable. The sound seemed to pulse with a strange rhythm, almost as if it was alive. It didn't feel like a simple malfunction with my headphones or phone. It felt like something more. I felt a growing sense of unease, as if I wasn't alone in the room anymore. The whispers grew louder, still like voices from the past or perhaps from somewhere far beyond the present. I ripped the headphones off my ears, breathing heavily, but the whispers didn't stop. They were in my head, now echoing in my mind, filling the space around me. I felt my hands tremble as I held the headphones, staring at them like they were some kind of cursed object. My phone screen was blank, now showing no sign of activity, yet I could still hear them. I turned the volume on my phone to full, hoping to drown them out with the noise, but nothing changed. The whispers were louder, as if they were fighting against the sound. Determined to be heard, a cold sweat began to form on my forehead. I didn't know what to do. My thoughts raced and I felt a knot in my stomach. I had to get away from whatever this was. I grabbed my jacket and left the house, heading for a walk to clear my mind. I hoped that leaving would help, that I could shake off the strange feeling that had settled in the pit of my stomach. But even as I walked down the street, the whispers followed me. They were faint at first, but they grew louder with each step. It was as though they were tracking me, following me wherever I went. I tried to ignore it walking faster, but the whispers only grew more urgent. Filling my ears, I took off the headphones, but still they wouldn't stop. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were trying to tell me something, but no matter how hard I listened, I couldn't make out the words. It felt like the whispers were taunting me, mocking my attempts to escape. I started to feel dizzy, as if the world around me was spinning, and I had to find a way to make it stop. I rushed back home, hoping the familiar surroundings would bring me some sense of comfort, but as I stepped inside, I knew the whispers would not leave me. I tried to ignore them, but it was impossible. They were in my mind, in my ears, drowning out everything else. I sank to the floor, clutching my head in my hands, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. The whispers were too strong. They were too persistent. Just as I thought I might lose my mind, the voices stopped. Suddenly there was silence. The stillness in the air was suffocating, but in that moment it was a relief. I sat there for what felt like hours trying to process what had just happened. The room felt empty, as if something had shifted, but I couldn't explain it. The whispers have left me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was lingering in the shadows. I picked up my headphones and stared at them, unsure of what to do next. Had I imagined at all? Was it just a strange glitch in the system? I wasn't sure, but I couldn't ignore the fact that something had happened, something beyond my understanding. My phone was still off and the headphones were as silent as ever, but the memory of the whispers lingered in my mind. They hadn't been a product of imagination. I knew that much. The days that followed were strangely quiet. I never heard the whispers again, but I couldn't forget the feeling they had left behind. I became increasingly paranoid, unable to shake the sense that something was watching me, waiting for the right moment to return. I tried to live my life as normal, but I couldn't escape the nagging suspicion that the whispers weren't gone for good. They had come from somewhere and they might be waiting for me to make the wrong move. I eventually put the headphones away out of sight, out of mind, but every now and then when I'm alone, I catch myself listening for them. The silence is almost too much to bear. The whispers might be gone, but I know they could come back at any moment, and when they do I won't be ready for them. Story 49. I was just finishing my day when I noticed it. It was one of those moments when something feels off, but you can't quite place your finger on why. I had been in and out of the kitchen all evening, grabbing snacks and preparing dinner, but I hadn't seen it before. The note was taped to the fridge. Its white paper start, dark against the dull silver of the door. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was something my kids had left there, maybe a reminder or a funny note, but then I read the words. "Why didn't you answer?" A chill ran down my spine and my heart skipped a beat. I looked around expecting someone to jump out from behind the kitchen counter or the door, but there was nothing, just the emptiness of the house. My mind raced with confusion. I had been home alone all day and I hadn't heard the doorbell ring or my phone buzz with any missed calls. The note didn't make sense. I hadn't been avoiding anyone. No one had called me, at least not that I could remember. I pulled the note off the fridge, carefully holding it between my fingers. It wasn't like any kind of note I would write or leave for myself. The handwriting was strange, almost frantic, but neat enough that each letter was perfectly formed. It wasn't familiar. It didn't match anyone I knew. The weirdest part was that I couldn't recall any conversation, text, or missed communication that would make this note make sense. It felt like someone was trying to reach me, someone who expected a response that I never gave. I walked over to the counter, holding the note out in front of me, like it might somehow reveal its secrets, but there was nothing there. No clue as to who had left it or why they had written it. I could feel my heart beating in my chest, an uncomfortable thud that seemed too loud for the silence that surrounded me. I placed a note down on the kitchen table and tried to shake off the unease that was creeping in. I checked my phone again just in case I had missed something, but there were no missed calls. No one read messages, nothing at all that explained the note. I called a couple of friends asking if they had tried to reach me, but they hadn't. They all sounded just as confused as I was. Nobody knew anything about a missed conversation. Nobody had left me a message. I went back to the note, picking it up once more. The more I stared at it, the stranger it seemed. It was as if someone was watching me, waiting for me to respond to something I hadn't even realized was happening. The words echoed in my mind. Why didn't you answer? It was almost like they were accusing me of something. But what? I hadn't been avoiding anyone. I hadn't ignored anyone. Why did it feel like I had done something wrong? I stood there staring at the note for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of it. My thoughts were spinning in circles. What did it mean? Was someone playing a prank on me? Maybe one of my kids had written it for fun, but the handwriting didn't look like anything they would do. And if it was a prank, why would it feel so real? Why did I feel like I was missing something important? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. I decided to check the house. Maybe there was something I was overlooking. I walked through each room, checking corners behind curtains under the furniture. It was strange. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was just around the corner waiting for me to figure it out, but there was no one. Everything was as it should be. I checked the locks on the doors and the windows. Everything was secure, but still the note didn't make sense. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who had written it? Why did it feel like they were waiting for me to answer something I considered calling the police, but I didn't even know how to explain it? A strange note was taped to my fridge, and it seemed to want an answer to a question I didn't understand. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I tried to go to bed thinking that maybe in the morning everything would seem clearer, but I couldn't sleep. The note kept replaying in my mind. Why hadn't I answered? Who had left it? What was I missing? The questions kept coming and the answers stayed just out of reach. I tossed and turned all night, staring at the ceiling, feeling like I was being drawn into something I didn't want to be a part of. By morning I had convinced myself that it was just some weird prank. Maybe someone had snuck into my house and left it there without me noticing. I told myself I would forget about it, but as I walked into the kitchen, I froze. The note was gone. It wasn't on the fridge anymore. I checked the table, the counter, the floor, but it was nowhere to be found. It was like it had never been there at all. My stomach turned. I felt the sudden rush of panic, a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. I hadn't moved the note. It had been sitting right there, and now it was gone. I searched the entire kitchen, looking in places it could have been moved to, but it was as if it had vanished. It wasn't just the disappearance of the note that unnerved me. It was the sense of something being taken from me, like I had missed something important, something that was now lost forever. I looked outside, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me, but there was no one. The street was as quiet as always. I wanted to believe it was nothing, that my mind had just played tricks on me, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that whoever had left that note was still out there waiting for me to answer, still watching, still waiting for me to figure out what I had missed. Days went by and I tried to go back to normal, but something had changed. The house felt different, quieter, as if it was holding its breath. I couldn't stop thinking about the note and the strange sense of being watched that lingered long after it had disappeared. Each time I went into the kitchen, I half expected to find another note waiting for me, but there was nothing, no sign of whoever had left it, no clues. It was as if the entire thing had been a strange dream, but I couldn't forget it. I couldn't forget the feeling of someone waiting for an answer, someone expecting me to know something I didn't, and every time I walked past the fridge, I wondered if I was about to find another note or if I was just waiting for something that would never come. Story 50 and 50. I had always been careful with my things, organizing my workspace so that everything had a place. It was a small, neat desk in the corner of my room with just enough space for my computer, a few notepads and a couple of pens. It had been years since I moved into this apartment and I had settled into a comfortable routine, but one morning, as I sat down to start my work, something caught my attention. My desk drawer was locked. I stared at it confused. I had never locked it and I certainly never owned a lock for it. The drawer was small, just enough for me to store my papers, some receipts, and miscellaneous office supplies. I thought maybe I had somehow accidentally locked it without noticing, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open it. The keyhole stared back at me, mocking my confusion. I took a deep breath and tried to ignore it, telling myself if it was just one of those things that happened. I went about my work, but I couldn't help but glance at the drawer from time to time, wondering why it was locked. It didn't make sense. I hadn't had anyone over in weeks, and there was no way someone had managed to lock it without my knowing. I was the only one with access to my desk. The next day the drawer was still locked. I even checked the bottom of the desk to see if there was a hidden key, but nothing. I couldn't find any reason why this was happening, but the feeling of unease settled into my stomach. Something didn't feel right. I started to question whether I was just being paranoid, but as the days went by it started to feel like more than that. I tried to focus on my work, but the locked drawer consumed my thoughts. What was inside? What could possibly be so important that it needed to be locked? I didn't have any valuable items in there, at least none that I could think of. The only things I kept in that drawer were documents I didn't want to lose, like tax papers and old bills, nothing that would need to be locked away. I went to the local hardware store hoping to find something that would help me open it, a locksmith or a simple tool, anything. I found a small set of picks and brought them home, determined to figure out what was going on. The lock was old, but it wasn't complicated. After a few minutes of fiddling, I managed to unlock the drawer. A sense of triumph flooding over me, but as the drawer slid open, my heart skipped. A beat inside was something I didn't recognize. It wasn't the usual clutter of paper and pens. There was a small leather-bound book. It looked old, worn with the faded cover that looked like it had been through years of use. I didn't remember ever owning such a book. I never bought leather journals or anything like it. As my fingers brushed over the cover, I felt a chill run down my spine. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, unsure of what I might find. The pages inside were filled with neat handwritten notes, but the handwriting wasn't mine. I did recognize the words, but they were written in a language I couldn't understand. The more I flipped through the pages, the more unsettled I became. There were strange symbols drawn on the edges, like little sketches, almost like a code. I didn't know what it meant, but it felt wrong. It felt like it was meant for someone else, someone who had written in that book long before I ever found it. I couldn't put it down. I kept reading, despite the knot forming in my stomach. There were mentions of places I had never heard of, strange events that I couldn't make sense of. One page had a phrase written repeatedly as if it was important. "Do not open what was sealed." I stopped my hand, trembling as I read those words. It felt like a warning. It felt like the book was meant to be hidden, locked away, and I wasn't supposed to have found it. Suddenly I heard a noise from the hallway and knock at the door. I quickly closed the drawer, hiding the book inside again. My heart was pounding in my chest and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been in the apartment, someone who had placed the book there. I wasn't alone, not in a way. I had thought it was as if something had been watching me, waiting for the moment I would open that drawer. I hesitated, still staring at the locked drawer. I could hear the knock again, louder. This time I took a deep breath, pushing the unease aside, and went to answer the door. It was the mailman delivering a package I didn't expect. I signed for it, still shaken, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over me that night. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside made me jump. I couldn't stop thinking about the book. What was it? Why had it been hidden in my desk drawer? Why had it been locked away only for me to find it? I felt like I had disturbed something open, something I shouldn't have. The next morning I decided to lock the drawer again. I didn't want to deal with it, didn't want to think about it, but as I tried to lock it, I realized something strange. The keyhole was empty, the lock was gone. It had vanished, as if it had never been there. I stared at the drawer, my hands shaking. There was no sign of a lock I had struggled with for days. It was as if it had never existed. I opened the drawer again, half expecting the book to be gone too, but it was still there, lying in the same spot, the same leather cover, staring back at me. The notes inside were just as cryptic, just as unsettling. I couldn't understand what I had found, but I couldn't leave it alone either. Days turned into weeks and the drawer remained locked, though there was no longer any lock on it. The book was still there, hidden away, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to forget about it, to pretend it didn't matter, but it was always there. In the back of my mind, I began to notice strange things happening around me. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Sounds echoed from empty rooms. It was subtle, at first easy to dismiss, but soon it became harder to ignore. I had to know what the book meant. I had to understand why it was in my desk drawer and why it seemed to hold such power. I began researching, digging into the strange symbols and phrases written in its pages. The more I looked, the more I felt like I was uncovering something ancient, something that had been buried for a reason. The warnings in the book grew more ominous as I went along. One night, as I sat at my desk trying to decode the last few pages, I felt a chill run through the room. The air grew thick, heavy, and I heard a sound behind me, a whisper. I turned quickly, but the room was empty. There was no one there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was like the very walls of the room were closing and around me as if the book had unleashed something that couldn't be contained. I knew then that I had made a mistake. I had opened something that should have remained locked away forever, but it was too late. The feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond my reach, grew stronger each day. The book had given me a glimpse into something I couldn't control, something that had been hidden for a reason, and now, no matter where I went, it followed me.